Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Drink the Ink, Take It to the Lounge, the box set volume 2. 14 hours of non-stop interviews and performances, 9 a.m. till 11 p.m. We have the most luxurious lineup for you here today at Drink the Ink, ranging from directors from our most loved box sets, Peaky Blinders, Sherlock, Endeavour, Mr. Selfridge, Bodyguard, Line of Duty, to graduates from drama schools, to West End performers, Folles, Mamma Mia 6, a lot of 6 coming your way. Dancers, top talent agents, Britain's Got Talent winners, industry minds, holistic practitioners, the lot, so many that if I listed the whole lot off now, we'd be here till lunchtime. But before we move on and kickstart the show with our first guest, I would love to quickly ask if you have any spare monies going at the moment. I know it's very, very tough for us all, but if you could donate anything to the Drink the Ink Just Giving page, Bailey Harris Kelly, Take It to the Lounge, the box set volume 2, you'd be supporting the Dash charity, supporting victims of domestic abuse, to allow families to move on in the future. Time is of the essence. You'll be hearing enough from me throughout the day, so let's switch on this box set. For Take It to the Lounge, the box set is live streaming, recording, being held on a Drink the Ink server and surfing the net on YouTube. Dan Turnell is up first, and let's grab our remotes and tune in, for Dan Physio joins me now. Hello.
Hi, morning.
Good morning, good morning. How are we doing at the moment?
Yeah, okay, I suppose like everybody, just trying to muddle through, stay positive.
Yeah, exactly. Just quickly before we kick off properly, being a sports physiotherapist, is it okay to quickly just break down that terminology for people who might not necessarily know what exactly that means?
Okay, so for a sports physio, we tend to deal with muscles, joints, ligaments, soft tissue problems. It's about trying to keep people active, so either encouraging them to be fit, healthy, moving into sports or recreational activities, or keeping people performing at a certain level. So whether that's Sunday league footballer, right through to elite performer, professional musician, dancer, musical theatre performer. It's about trying to understand the risks of the person's particular injury, especially if they are playing a lot of sport or performing to an elite level. And modifying any of their activity, giving them advice, rehabilitation, progressing them back to a point where they can safely return to the activity they want to do.
And your physio was established in 2018.
Yes.
Obviously, you had a massive journey. Mentioning there, like working through different mediums, high level, elite level, as you always say, like the leading West End shows. How did this really come into fruition for you, and why these people? Why go to these people and help them?
I suppose for me, it was never something that I planned to go into as such when I was training as a physio. I spent a lot of time growing up in the theatre. Parents used to take me to watch a number of shows, but I never realised that they actually had people who would look after them from a health point of view. Going back probably 6 years ago now, I was lucky enough to get a job with Matthew Bourne on their international tour of Swan Lake. And that just gave me the bug for it. So it was a massive, massive learning curve working with such phenomenal performers. But as soon as I started working with them, I couldn't think of doing anything else. And then from there, I managed to get some more roles working with Wicked on their UK tour, Mary Poppins on their UK tour. Before then, working for a company in London that some of your listeners might have heard of, Physio-Ed, who deal with a lot of the schools in London and the West End productions and various performing artists. And then I ended up in Manchester because my partner, she's from the area. And there seemed like there was an opportunity for a performing arts physio to try and offer a level of service that they might not have otherwise had up here.
And like picking up those sense of performers, like practitioners, tutors, graduates, any given performer, a lot of feedback and a lot of stuff that's received down this end is everyone talks about their body as a temple, as it were, like going down that route. For those in lockdown right now, and it is really, really hard to really try and access stuff. Getting a little rusty, getting a little worried that they're not at the fitness level that they should be. What could people be doing right now? What can people do to really help themselves and check in and know what's happening with their bodies and really help themselves?
Okay, I think that there's been a lot of pressure on people through the last 3 months to be doing some high intensity workout every day. There's lots of HIIT programs out there. There's lots of YouTube, Instagram. Everyone's putting some kind of exercise story out there at the moment, and I think it's guilting a lot of people into feeling that's what they have to be doing. But from a health point of view at this moment in time, I think it's really important to make sure that you're doing something that you enjoy, because it's going to help the mind as well as the body. So that could be as simple as just going for a walk or a jog, but just basically trying to move. So whether it's having a stretch, a rollout, doing some yoga each day, some body weight exercises, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the intense workouts that you see a lot of people putting up on social media and out there on the internet. And also just trying to remember that rest is really important as well. It's during those rest periods that the body actually adapts and takes on board any changes that we're trying to give to it. So if you're trying to work at a really high level every day, you're eventually going to fatigue and run the risk of injury. So it's about not doing too much, accepting that we can't normally do our normal classes at the moment. We can't maybe go to the gym, just trying to structure our exercise in a slightly different way, but just trying to keep moving. And then as things start to open back up, we can start to then go back more into the strength, the power exercises, the dance classes, the things that people might normally have been doing before this situation happened.
With the sense of enjoyment, what do you really enjoy about your process of work? Is there one thing where you're just like, yes, this is the golden nugget moment for me? Oh, I really like this part.
I suppose I really love it when you get someone back into exercise. So it doesn't necessarily have to be at that elite level, at that really high level performance, but even just the local worker who enjoys going out for a run because it helps them, or they've got their cycle club that they like to go to, or their certain class. If they've not been able to do that for 6-8 weeks, it has such a massive impact on how they feel about themselves and how they feel about general life, that as soon as you get them back moving, they just suddenly see that there's an end in sight, that little light at the end of the tunnel. And then from the more elite side, just when you actually get to watch someone back on stage, especially if they've been off for a long period of time, and just that elation, that sense of relief for that particular performer, it's what makes it worth it.
Yeah, and satisfying, like looking at your website and talking to a few performers, like review wise, it must be really satisfying as well, just to see that you do cater to everyone's needs. But how are you able to do that so quickly? Because people are like, within days it's happened, or in a matter of how long it is, something's clicked into place after a number of sessions.
For me, it's about giving the individual as much advice and education as possible. So not just for some injuries, obviously it is important to rest. There is always going to be, if it's a particularly acute injury, there may be a period where you have to rest it just to allow the body to start to heal before you can start to increase any rehabilitation through that. But it's about explaining that process, so as they understand, so as the person you're dealing with buys into the rationale for why you're telling them to do something. And it's not you're going to rest for 6 weeks and then go back into a show. It's you're going to have to rest for a couple of days maybe, and then we're going to start to try and introduce this level of exercise, move on to this then as the next stage. So as everyone has a clear plan and expectation of what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it. And I think with that, it allows people to feel more positive, because they can almost tick off checkpoints as they're going through it themselves and feel that, yes, I am progressing. I'm moving up the ladder closer to my goal of returning to what I need to return to or want to return to.
Yeah, plans, pathways, progression. What can people do? Where can people look to? You were talking about it a little bit earlier, but how can they explore the avenues that you've done to really see if this is the career that someone wants to undertake?
I suppose if it's a career that you want to undertake, you've got to accept that at times you're not going to have much of a life, especially if you're on tour with a particular show. You are at people's beck and call. for numerous hours during the day, constantly receiving texts, phone calls, messages, asking advice, opinions, lots and lots of worried people, because for some, they can almost feel like their career is on the line if it feels like it's a particularly serious injury. And so there's a massive apprehension around their return. So it's about being able to deal with that kind of aspect of psychology. But it's really just about whether you enjoy working with people who are exceptional at what they do. If you can have an appreciation for people pushing themselves to their limit of their ability and their skill, then it's definitely a career option for anyone who's interested in either sports massage, sports physio, osteopathy within the performing world.
Pushing yourself, what challenges have you come across when you do have to meet those deadlines or try and get a performer in a certain state so that they are fit to go?
Okay. It's a really challenging industry to work in. With any sports industry is challenging to work in that regard. You will always find that the company manager will put pressure on you. They want to know when the person is going to be back. They want to know exactly to the day when that person will be back. If there's a touring choreographer with the show, again, same thing. They'll want to know when they're going to be back. The dance captain will be asking the same thing. And it's about, again, just trying to talk to people, keep them updated as to progress. So whether that's positive progress or negative progress. And just trying to get someone to a point where they might not necessarily be pain-free. So I think with any sports person, you're not necessarily trying to get them to a point where they're pain-free. You're just trying to get them to a point where they can safely do what they need to do, even if it needs to be modified ever so slightly, because that ultimately at the end of the day is what their job is. It's not necessarily to be 100% every day, but it's about being able to do the role or do the job.
When it does get a bit too much and going back to the sense of psychology, the mind, dealing with pressures, what do you do to really, for yourself, just to take a step back and just breathe and just be like, okay, right, I need to think about myself right now?
Mm-hmm. For me, the ways I like to switch off: exercise, so running, gym, reading, just sort of hiding myself away maybe from some other people just for an hour or so where no one can contact you, no one can get hold of you on the phone, no one can be emailing you, ringing you. And just trying to escape that way, really. But the main way, I suppose, would be through exercise.
And with the experience that you do have now, what would you say to yourself if you were to do all of this again? What would you say to those upcoming artists, those sports physiotherapists?
Concentrate more on the rehabilitation and exercise side of learning, rather than necessarily being too focused on attending various courses for all the different types of manual therapy. So really about trying to deal with an understanding of how people move and how you can progress them back to moving how they want to move. Because ultimately it's the time away from the physio sessions that are the most important. If you're seeing someone for half an hour every day or every couple of days on a tour, or seeing someone once a week in clinic, that time period isn't necessarily going to make someone better. It's the advice you're going to give them and the exercise and the movement that you're going to give them that's going to make all the difference.
With the clinic, with the time period on a first visit, what can someone expect? Whatever that means.
Yeah, so on a first visit, you're really trying to find out what the problem is, how it was caused. But ultimately, for me, it's about trying to find out what that person wants to return to. So if you know what that person wants to return to, then obviously you have a goal that you can work towards. So you can structure a program that means that person can return to that particular activity, that exercise, that job as quickly as possible. But it also just then allows you the opportunity, I suppose, to understand the person better and what motivates them. And with that, I just always find that you get get a much better rapport and a better result at the end of the day, a much quicker result in terms of getting back to the exercise or activity that they want to do.
Results. Just with results. Sorry.
And then obviously just going through there after that, some hands-on assessment, exercises, and advice.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting so excited because I'm really fascinated with this all. I said sorry, but with the cause and effect, like and like with the like inspirations, is it something that, like with this job, that's something that you can just, like, obviously going back to education, you need to have that all behind you, but is it something that someone innately just can do, or someone that can't do it? Do you have to have that little knack, that little like spark, as it were?
No, I think if you've got the understanding, so if you've got your physio treatment, your physio degree, your physio education, if you then have enthusiasm and a desire to learn, then you can learn it. You don't necessarily have to come from a dance or performance background. Quite a lot of performance physios or healthcare workers, they will come from dance or predominantly dance backgrounds, actually. But it's not necessarily something that, if you are enthusiastic, you haven't got to have an elite background in it. You've got to have a want to learn and a want to take on board knowledge from anybody that you can within the industry, because if you don't have that knowledge, no one's going to buy into what you're trying to tell them, because they just won't think that you understand it.
Obviously, in your clinic, you have so many that you cater to so much. But for you, is there that, like, going back to those golden nugget moments, but really with practice wise, is there one thing that you take most enjoyment out in that sense? Is there, or is it the whole anatomy? What for you? What is it?
Like in terms of sort of areas that I prefer to work with.
Yeah.
I suppose just because of experience, the majority of things that I tend to work with and see are lower limb injuries. So lots of ankles, lots of knees, and with that, because I see it so often, I do find it enjoyable to be able to progress the rehabilitation of those kind of injuries.
Obviously, it's like always constantly adapting. You keep adding stuff into your field. Do you think this is the pinnacle moment for you, and where you're just like, right, I can not put on the brakes, but just be like, I'm in not optimum knowledge, but like really content with what you've got at the moment? Or have you got your eyes on other practices that you really want to delve into and add to that?
Yeah. So for me, I still feel that there's so much learning to do. Even being involved with physio now for 7 years, performing arts for 6 of those, there's so much more that I need to learn and want to learn. And as I suppose mentioned earlier, the big thing for me is just to keep progressing my exercise knowledge and the way that I can push people in different and more effective ways. And just so I suppose through the last 3 months, I've been pushing myself more into learning and preparing for some strength and conditioning exams. To be able to program a lot better and understand the process of adapting to exercise a lot better than I did before.
In that sense, then, would you say that you are a creative that is really rooted within the present moment, or do you look to the future to really find that manner of success?
I try to look to the future, because I think if you're not planning, then there is always the chance that you're going to be left behind, that someone else is going to step in and do what you should be doing, whether it's from a physio perspective. There will always be someone else who will be looking ahead, adapting their knowledge base, pushing themselves. And you've got to make sure that you're ahead of the field still, that you're not just keeping up, but you're leading the field.
And being really one of the top in your field, and going back to the sense that you said, like, this kind of all happened to chance, like falling in like the performing arts. scene, where did you really see that gap in the market? Because a lot of theatre companies, any given creative is like, I want to do this because I want to stand out, but it happened by chance for you, and you've been able to really get that rep and be known as the top of your game. So how did you really be like, yes, this is for me, and this is how I'm going to be able to really make everything work?
I think the beginning reason was just enjoyment from it. So as soon as I realized how much I enjoyed it, that's when I started to think about where there might be other possibilities, where it may potentially be able to lead one day. As soon as she wanted to move back home, we started looking into what the scene was effectively like in Manchester. And there are tens, hundreds of sports physios in Manchester, but they tend to cater for the classic cricket, rugby, football, the normal sports physio things that people think about. But there was no one looking after musicians specifically, no one looking after dancers, no one who was, I suppose, offering any kind of information for those people. And so with working, with the work I was doing in London, I then began to start to plan for how I might be able to implement that in Manchester itself.
And with research, is that everything that is ingrained within your DNA? Is that the one thing that you go to before you start anything?
I'd like to say yes, but I'm a bit more of, I suppose, a fly by my pants kind of guy when it comes to the research. As much as I try to look into it, it's still a little bit hit and hope of this just seems like a good idea, so we'll run with it and then see what happens.
Then is it always running with the gut, and that's how, like,
a little bit. So yeah, run with the gut and run on adrenaline a lot of the time and see what happens.
How quickly can someone be restored to their physical prowess, as it were, and how long has it taken as well for someone to really get back into it from one extreme to the other?
The least extreme version will be, so when it comes to, say, like a ligament injury, you have 3 grades. So your grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. A grade 3 is a complete rupture, whereas a grade 1 would be a very minute tear or strain of a ligament. For something like that, someone could be back into their sport after 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Whereas if it's a complete rupture, something maybe like that people have heard of, like an ACL in the knee, that may end up having to be operated on. The rehabilitation process after an operation is going to take anywhere from 9 to 12 months. And then to actually probably still achieve the level of performance they were at before that can take up to 2 years. So depending on the severity of an injury or a problem, see, a rehabilitation process can be anywhere from 2 days to 2 years. And that's not treating someone and working with someone constantly every day for 2 years, but being able to guide them through and educate them in what they need to do themselves to return to that particular, their previous level of performance.
And just lastly, and something, oh my God, I have to try and get you back. Half an hour is not enough, I must say. Oh God. But setting a sense of guidance and support, kind of summing everything up, and going back, well, we're still in lockdown, but for everyone that is in lockdown, performance-wise, what do you think people should do when we do come out of it? Because there's going to be obviously this burst of energy, but maybe a lot of people in the midst of it will really end up damaging themselves because they're trying to get up so quickly.
Yeah, I think from a health point of view, from a fitness point of view, you need to remember to build those lower blocks first. So 3 months ago, you might have been in the gym, you would have been maybe performing a particular routine, particularly maybe a heavy routine, a power-based routine, but it's about trying to load in those lower blocks first. So we need to think about trying to maybe build what I'd call a base. So rather than going straight back into that exercise plan that you were on before, or those dance classes that you were on before, it's about thinking, how can I structure it that I don't burn myself out too quickly, that I don't injure myself? So it might be that you're going in and you're lifting slightly lower weights, more repetitions, just to start to get the muscles and the joints to move again. From a dance class perspective, it might not be a case of doing a class, say, if you were used to doing a class every day or multiple classes every day. It's about making sure that you give yourself a rest period. So I suppose one of the big things is going to be for for teachers how they start to structure their classes again as they take performance back into the fold. One of the big things that might cause some injuries going back is going to be the impact work. So if people start trying to do too many jumping type movements too quickly, that's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of explosive power, it's a lot of force that gets put through the body. And when you haven't necessarily been able to do that for 3 to 6 months, depending on how long it is before people can go back into these environments, there's the strong possibility that you're going to injure something, whether that's a short-term injury or a particularly long-term injury with something that will pull or tear. So if it's about really trying to think about the structure, giving yourself rest, but also building up from what you would see as the lowest blocks. So almost like the kind of things that you would do when you were first starting to train, and then reintroducing the harder, more technical aspects as you start to progress through.
That was fascinating. And just to sum it up, I guess, a key piece of advice that you've been given that has really helped you in moments of hardship.
Just remember why you enjoy it. I think that's what everything has to come down to. You've just got to remember why you enjoy doing what you do, and that's why you're working towards it.
Dan, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hope to catch you soon, and enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you soon.
Good luck with it.
Take care. Right, that was Dan Turnell, everyone. Absolutely sensational. Right, we are going to take a 1-minute break, and then we will resume with Natalie Corrigan from Theatre Accounts. Stay tuned. Right, we're back, we're live, we're here streaming to our Drink the Ink server and also via YouTube. How fantastic that was with Dan to kick us all off this Saturday morning. So thank you, Dan. But As quickly mentioned before, I had to quickly run to the toilet. Oh my goodness, how am I going to find breaks? I have no idea throughout the day. But up next is someone absolutely fantastic. We were talking about lockdown struggles earlier, but if there's one thing that this whole period has been, and a big struggle for performers, is finance, is self-employment, is tax. Oh my goodness, even the very word makes me actually feel a little bit sick. But Natalie Corrigan from leading accountancy practice Theatre Accounts joins us now to give us more confidence with this area of the entertainment industry. So, hello, Natalie. Good morning.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing this morning?
I can't hear you very well, unfortunately.
Oh goodness. Oh no. I don't know. Can you hear me now?
A little bit better. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you absolutely fine. Yeah, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go with this.
Yeah.
So yeah, just quickly jumping into
Okay, we'll try. Yeah.
For those that may not know Theatre Accounts or yourself, is it all right if you can just quickly talk a little bit about yourself and the background of Theatre Accounts?
Yep. So I am obviously Natalie, and I started my career in accountancy around 18 years ago. So I started within an accounts practice and gained experience whilst working. And then around sort of 10 years ago, I left and went to teach accountancy and tax in Birmingham, which was fantastic. Really loved the job. But then with a family and having children, I ended up going on maternity leave. And then Alex, who is the owner of Theatre Accounts, he sort of got back in touch with me and said, come and join Theatre Accounts. We've got a great thing going here. So what is Theatre Accounts? It is an accounts firm that has been set up specifically for the entertainment industry. And I think Alex quite early on realised there was a bit of a gap in the market for an accountant that specialised within the industry, and that we could help people, because it is different when it comes to tax and it's different when it comes to this industry. So that's Theatre Accounts, and we've just grown in the space that we've been here. We've grown and grown from strength, gone from strength to strength, which is fantastic. And most of our new clients now do come from recommendations, which is, you know, great, fantastic for us. And so we just consistently keep growing. And most of that comes from the fact that I feel that we sort of go above and beyond for our clients, really, to really help you understand what's required of you being self-employed, which is what I'm going to talk about a little bit today, really, about what it means to be self-employed, what you are required to do, and your requirements with a HMRC.
Amazing. And just quickly before we hit on the slides and then open to questions, and I know there's a bit of a lag going on here. Apologies for that. I don't know what's happening, but obviously you're a beating heart of this industry, completely grown, especially with doing a lot with the CCI at the moment. For you to make that success and do it so quickly, do you give yourselves masses of deadlines within a month? Do you have a plan that you've got set in motion to really optimize your opportunity and success?
I'm sorry, Bailey, I couldn't hear you at all.
Okay.
Do you want to message me maybe the question?
Yeah, I'll do that.
We're gonna have to. Sorry.
Do you want to quickly jump to?
I can only sort of hear every word.
Okay, I'll just quickly write this on the thing. Do you? Okay. We'll get through this and it'll be fantastic. Do you want to do the slides? I'll take it outside.
I might just have to talk for half an hour. Yeah, should we go on to the slides then? As long as everybody can hear me okay, I think that's the main thing, Bailey, really. So, yeah, so shall I do my... do you want to do the slides, Bailey? Have you got them to show, or do you want me to do them?
Do you want to do them?
Me, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's share our screen. Just getting them now. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, right. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, right. So I'm just going to keep talking and do interrupt me, Bailey, if there's anything you want me to clarify. So as I was mentioning then, to be a self-employed individual, you are required by HMRC to prepare a tax return. And that means then that you have registered with them to be a self-employed individual, and once you are registered with them, what they will do is issue you with a UTR, which is a unique tax reference number, and you will need that to be able to submit your tax returns with them, and also throughout your self-employment journey. So it's as important, if you like, as your national insurance number. So a tax return, what is it? It's used by HMRC to calculate how much tax you need to pay, and then in some examples, it might be that actually you get a tax refund. It could be that an individual is also working part-time at weekends. Very, very common in this industry that happens. You would start being self-employed, you would start that self-employed journey, but it's very up and down in the industry. You just don't know how much work you're going to get each month. So very often individuals will, lots of our clients also work part-time on PAYE jobs to enable to support themselves with that regular income. So it could be that actually an individual is self-employed, also works part-time at the weekend in, let's say, a coffee shop, and they might be being taxed actually through that employment, and therefore they might end up being, once the tax return is submitted, calculated, that they've ended up paying too much tax. So sometimes a tax return means money back, not necessarily having to pay tax. So tax returns, once you are registered as a self-employed individual with HMRC and they've given you that UTR number, that unique tax reference number, they will then issue to you every year a tax return to complete, and you'll be able to log on and be able to do that. You could also use an accountant like ourselves. People tend to do that a bit later on. At the beginning, if they're just starting out, they might sort of tend to do their own tax returns, and it's sort of the point where people end up having to pay actual tax. So what I mean by that is they've utilised all their personal allowance. That personal allowance is the amount you can earn without paying any tax. Now they're now hitting that period where they do need to start paying tax and national insurance. Things start getting a little bit more complicated, and perhaps accountant on board at that point is a good idea. But as I say, HMRC, once you are registered and that period of time has lapsed, they will start issuing you a tax return to complete. A tax year runs from the 6th of April to the 5th of April. So we're different here. Lots of other countries, more easier, they will run it like a calendar year. We like to be different, and we have obviously run ours to the 5th of April. So for the tax year 2020, So this is the point now where we are getting books and records in. It's just finished. It started on the 6th of April 2019. It has finished on the 5th of April 2020. So for that 12-month period, you have then up to the 31st of January 2021 to submit that tax return to HMRC. You can do it at any point, actually, once that 5th of April has lapsed. Some people feel that they don't want to do it early because they don't want to pay their tax any earlier than they need to. But actually, you still, even if you were to submit now, you still don't need to pay that tax until the 31st of January. So actually, you're just giving yourself a bit more time to prepare for that tax bill if there is one. So it's always a good idea to be a little bit more organised and think, actually, once that tax year has finished, I've got plenty of time. Let's be organised. Let's do it before January, because an accountant, we have the worst time in January. It's horrific. Lots and lots of people bombard us and we work silly hours. So we love clients that are a little bit more organised and send information to us earlier. So we know you need to register with HMRC online to be self-employed. They will then, as I said, issue a UTR. We know now that tax year runs from the 6th of April to the 5th of April every year. And we know then we have up to the 31st of January the following year to be able to submit that tax return. So we know those things. What do you need to be able to complete that tax return if you're going to have a go at this yourself? So to be able to complete it, as it says there on the left on this slide, it's saying the first thing we're going to need to know is your self-employed income. What have you earned being self-employed? So all your invoices, whether you do those through Excel, whether you use accounting software like QuickBooks, whatever way you are keeping your records, you would need to gather all of your income for that period from your self-employment. And also you would need your self-employed expenses. And I'm going to go on shortly and talk about expenses in a bit more detail because it's actually quite interesting and well, I think it's interesting. It's quite a useful, I think, a tool to be able to have a look at that in a bit more detail, especially if you're going to try and do this tax return yourself. One of the hardest areas is actually working out how much you can claim on expenses and what you can and what you cannot claim. So we will look at expenses in a little more detail shortly. So we'll need a record of all of those expenses. As I mentioned, if you do work elsewhere as an employee somewhere, you're employed, then we would need your PAYE details. And it says they're usually a P60. So a P60 is issued to you by your employer. It's normally in your April with your April pay slip. So that's a summary of all your income through there in the tax year that's just gone, of all your income that you have earned, and potentially any tax and other deductions will be on there that we might find relevant. It's also got in there bank interest received. Not much bank interest now, really. People, it's not great at the moment, but obviously if you are lucky enough to be getting some bank interest, we need that, and you need that to be able to complete your tax return. And then those two crucial numbers that recognise you as an individual to HMRC, your national insurance number and your UTR number. So that's what you're going to need to be able to complete your tax return. And there's some of those key dates there for you to remember, really important. So I'm going to move on to record keeping. So with record keeping, you have a duty as a self-employed individual now to keep your records, to be able to prove, if you should ever need to HMRC, the details of your income and your expenses. And HMRC require you to keep those records for 6 years after that tax year has passed. So you must keep them. Anything after 6 years, then you can discard, get rid of, whatever you want to do. but you must keep them for at least 6 years. So most common records, which already really spoke about, are those sales invoices, are those expenses. So if you're buying equipment, you are paying for a website, all of those things, keep all of those invoices. As a self-employed individual, you can use and run your business through your personal account as well. With a limited company, it's different. You are required to have a separate limited company bank account. But with a self-employed individual, you can use your own bank account. So it's really important, if you do use that, to try and keep track of what's personal and what's business related. So bank statements are a good, keep those. We need those for record keeping. And again, PAYE details. So obviously it's saying there now that your records can be in the form of receipts or bank statements. So we could go from bank statements to be able to see what's going on in that period of time, obviously backed up by receipts. Very common now, we are moving away from paper. So, you might go and purchase some equipment, let's say from Argos, and they offer you a e-receipt instead. So they will email you a receipt. That's fine. So that's absolutely fine instead of a physical receipt, as long as you have either online or a physical receipt, one or the other. That's okay. It's just saying they're putting receipts into categories. So as soon as you start off, it's a good idea to start as you mean to go on, is the best advice I could probably say for you. Is potentially maybe have envelopes at the back of your wardrobe. So every time that you purchase something or you're traveling, any sort of cost that you're incurring to do your day-to-day business, perhaps as soon as you've got them, you just put them in the envelopes in your wardrobe. And you could call one sort of your travel expenses, your subsistence, your subscriptions, whatever it is that you are, your food, whatever, and you can put those then receipts into each of those envelopes. So you're kind of doing your bookkeeping, your record keeping as you go along then, so that when that year finishes and it's time to summarize those expenses, you can just pull out those envelopes and they're all in those categories, and it just makes life a little bit easier. And it's rather than leaving them lying around. And my husband's horrific, could come home and there's receipts for fuel on the dining table and they're upstairs and they're everywhere. So constantly saying, please pick them up, and we need those if he runs a business to be able to claim anything like that. So yeah, perhaps that might be an idea. Or as I say, there's lots of online apps and things now where you can take photos of those receipts and sort of keep a record of them straight away. So really, really important, good record keeping from sort of day one, really, because obviously the more expenses that you can claim, that's ultimately going to bring down your profit figure, and the profit figure is what you're paying tax on. So you don't want to be paying the tax on any more money than you need to. So that's basically my advice there on record keeping. I'll move on then to have a look. So that's just talking about here being registered as self-employed. Even if you only do 1 day of self-employed work, you need to register with HMRC and make sure you declare it. I've talked already about keeping your receipts. Really, really important. Don't leave it to the last minute. I've already spoke about that, really. So you have up to the 31st of January, but we can submit any time once that tax year has passed. So as soon as sort of May, June time, start getting your receipts together and start filing that tax return. You've got plenty of time then before January to know if you do need to pay tax, what that's going to be. Use of home as office. So this is an expense that you can include within your tax return that basically covers a proportion of your home bills because you are working from home. HMRC have a great tool online to be able to do this, and you can claim, you know, if you work from home a lot, anything between sort of £10 and £26 a month, depending on the amount of hours that you work at home. And that's an expense that you can put through because you are using your home as your office. You're there and you are doing your bookkeeping, your accounts, whatever, you're generating your invoices, you're on the phone, you're in meetings, you're arranging auditions, all of those things, you are normally doing them from your home. And if you are, and put through your tax return. Use of home is mainly there to cover the utility bills and the main household bills. It wouldn't include telephone and internet. Those are separate expenses that we can claim for separately, and look at that business proportion of those expenses, which I'll talk about shortly. So yeah, use of home, don't forget to put it in if you are you're working from home a lot, and have a look on HMRC guidance. There's some great sort of help there, and they've got a tool that you can use to be able to work out how much you use your home for. It's obviously saying there if you've got a purpose-built room, a studio or something within your home that you have incurred those costs to be able to do what you do. So it's not that you're sitting on your dining room table working, that you actually have an office or a studio that is purposely built for you for business, then obviously you're going to be able to claim a much larger proportion of that. So it's all sort of depends on your individual circumstances. We talk about pre-trade expenses. So that's the point where perhaps you aren't yet self-employed, you're not yet earning money as a self-employed individual, but you are preparing for that. So you might be traveling to auditions, you might be traveling to meet agents, you might be buying equipment, you might be purchasing a laptop. So all of those things we would class as pre-trade expenses. So you're preparing to be a self-employed individual and you're incurring some costs before you've actually earned any money. And they're fine. So they're more expenses that you should be keeping hold of, again, putting them perhaps in envelopes or keeping hold of those, because when it comes to do your first tax return, you might be able to claim most of those back. So it's really important, again, to keep accurate records and keep those receipts so that you can use them on your first tax return and claim for those. It might be that you are become self-employed, but you've got a laptop, because most people have laptops now and iPads and all of those things anyway, but you might find that you're now self-employed and you've got a laptop that you bought 4 years ago and that's what you're using for your business. So you haven't got that receipt anymore. It's obviously 4 years ago before you even thought about being a self-employed individual. What happens then? Well, you can actually put that cost into the tax return at its market value. And that's, we talk about capital allowances, and there's annual investment allowance, which I will talk about. I think we're going to try and do some more of these sessions so I can go into a bit more detail of those sorts of things. But the core of it is, yeah, we could even put in equipment that you might have bought previously at its market value at the point you become a self-employed individual. So that's something to bear in mind as well. Okay, and then it's just talking now about what expenses I can claim on my tax return. And as I say, and it says it there, one of the most confusing areas when you are self-employed is actually working out what expenses you can claim on your tax return. Us as accountants, we are trained to understand a business expense to be something that is wholly and exclusively for business use. So some expenses are quite, your website, let's say, you've set up your website, it's wholly and exclusively for business use. That is set up to generate you income. It's very clear that that is a full business cost in its entirety. Perhaps travel. So travel's another one. If you're traveling to an audition, or it's a bit different if it's a regular place of work. There's slightly different rules there. But if you are so let's say an audition traveling there, then or perhaps going to see your agent or something like that, then those again, it's an expense that is exclusive to being self-employed. When it gets a little bit more confusing is when a cost has a dual purpose, and that's when you need to do a little bit more work and say, well, actually, how much of this cost is personal and how much of it is a business cost? And the most common one here is going to be telephone. So we all have mobiles and we use them for both business and personal use. So how much is the question, how much of my phone bill do I put through as a business expense? And that's when you need to look at it and say, well, actually, I use it half the time for personal and I use it half the time for business. Then you might look at it and think, well, actually, the personal side, if you're anything like me, I'm always on WhatsApp. I WhatsApp husband, I WhatsApp my sister, all of those sort of people. And actually, that element of what I'm using my phone for personally is free. So actually, perhaps my business expense of it, of actually having the phone and when I'm calling anybody else, is a higher. So you might look at a higher percentage and maybe put through sort of 60% of your telephone instead. So that's something you would need to look at, and you know, that's when it becomes a little bit more complex on being able to know what to claim on there. Is when it has a dual purpose. But you know, agent fees here, travel, accommodation, costumes, there's loads of computer equipment, your internet, again, that's going to be that dual purpose if you're using internet at home and you're using it for work purposes. Accountancy fee, obviously, wholly and exclusively a business expense. It's all going to go through if you were to use an accountant to do this for you. Advertising is going to be, you know, again, it's going to be a cost that is wholly and exclusive. Perhaps you've paid a photographer, your headshots, your professional photographer that you're going to pass on to a casting director for your new role. You know, that is wholly and exclusively for business use. So I talked a little bit about use of home as office. So again, it just says there what you can claim varies depending on the type of work that you actually do, and that's it. Remember, wholly and exclusively, this is definitely something that's wholly exclusive for business use, no questions, it can all go through. But if there's that duality, then you need to have a think and only put through the business proportion. Let's just go on. I think that's it really. Can you still hear me, Bailey? We all good?
Yeah, can still hear you. Can you still hear me? Because I know the connection.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah, I can. I can hear you now. So if I just stop sharing now.
Amazing.
Let's do that.
Amazing. Awesome. Hurrah, we can hear each other. Just very, very quickly, Natalie.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, by the way. I was learning a lot of stuff in the midst of that as well. But I know that we'll have a couple more of these sessions, and hurrah, we can finally hear each other. Woo! Like, if we just stick to these basics, as it were, like just listen, like just to this presentation and unlock this, because it can be sometimes a little overwhelming, this idea.
It totally can. Yeah, we can do more of these sessions and go into more detail, but the basics, if you're going to be a self-employed individual, you need to let HMRC know as soon as you start getting any income. Call them up, become a self-employed individual. They will give you a UTR number and then issue you a tax return every year to do. That's the basics. Then just keep good record keeping for that period of time, and have a look at expenses. What I've talked about a little bit more detail there.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute treat, and we'll see you most definitely very, very soon. Look after yourself, all right, Natalie?
Thanks, Bailey. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Right, okay. From delving into the minefield of finance, aiding us with understanding Natalie Corrigan, we now find ourselves at the drama school segment of the day. 20 minutes of quick-fire intros, performances from upcoming industry talent, flavors of what the next generation will be sharing with us when we come out of these unique times. So to kick us all off, it is ALRA second year, Seth Summers. Hello.
Hello there.
How's it going? Hello.
Doing good. How are you doing, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. All right. Well, time is of the essence. So
yeah, indeed.
You just state who you are, what you're going to be doing, what you're about, drama school. Boom.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks, Bailey. So my name is Seth Summers. I am a second year student about to go into third year at ALRA South in London. And today I'm going to be performing a spoken word piece that I recently wrote in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. Two of my friends and students, my fellow students and friends at ALRA, Autumn Osborne and Chanel Mackenzie, recently started up a spoken word initiative on Twitter, and you can find them at Poetry World UK, and they're doing great things. So check them out. Anyway, here I go. I wake up. The morning light streams through the partly parted curtains to my right. I hear the sound of a chirping bird, though I'm not certain at first. Could it be? This melody is just the residue of digital tweets, notifications and beeps from the night before. I sit up, turn, touch my feet to the floor. My arm reaches out like some mechanical claw. Scoops up my phone, I unlock my screen, and now I've opened the door. Staring back at me are the voices of more and more. I feel overwhelmed, but do you know what's really easy? To be white and to ignore. To smash the snooze button and continue to snore. You see, the lights are on now. We were just sleepwalking before. Nodding in agreement, being shocked to our core, but truly, honestly, never really doing too much more. I hear that people label this a trend. But speaking for myself, I think that bullshit has to fucking end. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. Reflect and check on the privilege we've been afforded on a daily basis. Educate ourselves on what it is to be racist. And remember, the next time you're feeling anxious about showing your support, that for some people, this is a last fucking resort. No more musical support. You see, our world has an insidious history that still seeps onto the streets and into the very air that we breathe, the very same air that was deprived of George Floyd by the Minneapolis PD. But this tragic loss barely scratches the surface of the cost paid by millions on a daily basis because they are members of a society that is still innately fucking racist. I was born a white British male, and I am profoundly aware that this means I can never fully comprehend the life experience of a person other than myself and my circumstances. But I still grieve, and I still care, and I will always fight for what's fair. Black lives matter. Always have and always will. I am sad and frustrated, ashamed and embarrassed that people still, and for many years to come, I'm sure will, need reminding of that fact. It's time to change this up, which means standing up and using our voices, voting when we can to change these systems and making our own choices. It's time to love one another and hold out our hands, because we're in this together, whatever the weather. Thank you. It's my piece for today.
Summers, everyone. Thank you so much for that, mate. That was brilliant.
Cheers, man. Good to see you this morning.
Awesome. Well, you go and look after yourself. I'll see you soon. It's absolutely great. Server numbers are on high. Great recording here live on YouTube. Amazing. Thanks for kicking that off for us.
No
see you,
worries.
man. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, mate.
Right. Okay. Ethan Roberts is up next. A powerhouse, a treat, a delight. No introductions really needed. He's a star. He joins us now. Hello.
Hello, Bailey. You all right, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing well. Looking forward to performing.
Yeah, well, amazing. Well, thank you for coming on here, and so kind of reasonably early in the morning. Just quickly, is it all right if you quickly say who you are, what you've got, planned for us, and the drama school that you're at?
Yeah, so like Seth Summers, I am a second year going into third year at ALRA South in London. I'm having the time of my life here, and you know, despite COVID and everything, having a really good term online on Zoom. today I've written down a bit of spoken word. I've not really tried this before, so yeah. But I thought Seth sounded amazing, so I'll give it a go.
Amazing. Well, take it away whenever you're ready.
Sure. Earth, I'd like to take this time to apologize because I never saw the warning signs. They caused mass destruction, mass deforestation. The train is approaching the station. We didn't listen. We turned a blind eye, ignored the grey skies. The government made their bed, and that's where we'll lie. Enough of the lies, the deceiving and mistreating. I just hope that it's not too late and that we can get rid of all of this hate so we can all make a difference and start making better decisions. The government needs to cut the fucking nonsense and start growing a fucking conscience. Before time expires and you decide to retire, don't lose your faith in the human race. We'll come together and show you that we can be better. I'm sorry. That's it.
Wowzers, that's got a bit of a punch, hasn't it? That's fantastic. I haven't heard any of your writing stuff, so that was brilliant. Thanks for that, man.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed writing it, and obviously I was looking forward to coming on this. So I wanted to, I didn't just want to learn something like a monologue or anything. I just wanted to write something original and perform it for you. But yeah, thank you for having me on, Bailey.
Yeah, thanks, man. Well, you have a lovely day, and I shall catch you soon. Thanks,
You
buddy.
too.
All right.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, this is going very, very well thus far. Fourth Monkeys and McQuin is continuing this talent train, and Nim is here now. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm all right. It's a bit early for me, though.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, you're
I've
telling.
been loving the waking up at noon on the weekends. Thank you very much.
I'm feeling you on that. I was so worried that I was going to sleep through all of my alarms. Had a dozen in place. But yeah, Nim, is it okay if you quickly say what you've got in store with for us? A little, a little bit maybe about yourself and the drama school that you are at.
Okie dokie. I'm Nim McQuin. I go to Fourth Monkey. I'm in my graduating year, and it's incredible. I absolutely love it. And during lockdown, I've been playing with paints and making friends with cats. I'm going to be doing a little bit of Richard III, because why not?
Awesome. Well, go smash it. It's all yours.
It's soft. Did but dream. Oh, coward conscience, how dost thou afflict me? The lights burn blue. 'Tis now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard. That is, I am I. Is there a murderer here? No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What? From myself? Great reason why. I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh no! I rather hate myself, the hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain. Yet I lie, I am not. Fool of thyself, speak well. Fool, do not flatter. Oh, my conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain. Perjury. Perjury in the highest degree. Murder, stern murder in the direst degree. All several sins, all used in each degree, thronged to the bar, crying all, guilty, guilty. I shall despair. There is no creature loves me. And if I die, no soul shall pity me. And wherefore should they? Since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself. Methought the souls of all that I had murdered came to my tent, and every one did threat tomorrow's vengeance on the head of Richard.
Wowzers, what a way to, you're talking about, come on, it might be early, but that was sensational. Lemonade, thanks for that, Nim.
Thank you, Bailey.
Take care, bye-bye. Right, okay. up next is Matthew Bamford. And yes, he is back again. But this time, I think we'll be seeing a little bit something different from him today. It's been a wee while since we've seen him. He joins us now. Hello, Matthew.
Hello, Bailey. How are you?
I'm all right. Loving the yellow, sir. Love it. Popping.
Thank you. I thought, why not? It's early in the morning. I'll bring the colour for you all.
Right, okay. Matt, for those that don't know of who you are, I know you've done a few Take It to the Lounges, and you've been sensational, but can you quickly say who you are, what you've got in store for us, and again, the drama school that you're at?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Matthew Bamford. I'm an actor and also I do stand-up comedy, which is why I've been on the Take It to the Lounges before. I'm in my graduating year at Fourth Monkey, like Nim. And today I'm actually going to do a sonnet for you, so something a little bit different from what I've done before.
Oh, fantastic. Well, Matthew, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Thank you, sir. When I have seen by time's fell hand defaced the rich proud cost of outworn buried age, when sometime lofty towers I see down raised, and brass eternal slave to mortal rage, when I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore, and the firm soil win of watery main, increasing store with loss, and loss with store, when I have seen such interchange of state, or state itself confounded to decay, ruin have taught me thus to ruminate that time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death, which cannot choose but weep to have that which it fears to lose. Thank you very much, Bailey.
Thanks for that, Matthew. That was absolutely brilliant.
Thank you, mate.
Matthew. And just quickly, I know I'm going to put a post of everyone's socials handles on here later and attach it.
Yeah.
But do you want to just quickly shout that out?
Yep. So I'm oh god, yeah. I'm Matthew P Bamford on Instagram, and I think I'm just Matthew Bamford on Twitter.
Amazing, awesome. Well, we'll see you soon. Having a sensational day, and we will catch you again. See ya.
You too, Bailey. Good luck for the rest of it, man.
Thanks, man. Bye. Right, just very, very quickly until we go to our next guest, who will end this drama school segment. I would like to quickly say I'm really, really thrilled to say it. We have raised over £100 in the last hour, which I love. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Raised over £100 in the past hour for the Dash charity. Guys, I would really, really like it if we could get to the £250 mark, in which I'd like to meet. If we could do better, that's amazing. The link is just here. Oh my god, it's amazing. Thank you so much for those that are donating, those that are tuning in. Figures on the server are sensational. This on the recording, yes, numbers are coming in and going out. I don't know if it's probably because I'm ugly in this morning, but yes, it's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I'll be pestering throughout the day to see if we can get some digital notes. But anyways, enough about that. Enough about me, because you hear enough about me throughout the next how many hours? Oh my goodness! Oh my god, a marathon. But yes, Lilly Ormerod is up next to finish the drama school section, and she's absolutely sensational. She is a first year at ALRA South. Hello, Lilly. Hello. Let's unmute you. Can you unmute yourself, Lilly?
Hello?
There we go. Had a bit of a lag, but now we're here. Can you hear me?
Is it the connection's a bit?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Right, let's see how we go. Can you quickly just say who you are, drama school, a bit about yourself, and then we'll jump to it.
I'm gonna assume that the connection's all right on my end.
It's okay down your end.
I'm not sure. Okay. Anyway. I'll just hi. I'm Ormerod. I'm a first year at ALRA South. Yeah. Oh no.
Don't worry, I'm still here. It's just you're introducing. Lily? Oh God, she's gone. She's gone. Momentarily, she's gone. Well, let's see if this helps.
I think we might be having some technical difficulties.
Lily, do you want to quickly sign out and then come back in and see if that helps?
Yeah, I'll try rejoining.
We'll quickly do that. All right. Amazing. All right, guys. I think, yeah, we do have enough time. Oh, wow. I'm actually sticking to time for once in my life. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Right. We're going to take a momentary 1 minute, 2 minute break, and then we'll be back. Lily will kick us off. And then we're going to go to someone who is a beating heart in this industry, Layla Zaidi. Stay tuned. Right, we're back. We're streaming. We're live recording via YouTube and also on our server. Server numbers have, well, I've only tried doing that like the past months, and they're absolutely through the roof. It's over 8,000 or something. People are coming and going on here, but oh my goodness. And raising over £100 in the past hour. Oh my God, I've got a massive smile on my face, and for such a great cause. Unfortunately, Lilly Ormerod is having some technical issues, so we'll see if we can get her on a later slot today. But our next guest, who's on now, oh my goodness, I am so thrilled. I'm largely thrilled to announce Layla Zaidi, Lee Knight, who we heard of last week and we'll hear more of again later on today's show, got me in touch with this extraordinary talent. I'm so glad that she's here. She joins us now. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, lovely to see you. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how's everything going at the moment? How's everything down your end?
Yeah, not too bad, you know. I had momentary technical issues, but I'm really pleased that I'm in because technology hates me. So I don't know how I've managed to do this.
Oh, goodness, I feel you on that one. Just jumping into the thick of it then, if that's okay, because
yeah, of course.
oh my goodness, time. Yeah, for you, actually, just going to the highlights of it as well, because you're someone who's quite a bubbly person, you know, passion, like kind of courses through the veins. For you, do you have because you have done so much and stuff that we have all seen, have you had a golden moment, a scene or a particular, like, oh, I really like doing, you know, I really like being on this set? Or is it, for you, what's been the golden nuggets for you?
So I've had a few, actually. And I think a major one was when I was filming season 10 of Benidorm. I was lucky enough to play the role of Sid, and obviously I lived out in Spain, in Benidorm, for 3 months. And it was my first, I'd done an episode of Doctors prior to that, but this was my first ever sort of TV series. So it was a really big deal. I was so excited. And I remember really clearly the first ever scene that I filmed. And they just throw you straight in. So, you know, you're sent the script, you look it over, learn your lines, and then on the day you sort of have a practice just once, and then they go for it and they just record. And I remember thinking, oh, I wonder if they're going to be like, oh, you know, carry me along a little bit. But no, they were just like, right, and action, go. And I just did it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm just doing this. This is absolutely incredible. This is everything I want to do. Yeah, it was amazing.
In essence, like that then, because a lot of the listeners are drama school people in training or like improvisers or whatever. Because you only have that one time to rehearse, does it really come, obviously you know the lines, but obviously the reacting, listening game, but does it feel like improvisation in a way? Because you're like, oh God, I've had to do because it can't be robotic and it has to be organic. So how do you find that medium to really find that naturalism, whatever that may be?
I think it's just having the power to learn your lines in a way that, like you said, is not robotic. Don't definitely decide that this is the way you will say the line, because you do different takes for different camera angles. So they'll do a close-up and then they'll do a wider shot. And if you're in a scene with 4 or 5 other people, every single time you do it, they're giving you something different. So you have to know your lines well enough, but have the flexibility to really, like you say, a little bit improvise. If they give you something totally different, you have to bounce back off that. Obviously, they won't ever stray too far off what the director's told you he or she wants the scene to be like. But yeah, I'd say you have to definitely improvise and just know your lines, but don't learn them in a robotic way.
And like the shot sizes, going to them, do you have to because I hear so many different things from different performers, etc. Do you have to change, obviously, like how big you have to be, but the emotion, because there are long days, long takes, how do you really pace yourself?
I think it's really difficult. Like, I'm not going to lie, there was one day that we had a scene and there was 7 or 8 people in it. It was round the pool scene, and it literally took us all day, and we were in 32-degree heat, standing in the sunlight. And I remember my makeup artist had to come up and keep dabbing because I was sweating so much. She was like, I don't want to be rude, but you're very, very shiny. And I was like, okay. But you just have to pace yourself. I tried to, in between takes, not be like super energetic and full of chats with people. I was trying to like preserve my energy for just when we were actually like filming. And every time, you know, in between scenes, I would just go and have a drink of water, sit in the shade for a moment, just like have a little moment to myself, compose myself, and try really hard to not lose focus. You've got to still keep in the scene, just keep remembering what it is that you're there to do. Because it's so easy, you know, actors are always so bubbly and lovely and you just want to chat with people. So in between takes, it would be so easy to be like, you know, what are you doing tonight? And, oh, you know, this person. But I was just like, and I could talk for England. So I just had to just be like, no, Layla, keep focused, keep in the zone. You're Sid, you're not Layla. And somehow we did it. But I'm not going to lie, you know, people have a perception of filming that it's a lot easier. And it's not, actually. It's really, really difficult. Because as you say, you only really have a couple of goes at a set scene and then they move on. And the next time you do it, they're not focusing on me. They're focusing on, you know, Julie Graham, who played my mother-in-law in the scene. So I've had my moment, but you've still got to be focused on doing it, if anything, for them.
And like about the other, always about the other person, never just about one person. Obviously, it's quite family orientated, ensemble vibe, collaboration wise. For those that like are climbing up the ladder, and you know they'll hopefully be working alongside you at some point. What do you want to see with that new talent, with that upcoming talent, especially after we come out of this lockdown business? For you, what makes a good collaborator?
I just think I want to see more diversity across the board, especially with television. I want to see different stories being told. I want to see more women. I want to have more women directors, producers. I did a short film recently that was written by a woman, produced by a woman, created and it just starred all women. And just being a part of that was what I think was a great collaborator. Like, it was absolutely incredible just being in a room surrounded by really, really strong women. We need more of that. We need more women. We need more Indian stories. We need more Pakistani stories. You know, I recently watched Queen and Slim on BBC iPlayer, and that has inspired me. I know you mentioned about inspirations. That has inspired me beyond belief. Just having, you know, a primetime slot of a program, seeing so many wonderful Black actors telling their story. It was just fantastic. I just want more of that.
Yeah, and from the inspirations and seeing of where you really want to end up carving a pathway for yourself. Are you? Do you look to certain roles or certain kind of productions that you really want to get involved in, or is it really just seeing the possibilities coming your way and kind of it comes?
I think definitely seeing the possibilities, seeing the auditions that my wonderful agent can send through is always really exciting. I'm never, you know, the person that would not do something, because, you know, I don't think anyone's above anything. And I've only been graduated 4 years, and I'm just so excited to get any opportunity. But I mean, I do have goals. Like I would love to be in, you know, a series, whether that's on Netflix or iPlayer, that's really gritty and it's about women and it's about Pakistani women and Indian families. And I want to tell that story. Obviously, my dad is, I'm half Pakistani. And, you know, yeah, I want more of that. There's quite good series on Channel 4, which I'd love to be a part of. You know, they're really gritty. But I'm not someone that would be like, oh no, I'm not going to do that. I'm better than that, because I don't think I am. I will just want to keep creating. And I think, you know, now more than ever, coming out of quarantine, we need these dramas. We need the theatre. We need to be able to go and watch certain things and just escape from the hell that has been 2020.
Oh, yes. Well, just very, very quickly, and I really, really do hope we can find another time and occasion, hopefully, to do perhaps a podcast. But just because it all is, you know, there is a lot of positivity in the air, but there's also a lot of negativity. For those just to really uplift themselves in spirit, to give themselves a direction or perhaps a purpose of being like, right, I can do this, even though we're kind of stuck in a certain place. We can be creative and we can do amazing work. So what can you just, as a final few words, just to shed some light on the situation?
Yeah. So the way I've been looking at it is, this is quite possibly the only time we'll ever have to switch off, take a moment, and not worry about what auditions we're missing. We can enjoy cooking, enjoy all your other hobbies, knowing that it's guilt-free. Because, you know, I'm definitely someone who, even if I go away on holiday for a week, I'll be thinking, oh, I wonder if I've missed out on that opportunity. It's so hard to switch off, basically, as an actor, as in this industry, it's so hard to ever switch off. So I think use this time to switch off. Do your other hobbies, you know, cook, exercise, go for walks, write music, sing along. And I think if you're wanting to, obviously we all want to keep being creative, I think keep watching things, write notes of actors that you know, a new actor that you've watched on a Netflix program that you loved, and then research that person and see what else she's been in. And I think read plays. You know, I sometimes will just learn a monologue just to make sure that I can, my brain still knows how to learn lines. You know, sometimes there's something quite nice in just doing a self-tape for the sake of doing a self-tape. If you want to, you know, set it up differently, put a different backdrop, learn a monologue, film it, watch yourself back and go, okay, how can I improve on that? But know that it's not the be-all and end-all. And I think, obviously, as we know, there's so much other stuff going on in the world right now. So just use this time to switch off and learn about yourself, you know, learn what music you like, listen to new bands, go for walks, call family, call friends, and just know that it's all going to be fine. The industry, you know, we're going to get back there, and it's going to be more special than ever because we're going to need it.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I will definitely see you hopefully very, very soon. Have a lovely day.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. That was Layla Zaidi, everyone. Very, very quickly before we hit the Woke Theatre spoken word diary segment, and we'll see the lovely faces of Madison Stock and Melissa Carney, we're going to quickly jump back to Lilly from the drama school segment, because we've got to see everyone act. Come on, that is the whole point of it. So Lily's back and she's here to smash it. Hello, Lilly.
Hello. Hi.
Hurrah! There we go.
Yay.
Oh goodness! Well, is it okay? Sorry, it's just because push for time. Even though
Yeah.
we've got hours left, is it okay if you just quickly say who you are, the drama school, and the piece that you've got for us? I'm going to go now.
Yeah. So I'm Lily Ormerod. First year at ALRA South. I'm doing a piece from Linda, and it's by Penelope Skinner. Yeah, I'm not going to tell anyone, honestly, Luke. I've got better things to think about. I've got to make a decision about my flowers. You know, choose napkins, go for a dress fitting. Oh, and Johnny's bloody decided to book this stag night to Prague, which I'm not exactly pleased about. And I have £10 to shift before June, which might not sound like a lot, but when you are already slim, it's a big ask. I mean, I said I was going to get married at 26 and no later, but no, that gives me 3 years, Luke. 3 years to get promoted as much as possible before I reach optimum baby age. You know, if you go much past 29, you risk being phased out of the workplace and your body doesn't ping back into shape. You know, if you don't ping back into shape, you could end up being fat for the rest of your life. And if you're a fat woman, you actually earn less. Did you know that? Yeah, they did a survey in America and it found that, you know, very thin women earn something like $40,000 more a year than fat women, which means once you've had a baby, it only stands to reason you're going to earn less money. No, I need to ping back into shape, Luke. It's very important for my future. Look, I don't want to be a sad old spinster with no kids who only cares about her job, Luke, right? And I don't want to be a fucking housewife with 3, you know, great kids but no life outside of all that. And you know, everyone knows you're only truly happy and successful if you have all of the above, and everyone knows having all of the above is impossible. And I need that, you know? God. I want a successful career. I want a nice husband, and I want to have my own office looking over the river. Is that too much to ask?
We want more. We want more. No cliffhangers. No. Yeah, come on. Well, Lily, thank you so much. We've got to run, but
no worries.
Lily, everyone, thank you. Take care. Right. Oh my goodness, this is electric. I'm so enjoying this. Haven't lost the plot as of yet. Probably I will fall at about 1 o'clock, but we shall see. Everyone, we are at £190. Yes, all of this money has come in this morning. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. It's all for the Dash charity link right here. I'm going to keep on going on about it. Please, if you're listening right now, if you're on the server, if you're seeing my ugly mug, 10 more pounds, we'll get to 200. Come on, and then I'll pester you a little bit more. But let's get to 200, everyone. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated thus far. Right, enough from me rambling on. Because up next, well, it was discussed just before Lilly did that killer monologue at his Madison Stock Woke Theatre and Melissa Carney spoken word Diaries. They're back again at Drink the Ink to face the box set, to share their talent and perhaps some others if we can get them in. But we shall see, because technical difficulties, we'll see. But I'm very, very proud right now. Absolutely love Mel and absolutely love Maddie to kick us all off. It's Maddie. So Maddie, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
I'm really well. How are you, Bailey?
Yeah, I'm really, really good. Thank you. Great to see you.
Great to see you as always.
And yes, if it's okay, before we have a little bit of a chat with Woke Theatre, can we hit? Can you do what you do best?
Oh, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go for you, Bailey.
Good old crack. Well,
yeah, just a little old crack. So I'm just going to do a little piece from Where Do Little Birds Go by Camilla Whitehill. So here goes nothing. We just sat in that dark and stuffy little flat just waiting for something to happen, occasionally punctuated by humping. I knew Frank was a dangerous bloke. I'd read the papers, but having said that, he was never violent towards me. He seemed like he genuinely liked having me there. And that night, after his last set of press-ups, he climbed up onto the bed next to me and he told me I was the only person in the whole world that he could trust, the only honest person that he knew. And then he said, I think I love you, Lucy. Fancy that. First bloke to tell me he loves me is an escaped murderer that I've been locked in an attic with. I love you too. Well, what? What was I supposed to say? I felt sorry for him. There you are.
For goodness sake, I want more. This
just a little snippet, Bailey. There's plenty more to come. Don't you worry.
Well, Maddie, for the stuff and the style of pieces that you're drawn towards, what is it? Why do you perform the monologues that you ultimately do?
Good question. There's certain pieces that I don't know. I feel like I didn't realise until I went to drama school how important casting actually is, and I thought, being an actor, I can play everything, and then you come into the industry and you think, okay, what am I realistically going to be cast as? Do you know what I mean? It's all well and good having the fun and the ability to play all these broad characters, but when you get down to it, you need to be honest with yourself and think, okay, what am I going to give my best, and what am I going to give my most honest and truthful performance? So I love the nitty gritty type writing, and anything that I can anything that I can relate to myself in the teeny tiniest way. I feel like that's always my best performance, because I feel like it's my most truthful performance.
Yeah, nice. And I think we've got someone from Woke Theatre coming on, haven't we?
Yes, we've got Lydia Jackson, who has had some technical difficulties. I think we're trying to get her in. She's on her phone, so I'm not sure if she'll be able to get on or not. Okay,
awesome. Well, I think what I can do right now is I can do a sheen. There we go. Already the plot, and it's 10:38. Oh my God. I think I'll do a quick screen share on the Woke Theatre of Lydia.
Yeah, great idea.
And then I'll see if we can do that. So give me 2 seconds, and we can get it up. But yeah, Maddie, have you got any nice? Lydia's connecting. Lydia's connecting.
Oh, stunning.
And she's got. Oh God.
Oh no.
Spoke too soon. Yeah, so here we have Lydia Jackson. She was one of the first people to get in touch here at Woke Theatre. You can see that, Mads?
Yeah, I've got you.
Yeah, so she was an international school of screen acting this year. So this is a lovely headshot. gorgeous, stunning. This is a bit of her bio. So it says, my name's Lydia Jackson. I'm 22 years old and I'm from the West Midlands. I graduate International School of Screen Acting this year. I've trained in both theatre and screen now and can't wait to get started. I'm also unrepresented. Ooh, agents who will be tuning in later and we'll be talking to. Consider this one. The piece that we'll see here is a duologue. She wrote it, she filmed it a couple of weeks prior to the pandemic. So, yeah, you can read all of that anyway and pause it. So we're going to just go on to this and see how this rolls. So everyone, this is Lydia Jackson.
Why are you here?
Did you think those texts scared me? Did you think they were funny?
So you've been getting the text too?
Seriously. All this to get me alone.
Oh, Jesus, you haven't changed.
And what's that supposed to mean?
I still think the world fucking revolves around you. I've been getting the same texts.
If it wasn't you, who was it?
I don't know. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, real man you are. Is it them?
Who's there?
So what does it say? No, I don't like this.
Why are you here?
That was it. Ow! It's playing the noise. Oh, well, that was fantastic from Lydia. Lydia Jackson now joins us now. Hello.
There we go.
Oh, no. There we go. Oh,
So close, but so far.
oh, we're getting there. Can you quickly unmute yourself? Is that all right? Wi-Fi. Hotspot. Right, I think what we're actually going to do, if it's okay, just because of time, we're gonna run to the gorgeous, multi-talented Melissa Carney, and then we'll come back to us, Mads. All right?
Cool. No worries.
All right, Lydia. We'll see you guys. We'll see you in a sec. See you in a sec, Mads. Righty. Okay. Well, I just introduced her, so let's go and see her. Hello. Hey, Mel. Oh, can you quickly unmute yourself?
Sorry. Hello. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you doing this this morning? There we go. It's still
Yeah,
morning.
not too bad. Not too bad. Nice night's sleep. It's all good.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. So, just jumping into the thick of it then. Spoken word diaries. Obviously, we've both done it, but from your point of view, why do you think that we needed to really get this out there?
Because I feel like with poetry, it's a way for people to be vulnerable and other people to relate to them. And I think poetry has a way of really hitting home how someone feels because of like a multitude of things, from the emotions present, the writing, the rhythm. It's just, for me, I think poetry has such a powerful impact on people. And I created spoken word Diaries of Bailey because I liked the word diaries. I like the idea of almost using poetry as a way to journal down your thoughts, your emotions. Yeah. Just encourage people to write poetry.
Is it okay if we listen to one of your pieces now?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, it's called Control. I like control. Wait, no. I need control. In all areas of my life, when I feel out of control, I'm a witness, not a writer. I'm a passenger, not a driver. I'm a reflection, not a being. The fear of being powerless, life slipping through your fingers, the next British storm swirling you up, round and down, leaving a mangled girl on the floor. Liking control, needing control, can be all-consuming, except that life can throw anything and everything your way is hard. You take my control away. It makes me free, dangerously free. It makes me exciting, dangerously exciting, but it also makes me easy to prod and bruise. You have the power to choose whether you lift me higher or sink me down into deep, deep blues. You have control over the stone in my throat, the waves in my eyes, but sometimes we have to put our hearts on the line. because otherwise we would leave behind only fragments of an imagination of what we could have known. Thank you.
Oh, gorgeous. Absolute. I love your writing. Performance, everything. It just slots into place. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Lilly.
So with like, well, we're talking about like diaries, looking at news, obviously everything that's kind of going on at the moment, but we won't get too political. But for you, when times do get a bit, you know, overwhelming, what do you really do just to try and find inspiration with yourself and your work, but also just to embrace stuff that can like turn something into negative into positive and really just embrace it all?
Yeah, well, I think that's what poetry can do. It can take a negative situation, and I think naturally sometimes our minds rationalize things when we write them down. So if people are going through a time in their life where they find everything's a little bit out of control, I actually do say write poetry, because your brain does try and rationalize things when you write it down. And with everything that's going on right now, I think it's also about people that like poetry, like writing. It's about sometimes also listening and realizing that you don't always have to be the one writing. You can also be the one listening and creating a space for other people's voices. And then together, you all share this powerful bubble where you're all expressing yourself rather than trying to be the loudest voice. And I think that's so important with poetry. And that's what I kind of want Spoken Word Diaries to be. I want it to be a place where every voice is heard and every voice is expressed, and no voice is louder than the others, you know.
Yeah. And with regards to voices, do you feel that recently doing more and more writing, kind of being newish to this side of the field, do you think it's aided you, has helped you perhaps be a better performer in a way?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think performing is just sometimes just about vulnerability and whether you can show whether you're vulnerable. And what I found when my spoken was is I started off choosing a subject matter that kind of related to everyone. It was quite easy breezy. And then gradually I'm writing more and more truthful stuff that's going on in my life. And to put that out there, you have to be open to be seen as vulnerable. Yeah. And I think that's also performing, getting on stage and doing that monologue where you break down. That's being vulnerable. So I think it all comes together in the end.
Do you think after these experiences we'll see some new shows up in town with Melissa Carney? Any plays or anything like that?
I would love to do that, man. I mean, yeah. I've been trying to wrote a play as well over lockdown. I've been working on monologues, so I'm really trying to keep that little tweak going. So yeah, you will see that.
Yeah, well, Mel, before we quickly try and go back to Lydia, do you have another piece? Do you have another piece that we could?
Let's have a look. I've got my book here. Some of this hasn't been worked on. I go overthink. It's a bit crazy.
Sorry, it's just I'm greedy and I love your work and your.
Thank you. I just.
Oh, by the way, whilst Mel's finding stuff, we're still on the odd numbers with the with the donations. I really do like even numbers. So if we could round it up to the 200 mark for the Dash charity, it would be absolutely sensational and very, very much appreciated. The Dash charity supports victims of domestic abuse to allow families to move on and have a future. Link just here again. Mel, have you found something?
I have. I've never read it out loud before, so.
Oh, wow. Well, exclusive, even better. Well, Mel, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Okay. I can't remember your smell. I'm trying to remember it like you would a memory, but it's just not clear. This t-shirt of yours, I hold it near to my chest, imagining it's you next to me, embracing me. Smell is an attraction, a connection, a relaxation. It allows you to feel at peace. It's the addiction of two primal lovers that can only tease. I long to be nuzzled in your hair, knowing that you, in this moment, care. You really care. How hard is it that love is the only thing that can't be guaranteed? Where is the puck in this real world when all I feel is a fellow? There you go.
Damn, Mel, that was cracking. Come on.
Thank you.
Oh, well, do you have any nice plans for the rest of the weekend before we quickly say goodbye?
I'm afraid it's just work, isn't it? Getting
Work,
up to date with all that
Line.
essay work.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that one. Well, Mel, thank you so much for joining us. And early, because I know with lockdown, I don't know about you, but I've really been loving the Lions, and today's kind of been consistent. But
absolutely.
thank you, Mel. Look after yourself.
Thank you so much. Have a great day and good luck with it all.
Right, okay, right. Sensational. 10 minutes till John Strickland, everyone, which I know Drink the Ink has gone absolutely mad about. But first, Maddie is here and Lydia Jackson is back. Let's see if this works. It looks like the connection is a little better.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yay!
Oh, we're getting there. Is it all right because of time, Lydia? If we can run into your performance and then we'll grab a chat after.
Okay, fab, yeah. I'm going to be reading the role of Claire from the play Apologia. Look, I don't know what you and Simon talked about last night, but when he came back into the room, he woke me up and we chatted till dawn. You'll be pleased to hear we've decided to part ways. Don't flatter yourself into thinking it was your doing. It was inevitable. Surprised we lasted 1.5 years, to be honest. It's funny, he said the only reason he was attracted to me was because I was the polar opposite of you. Last night when you said I was good in a doll's house, my heart skipped a beat. I nearly leapt for joy. How'd you do that? You know, there's part of me that admires you, Kristen. The way you hold on to the things you believed in, but your idealism has turned into hardness. It has a thick shell. Carapace, isn't that the word? I always ask myself, why does she demonize me like that? Why does she vilify me? Why does she scrutinize everything I say and condemn it without a second thought? Then I realized it's not really about me, is it, Kristen? It's about you. Thank you. Hello.
Hey, Lydia Jackson, everyone. Oh, thank you so much for that. Lydia, I know that you and Maddie were in great, in close contact the past like few weeks, months even. And it's been great to finally just see you, meet you, hear about you, and see stuff in the flesh. So thank you so much for joining us here at Drink the Ink.
Thank you.
For you, just because, and as well, I know we've got a big director coming in just after this. For you, what type of work do you really want to gear towards when, well, you know, doing self-tapes now or coming out of lockdown?
I'm really hoping for like continuing drama stuff. So like Coronation Street's the dream, but like anything which is like just common, normal life. I think that's what I always steer towards. When it's more like dramatic and stuff, I struggle a lot more. So if it's just like your average girl next door sitting having a cup of tea, that's me.
Thank you, Lydia. It's been lovely to see you finally, and hope to see you more at Woke Theatre. But look after yourself, all right?
Thank you.
That was Lydia Jackson, everyone. Maddie, just before we go, can I be really cheeky and see if we could do the monologue once more into then going into a 2-minute break?
Sure, of course.
Fantastic.
And I don't look at the camera this time, but I'm going to do it with the camera if you don't mind. flat.
Oh,
Just
Brad, sorry, just quickly. Sorry, I know you were in the zone, but just the mic. Can you just quickly talk because you sounded like you were muffling?
hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, that's a lot better. Sorry, you go.
No worries.
I just wanted you to sound beautiful.
Thank you, darling. We all just sat in that dark and stuffy little flat, just waiting for something to happen, occasionally punctuated by humping. I knew Frank was a dangerous bloke because I'd read the papers, but having that in mind, he was never violent towards me. He seemed like he genuinely liked having me there. And that night, after his last set of press-ups, he got up on the bed next to me. He told me I was the only person in the whole world that he could trust, the only honest person that he knew. And then he said, I think I love you, Lucy. Fancy that. First bloke to tell me he loves me is an escaped murderer that I've been locked in an attic with. I love you too. What? What was I supposed to say? I felt sorry for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you so much for that. And we shall see you very, very shortly. Have a lovely day, all right?
Thank you, Bailey. Good luck to you for the rest of the day. Oh.
Take care. Bye-bye. That was Madison Stock, Woke Theatre. Right, everyone. Keep sitting on your bottoms. Oh my goodness, I'm losing the plot already. No, please stay tuned because up next we have someone who is a credit to this industry, John Strickland. Stay tuned because up next is John. Hello, everyone. John is slightly delayed at the moment, but he shall be with us very, very shortly. So I was just wondering, for those that are tuning in, I know there's a few on the YouTube here. I don't know about the people who are streaming on the server, if they want to get involved as well. But if anyone wants to join right now, just to quickly maybe perform, grab a chat, please leave in the comments below in YouTube. I can send you the link, or those in the server, give us a call. I'm going to give a time of 2 minutes for people to get back, and then we can try and do that. So we can just have a bit of a party. I did say no stops, no gaps, no nothing, and I want to stick to that. So yes, and why not have a bit of a party and a bit of a raucous before John Strickland joins us? So just please leave in the comments below. Please get in contact if you want to be seen and heard via YouTube and also on my server, which has got over 8,000 people tuning in right now, 8,442 to be exact. Extraordinary. Let's just quickly actually check the donations at the moment. I will just quickly get this up because I'm very, very, very happy at the moment with everything that is going on. So here, as you can see, this is the Just Giving page. It's Bailey Harris Kelly, Take It to the Lounge, the box set, Volume 2. We are on £190 since the beginning of this morning. Absolutely sensational. If we could round that to 200, that'd be amazing. I had the aim of getting £250. If we could do that, that'd be amazing. It is for an amazing cause, the Dash charity. Yes, thank you to all the donations so far. Right, let's stop that screen share. I'm getting a lot of people saying they're tuning in, but they can't do it right now. Some people are in the shower, some people are whatever. But yes, John Strickland shall be here very, very shortly. I'm probably going to try and give a call and see whereabouts he is, just to quickly just check up on him. But please get in touch if you want to quickly be seen before John's here. I can see him. Ladies and gentlemen, we can have this raucous later when we're all a bit more merry and everything. John is here now. I can see him. Hey, John. Gentlemen, we can have this raucous later when we're all a bit merry and everything. John is here. Hey, John. Can you switch the, is it okay if you switch the off? And everything. John is here.
Now, why have I got feedback? Shall I do something?
I think your YouTube is still on. I think you're playing two separate things.
Got it. Okay. Let me cut the thing. YouTube wasn't working.
I think your YouTube is still on.
I hear you.
There we go. That's fantastic. Hello, how you doing?
Listen, I'm sorry I'm late. That was so stressful because I signed it all in. I didn't have any of the stuff I needed, like Google. Anyway, we're here. Good morning.
Sorry, apologies for that. Anyways, hello. How are you doing at the moment?
I'm doing very well. Let's try and make you bigger now. That may take me half an hour. Maybe we don't have you bigger. View, window, maximize. Okay. I can't make you bigger. That's fine. You'll be small.
Well, we'll get through. Well, thank you first and foremost. Sorry, I'm just quickly grabbing some water for doing that. Very, very much appreciated. As proven, the viewers, the listeners even on the server have gone even higher. Hopefully it doesn't crash. This YouTube hasn't crashed thus far as well. But yeah, just quickly jumping into the thick of it then. Obviously, in a place at the moment, but for you, just with the trajectory of the industry, because audiences' palettes will be undeniably different, what kind of work do you think we'll be seeing more of when we come out of this lockdown in this industry?
I think that there'll be an appetite for the sort of shows that we were making before lockdown. I think there'll be some fantastic, kind of brave attempts at telling stories in a lockdown situation, and they've been very entertaining, and I've really enjoyed them. But I think, you know, people naturally want to get back to, you know, bigger budget shows, bigger cast, bigger stories, and, you know, the quality of drama that we're all enjoying before lockdown.
Drama, ambition, brave attempts. For you, you've worked on absolutely extraordinary shows that have all been close to your hearts. For you, what's your process like when you do work on it? Does it vary? Where does your mind go to when you've been given a project?
It depends how the project is started, whether I've been in that fortunate position of being given a script that's already made, or whether it's a show that's in development that I've been working on for some time. I think my priority is I want an audience to feel what I feel when I read a script for the first time. I want to be excited, scared, intrigued, informed, all those lovely things that telling stories does for us. And I've always, you know, my career, and I think you only have a career when you stop and you look back and you think, oh, that was it interesting? I've been excited, whether it's one episode of a series, whether it's a 3-part, 4-part, a movie, whatever it is. If the story excites me, I want to tell that story. And as I say, get an audience as enthused as I am when I read it.
And looking at those stories, it has to, you know, if it gives you goosebumps, it gives the others hopefully goosebumps. Do you tick through a script? What do you do with a script to be like, okay, right, that's done that for me, I'll note that down? Do you make those notes, or just psychologically does that just embed in the brain?
I think the first time you read it, I read it as, you know, a punter, someone for the first time, and I'm either hooked by the story and the characters and the relationships of the characters, or I'm not. And if a script is very strong, the story is very strong, but I think there are areas that could be enhanced and improved, probably some areas that I don't like, but overall I think it's a fantastic idea. And then I talk to, you know, have a meeting with the writer, the creator of that drama, and execs, and have a conversation about where they think that material is going, whether they think the script is finished, don't change a word, we love it, or it's a script that is up for development. It's a starting point, you know, and I've got all of those kind of hovering around, you know. Yeah.
For you, how closely do you work with the different roles? Because obviously you are the pinnacle, the beating heart of it. But like with the casting directors and things like that, what's the communication via that route?
Well, I mean, making drama is you know, it's a community effort. There's a team of you that make a show. I am just one cog in that machine, and I have one voice and one set of opinions, but you know, you have a team of people, and hopefully going into a show you'll have the same idea, and those initial meetings about how to develop a script. If you're all on the same line, you're all making the same show, then you're in a glorious position where you know, you have the same, your inputs are all constructive. I think that, and therefore, you know, the casting director, execs, producers, writer, showrunners, as we now have in the UK, you know, you want to all be on the same page. So, I mean, the casting process is interesting because I always go into casting, you read the script, you spent a long time with it, you think you know who those characters are, and you have in your mind an impression of an actor to play that role. And then during the casting process, the more times you hear the script being read by different actors, who that character is invariably changes for me slightly. And you suddenly think, you know what, that interpretation was really interesting and kind of better than what I had in my mind. And you have to allow yourself room for other ideas to come in. You can't lock yourself down too much. You must start off with something that's very solid, but be allowed to go off at a tangent. And that's, for me, every single process of making a drama, I treat in the same way. You've got a set of conditions to allow freedom of movement, whether it's for actors, writers, DOPs, designers. You want lots of ideas coming in. You can't be too single-minded, otherwise the drama will end up looking rather stiff and solid. Stolid is a better word.
with performances, with the performances that really take you by surprise, the interesting ones. A lot of people, a lot of listeners are those that are in training, drama school, different art school. For you, when someone does come in the room, do you really want? Because obviously the discussions, be fearless, do this, do that. But for you, what has it been where you're like, okay, right, this is the special one out of a lot of the day?
That's a hard question to answer, really. It's a connecting up of different feelings and instincts and ideas, and also often to do with the chemistry of the piece, the chemistry of the casting, the other roles that need to be cast, and that combination of actors produces another thing, something else you hadn't thought of. And that is always very exciting, I think. I said recently to somebody that, you start off, my job is to visualize the written word. And that's very, what am I going to say? I lost my thread then. So my job is to visualize the written word. And when you see a group of actors performing the script, you then move away from the written word into something that is, another stage further forward, and it enlivens it, and life is brought to the script, and ideas are brought into that, and you kind of create something different. And they say, don't they, there's 3 stages in making a drama. There's the script, there's one version of it, you film it, there's another version, you go to the cutting room, and there's a third version of that story. And each stage you want to develop and enrich and get the best out of all those different elements that are coming together to tell your story.
Telling stories, chemistry, ideas, going back to that sense of community. For you, collaboration with the that you do work with. What makes a good collaborator for you in this industry?
People that are kind of team players, really. I don't, people that have strong ideas, but as I said originally, are moving in the same direction as everybody else. So we have a central thrust for the story. We want to make the same program, but that doesn't mean you can't bring other ideas into it. So I'm looking for people that, extemporize around the idea, that bring other things and try things out. But at the same time, not trying to reinvent the wheel. It's a kind of fine line, really. I mean, and often, with Jed Mercurio's scripts, for instance, that world is set in the script. I mean, the script is so fantastic. The characters are there. It's you have, and there's absolutely no need. And Jed wouldn't want too much input into his work, I'm sure. But you don't need any of that. But so therefore, the joy of it for me is, I've always said the order is script, performance, direction. If you've got a great script, if you've got great actors, my job is very, very easy. I can sit back and relax and just tell that story with cameras and what have you. And that's not to say there's not an influence from me on the first 2, but that's kind of what it's all about. I don't need to throw the camera around to jazz up a tired scene, or because in a way that script should have been further forward than it was. But obviously with Jed's work, it's such a standard, and it's so fantastic that you're on another level with directing. You're working with him to tell that story in the best way possible, in the schedule, in the time that the schedule is giving you to tell that story. But Jed is obviously open to ideas. I think you have to be very well researched. If you have any comments about anything he's done, you have to back it up with facts in terms of the storytelling, because he's so well researched and so on it that you've really got to be on top of your game to kind of come back at him, but with anything. But he's a listener as well, so it's all to the good. I mean, other shows, there's a couple of scripts in the States that I'm working on. We've been through about 6-7 drafts of a particular film called The Tip. And then I did a fantastic lookbook, even though I say it myself, for my vision for this film. And I think that and the various, the Americans say that I added quality to the script by those drafts, working with the writer. I'm not getting paid for any of this. This is just working through and what have you, which is fine. And I think we got it over the line with TriStar, who picked it up. And this is, I said this to my youngest daughter, Phoebe's at Drama Centre in London in her first year. And I said, you're king for a day. It was announced in the American press, Bodyguard's John Strickland set to direct The Tip at TriStar. And I looked at that headline and thought, oh, I'm enjoying this. Yeah. The very next day, another headline, the head of TriStar quits to go to Bad Robot. And you think, oh no, I couldn't even enjoy that headline. 24 hours. So therefore you instantly think she's going to take it with her, or the project is just going to be canned because the incoming people will want to make their own mark. But thankfully, so far, we've met them and they're up for making this movie too. So we will see. King for a day. And in terms of, Phoebe, it's just, she's coming to the end of her first year at Drama Centre. Not only has she had to deal with COVID, lockdown, Zoom meetings to do her course, I think the second week they were sat down by Drama Centre and students were all told, we're shutting the course. You'll be the last year going through.
Yeah.
Now, that's kind of terrible, because if they'd had the honesty to tell them at the interviews, by the way, this is probably going to be the last year, they would have probably made different choices, because schools are only as good as their teachers. And of course, top quality teachers, if they know they're going to get the sack in 2 years' time, they're going to start looking for other work, obviously, and different opportunity comes up, they will leave. So it's going to dilute the course, and that continuity is going to be lost. And I mean, they won't even have the students coming up behind them to, help out with their shows and stuff, which is, traditionally what you do in drama school. So, but I said to Phoebes, you know what? The industry is like this. You have to kind of go with it and somehow make it work, because it's always like this. Every day on set for me, I know something will go wrong. Every single day there will be a problem, something will go wrong, something won't turn up. And you just have to be, kind of fluid with the whole process. Otherwise, if you're locked into something like that, you will break.
Do you meditate or anything just to keep your core at peace, at centre? Or do you not have any time for that? Because it is there. You have so many deadlines. You have to work so quickly. It's crazy.
I have a personality that is kind of very centered and very calm. Someone said it was like, I'm like Gaviscon. You hire me, you pour me on a troubled situation, and it all kind of calms down. Which I think is a compliment. So no, I don't. But I am being pestered to do meditation because I've got a dodgy right knee at the moment. I had an operation on it to suffer, to cope with the pain of that. So my partner will be laughing at your comment to me, do I meditate? Because I need to. But no, I don't need to in terms of work. I mean, it's, we talk about stress, but come on, it's just, it's a joy to be doing any job in this industry. And I'm very, very lucky and very, very happy to have done what I've done, and I'm very eager to pass on that experience and that knowledge. I've mentored several, we've been focused on female directors because there's a big lack of those in the industry. So I've mentored several female directors, and in the States and over here. And there's a young guy I've just taken on through Directors UK. If any of your listeners want to be a director, I suggest they join Directors UK. And also BEC2, the union, because there's some great webinars at the moment on all sorts of aspects of the industry, which are really, really interesting, and if you're in lockdown, nothing else you can do, you can watch TV, you can watch shows like this, interviews and what have you, and you may pick up odds and ends. One hopes.
Yeah, well, like just quickly, like going back to the deadlines and working so quickly, looking at the performance of actors, how can you really just get because I was talking to a big actress earlier on in the show, first thing this morning, and they just get one rehearsal and then do it. For you, how do you just really link it up and then just get that performance out of them as the director?
Well, I try, and as I say, the pressure of production is they want you to kind of stick down the envelope as soon as possible, make decisions and move on. Whereas I always want to push the envelope and give actors as much space on set while shooting a scene as possible, because at the end of the day, that's what we're watching. We're not watching me, we're watching them tell the story. And if you've got actors who are being, and it happens, but if you have actors that are being pressured and feel pressured by the fact that the day is coming to a close, they've got their big scene still to do, and they're worried about, giving their best, you're going to end up with it won't do anybody any favors. We won't get the performances, we won't get the potentiality of the performance, and we won't get the best from everybody. So I think that when I look at a day, we plan it that there are some very big important scenes in that day, and there are some scenes that can be shot much quicker, and so we plan around that. We try not to push our cast into corners. I mean, for instance, Line of Duty is known for Jed's fantastic interview scenes, which are very, very long. So let's say there's a 29-page scene set in an interview room, 4 people. We need lots and lots of shots to cover that scene. How do you do that where the actor is not, emptied 2 hours into the day from having to do it so many times? And on Line of Duty, they started off, and I think it was Lenny James's idea, that these big interview scenes, he wanted to do it all in one go. So, and I've done some that ran for 40 minutes. And this is a style that we've carried on because, in Jed's work, in a interview room, you've got normally the police on one side asking questions. Did you do it? Why are those chickens in your cupboard? How come you're covered in feathers? And the emotional journey on the other side is for the suspect who is sweating under this interrogation. In Line of Duty, you've rarely got police interviewing police who all know each other, and therefore both sides of that table have performances that are kind of roller coasters. They're going up and down and up and down. And Martin Constance said to me, there's kind of so many words in this scene. I said, yes, but listen, it's like a car chase in an office. That's what it is with Jed's writing, because the scene emotionally is going up and down around sharp corners, coming to a kind of crashing against each other. And so you need to run that scene in its entirety to allow the actor to get into it and go up and down and round and emotionally become involved with the whole scene. And, looks and glances, reactions are as important as actions within those scenes. If you watch scenes cut together, there's an awful lot of people looking and thinking and working out what they're going to say next and stuff. There's a lot of subtext there to play. And so let's say there's that scene. This is me still answering the question about creating conditions for actors and their performances. A 40-minute scene like that, we'd give 2 days. This is pre-COVID. 3 cameras, and ostensibly one half of the table one day, the other half of the table the next day. And then towards the end, I like to, if the actors got anything left in their tanks, to kind of throw the camera around a bit, let the camera roam around the scene, kind of going and not covering the dialogue, covering just some connective tissue between those 4 people in a room. And we often use those shots to, allow people to concentrate on the subtext as well as the text. And that process allows actors to give their best. We get lots of decent shots. And then, those scenes, they're all riveting. They're all, fantastic.
Yeah. With the sense of roller coaster and looking more at you now with journey-wise, when did you get that that bug? Why did you decide that, I want to get involved in the industry that is full of so much content? Why did you feel like this is where I can go and this is where I can really make a mark, which you have done so well?
Well, Bailey, I wasn't very academic, and therefore, in those days, I went to art school because it was either university or a vocational course. Not everyone had to go to university, and it wasn't kind of expected. And I was, as I say, not very academic, so I went to art school. But I think it was I was thinking about this morning, it's my kind of best mate's dad was part of an amateur cine society, and he used to get 16mm prints on my mate's birthday and project movies in the sitting room on a sheet, that sort of thing, and then made sort of, kind of home movies and what have you. And I'm thinking that has to be the kernel of my interest in telling stories in that way. I went to art school and did a course, communication and design, which was basically graphic design, but in the third year you could do this thing called film and television. I did that. I made a kind of a black and white kind of comedy on that, and then basically joined the BBC after some interviews and what have you as a trainee assistant film editor. Sadly, those courses aren't there today for people that are wanting to, direct. And I worked my way through, luckily, on drama shows, quite influential ones at the time, as an assistant editor, film editor. I got sponsored again on the BBC Drama Directors course. It doesn't exist, though I think they have a few courses now, but I'm sorry to say that those days have gone now. I made a film on that, which got transmitted in the screenplay first. So, I worked my way through, then I left to work on Brookside. Any director, any actor, I think, actually, I learned more on Brookside, or rather I learned everything that I've ever used since doing 6 months on a soap. Again, Brookside doesn't exist anymore. It's just like, my world is collapsing behind me like a Christopher Nolan movie. So it's, but you come across crews telling stories under pressure. I'd never worked with actors before because I was a film editor. So I joined the Questors Theatre in Ealing, which is a near professional theatre, but amateurs, as a DSM, deputy stage manager, just so I could be around actors to see what on earth they were. That was my first experience of working with actors, part of a bit of Amdram work, my own. So I did that in order to learn about something I knew nothing about. And then, the drama director's course, Brookside, The Bill, police procedural, which no longer exists. And then Prime Suspect 2 with Helen Mirren was my first big show.
Okay. Yeah. With just with that quickly, going back to that sense of education, whatever you're talking about, it stems from that. And this is something that's sometimes a big argument on this show. Do you think those that aspire to be the biggest and try and be not the fame hungry, but try and maximize their success, they really need to have the education behind them before they go towards those auditions, or they are in these roles? Because sometimes it's kind of like you can see the talent, you can see the raw talent, and I see on this show quite a lot, but then the understanding of what they're doing is not in place. Do you think that education is really, really important to really find a manner of success?
I think education is supremely important. The more that you know, the more choices, the more you know about the world is very important. But there's also a kind of caveat to that. I say I'm not very academic. I have art A-level, and I have what 5 what are now GCSEs, and then my art diploma from art school. I think that's all fine, but you can learn, you can be educated at any time in your life. I'm learning every day. I did a course quite recently on something. So I don't think you should allow education or a lack of education to hold you back. Yes, you need to understand the text, if you're doing the classics. But equally, you can learn that on the job in one sense. And I think someone told me recently that in order to get your picture in spotlight, and this might be wrong, you need to have 5 GCSEs. Now I thought, well, that's not right. If it's true, it's
rubbish. No, yeah.
because just in terms of you know, the lack of, you know, actors from poor backgrounds, working class backgrounds from all around the country, you know, again, it's a great move, as there should be, to push actors from all over the social classes, and just to open it up, because we, you know, otherwise it becomes a little bit, you know, posh. I mean, I've been told I've got a posh voice. There's nothing posh about me, I tell you, because my father was a mechanical engineer, my mother's a PA, my grandfather was a wet fish shop manager, but I do have a what's been called a posh voice, but that means nothing. So what I'm saying is that there's a lack of actors from, and BAME as well. I mean, there's just, you know, it's just more and more needs to be done to encourage and draw out from our huge talent pool in this country. And you know, BAFTA is doing a fantastic job in opening up and creating more opportunities. Black Lives Matter is a huge turning point, I think.
Yeah. Something's going to happen, and it's going to happen.
I mean, when I did, you know, my eyes were opened. I think in 1990, when we were casting Prime Suspect 2, which is the story of a young black officer in a predominantly white police force in the Met, and every single black actor that we auditioned told us how they're always being stopped by the police, pulled over for no reason, what have you. And for me, you know, embarrassingly, it was so late in my life that I realized how terrible that was. And then it's still going on. You know, you just hear it in the news all the time. So it's, you know, it seems nothing's really changed since 1990. So I'm really hoping that this will be you know, another wake-up call for the country and for all of us to look at our responsibilities. You know, I think the National Trust and English Heritage have got a huge job on their hands, looking at all their properties and making sure that because I mean, you know, an awful lot of them are on the proceeds of plantations and slavery and that money coming in from that they've got a huge job. I think you should revisit all of their sites and just make sure that story is now being told, as well as the John Adam, about, you know, the John Adam fireplaces, all the rest of it.
You know, it goes down to accessibility, doesn't it? With everything.
Yes.
For just looking at pathways, and yes, we've listened to your journey, but picking up on those that want to be the next director, the next big name, the next person who just wants to tell those stories. Where can you were naming some names earlier, but where can people start to really begin that journey, build the foundations, the building blocks up, to find, to give themselves a shot, to give themselves a chance?
I think if people want to tell stories, then they should start with this. You've got these now. I didn't have these in my day. We had to use Super 8 film and then 16mm, and it was very expensive. You can make a drama on a phone, and also then if you had money, you can get the Canon 5 or whatever it is camera, and the equipment's very cheap and very accessible. Okay. So you need to start making short stories. So you've got something to show people what you can do.
With that, sorry. Just with that one, just because a lot of people as well say it's quite intimidating. Yes, there are the phones, but is it okay? Film it on that, and then just send it to an established person in the industry. Should you just think, don't worry about, because it's really hard, isn't it? Because there's the quality, but there's also just, you've got to do it. You've got to be able to do it and use what you've got.
Yes, I think, knocking on people's doors, why not? I think that there are an awful lot of short film festivals now. I can't think, there's a very good society whose name escapes me that encourages and is a great forum for short filmmakers. What is it? I'll have to look it up. And they have competitions on a regular basis. And so therefore, because making short films and having nowhere to send them is a bit dispiriting. You need a kind of a deadline. And a lot of these short film competitions give you that deadline to aim at, and you also see other people's films, and it's encouraging that you're not alone, and that a lot of like-minded people are telling stories, and you can see their ideas and what they're doing. So I think, you know, you need to be making stuff in order to move yourself forward. And then, you know, this young director I'm is mentoring at the moment. He was a runner on a show, and then 2 years later, he'd made a short film, put it in a festival, and was making stuff. But I said, listen, you should join Directors UK. And he asked me if I'd mentor him. I said, yes, but get in touch, by all means, but get in touch with Directors UK. They have mentoring schemes where, and they're obviously, you know, very well subscribed, but they'll, you know, you get paid. If you're going to get attached to a program, you know, you'll get some money while you're also standing next to a director watching him work. Certainly, Jenny Darnell was a trainee director on Bodyguard. You know, she sat and watched me direct Bodyguard. She'd done, you know, a couple of shows, but the problem with her and a lot of other female directors is that they find it hard to break into high-end dramas, it's called. You know, they could do soaps, they do Casualty, they do a lot of shows like that, but trying to get to the next level was the stumbling block. So Jenny worked with me, you know, and it was a very positive experience. And lo and behold, I'm not doing Line of Duty this year, sadly, but Jenny's going to do the last block. So, which is fantastic news. So, you know, these things happen, and if you want to do it, then you must go for it. I think we interviewed about 15 female directors for that one position on Bodyguard, and every single one of them had a fantastic career in terms of the wonderful work they've been doing. But as I say, they all had the same problem of trying to get into the next level, to be taken seriously by producers to move their careers on. So I'm doing everything I can to encourage that. But there's no, I mean, you know, again, all the pathways that were around when I was starting, you know, don't exist anymore. So BAFTA, Tk2, Directors UK are all very good and have schemes and, you know, things that you have to fight to get on, but there are opportunities. I've been very impressed with Tk2 recently. It doesn't cost much to join that union, but there's lots of webinars there and all sorts of different aspects of our industry, and it's interesting, and it's, you know, it'll all help.
Yeah, with I was going back to the page, the story, the script, the most important thing that motivates you, inspiration stylistically. What really gets the gears going? What really makes you, apart from the great quality script, what are the types of things that you absolutely love to delve into?
Well, you know, I've again been lucky enough to work in almost every single genre there is. Doesn't matter where the story is set. If it's exciting with fantastic characters, that's it. And I've done, you know, I've done science fiction. We did this for BBC 3, I think it was at the time, with Tom Hardy playing a scientist in A for Andromeda, it was called. And Kelly Riley was the other scientist in the show. So I've done science fiction. I've just done comedy drama in the States, a show called The Flight Attendant, starring Kaylee Kuko, who, as I say, it's a mini-series based on a novel. And, you know, and I'm trying to write and finish my rom-com, because I love rom-coms, so I've never been asked to do one, because ever since Prime Suspect, it's like, John, police dramas. If there's a dead body in the script, John Strickland's your man. That's what you want for that. With working on set, you said earlier there's bound always there to be a problem of some sort on the day. You work around it. For you, how do you overcome the challenges that you face efficiently and professionally, the home life versus the job? Yes, that's tricky. I mean, the director is away a lot, you know, in order just for the very nature of the job, and more so in the last few years because so many different countries have tax breaks, and therefore invariably you need to go abroad to make your show, even though it's set in England. Maybe you're still shooting it in various parts of Prague if it's a period drama, you know, in their fantastic houses, what have you. So it keeps you away a lot. So the work-life balance is tricky, and I think I've failed at it miserably. And I said to somebody recently, one of the joys about COVID and the lockdown is that I am at home. And that is such a joy. It's so brilliant. Apart from the total lack of funds, it's just fantastic to reconnect with, you know, where I live and my family. And but that work-life balance is very, very hard. And if two of you are professionals with children, it's just it's a Rubik's Cube. And I'm not very good with Rubik's Cube, trying to get all the colours together. So it's tricky. There's no one answer for it. Yeah.
But reconnecting with it all, pleasures outside of it, obviously the full-time directing job, but outside of it, like even now, what do you talking about the webinars? What else do you like to do creatively? Where do your other passions lie?
Oh dear. Well, yeah, I knew you were going to say this. I've been enjoying theatre recently. Don't ask me any titles I've seen because my mind goes blank. I love musicals. London Road is a fantastic drama. If I've got the right title, made up of transcripts from people to do with there was some prostitutes murdered in a part of Yorkshire, I believe. That's probably wrong. But they made the whole musical up from those transcripts. I found that very exciting. What else do I do? Art, obviously, from my art school experience. I go to a lot of galleries because you never know where ideas are going to come from. You know, that suddenly encapsulate a thought you've had about a project, a scene. So the visual media I'm very interested in, and you know, I'm always going around to galleries. A lot of reading. I've got a garage full of art equipment, which I never use. Of course, you think, you know, you're on lockdown. Great. There's a shelf of books I've never read behind me. I'm going to get through all that lot. I'm going to finish those 2 scripts, and that ease and all that art stuff's going to come out of the garage and be used on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Yes, and it's just the object of time. It just appears to be that like weeks are going so quickly, but it just feels like it's just been never ending. But it's just so hard to find that maybe perhaps motivation.
Absolutely, it's just it's tricky. I mean, you know, deadlines are very creative. I think pressure to finish something actually makes you think in very creative ways. Whereas an open-ended schedule is much harder to, you know, endless amounts of money. It's very hard to spend on a show, actually. And the restrictions produce more creative thoughts, really, you know, I think, and ideas that you wouldn't have thought of. You've been forced to think in a different way, and that produces some very interesting ideas.
Thoughts, sensations, like being excited when you any given start of when you get involved with a development of a project. What is the sensation like of seeing it from where you initially started it to the end product? Because that must be truly something.
Well, I mean, that is very exciting. But as I say, it's kind of a different thing. You start off with this script idea, and you end up with a finished project, film, TV show, and it's been such a big journey to get to there that it's the one time you can relax and switch off. You don't switch off until you know, you kind of watch it go out, and then of course you're then waiting for to see what the responses are like. But I think actually, if you've done the best job you can, how people react to it is not that important in one sense. I mean, if you think you've told the story well, you've done your job. How people react to that story is something you can't control, and you shouldn't be thinking about. You shouldn't be trying to second guess how an audience is going to react, other than if I'm trying to make them excited, then I want them to be excited, and I will do that in the edit and the way I shoot a show. There's also something. I mean, the other thing to say, of course, is, you know, if I work 6, 7, 8 months on something, and then you watch it go out on television in 60 minutes or over a couple of nights, you suddenly think, good God, that was, you know, nearly a year of my life gone, and like that. It's just so fast. The machine eats the material so much, and all that thought and energy and all those different parts have come together, and it goes, and that's it. I mean, well, the joy of theatre, of course, is that, you know, with a long run, you get to revisit that daily, nightly, and then as a play, it can be put on again somewhere else, and going on tour. So that material, that story, has a life to it beyond that initial transmission. Now, I suppose we do have box sets, and we do have ways of watching material, DVDs and what have you, but there's nothing as exciting as watching a film strangely being transmitted still, I find. It's different, you know, and even if I've seen a film a dozen times and I suddenly see, oh, BBC Two, it's that film again, I better sit down and watch it, it's going out live, you know, I will still watch it again and get hooked again, because there's something about it being transmitted that has a kind of a community about it, you know. I go to the cinema, and the theatre has a live quality to it, which is fantastic and very exciting, you know. Keeping things alive, I think that's my would be, I should have that on a t-shirt, because it's the way I work and the way I like to kind of, you know, tell stories, keep it fresh as possible.
Yeah, staying alive. And I know we're slightly running out of time. I can't believe it's nearly been an hour or whatever. Thank you so much as well. Just the key, summing it up whilst we're closing, of just giving a key piece of advice that's really stuck with you, or trying to find inspiration perhaps, or even just anything that springs to mind that you could say, just to shed a little bit more light and give people a little bit more confidence when trying to reignite this industry or starting from the ground up.
Okay, so I'm going to say to actors, auditions, don't take it personally when you get rejected, which is a weird thing to say, because obviously an actor and the personality of that actor is what you're selling, but actually don't take it personally, because there are so many influences on who gets cast in any role. There are the people in the room, if you're lucky enough to come into a room for a casting, invariably it's on tape these days, but if you are, you know, yes, there are people in the room that are watching you, meet you, say hello to you, but then beyond that, there are executive producers who won't be in the room, who will have a say in who gets a part. The commissioners these days also have a say in who gets parts. They have a say in who directs, who, you know, DOPs. I mean, there's a whole endless layers of people who are all commenting and making decisions on who gets that one part. And also, as I said when I first started off, you know, the person I think, this type of person I think will best suit that character changes as I watch it. And you may get a fantastic performance in the audition, but you know what, it was fantastic. But actually, because my view of that character has changed, it no longer fits. That's not down to you being bad or good. It's down to the fact that the focus has shifted. So I would definitely say that to actors, and also to them, always learn the part. Even if you've got it the night before, you've got your audition, you're going in, you might have 8 auditions that day if you're very lucky. If you don't learn it, I can't really see the potential of your performance and of you as an actor playing that part. And if you don't, the next 10 people that come in will have done, and in comparison to them, you'll look less. You won't look as you won't be presenting yourself in the best possible light.
Exactly. Well, John, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully, catch you again sometime soon. But please do look after yourself.
No, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I hope it's been of some use.
It has been. It's been the feedback, especially on the server. I know people are coming in and out of the YouTube, but those who are listening via audio, they've completely loved it. So thank you so much. Hopefully, get you back again very, very soon.
It will be my pleasure, and keep watching.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Righty. Oh, my goodness. That was a sensational John Strickland, everyone. My, oh, my. How amazing is it? Let's just quickly check of how we are doing with donations. I know they are flying through at the moment. Here's the link here, just being cheeky. It's all for a great cause. Oh, someone has made another donation. Let's quickly have a look. Where's my mind? I haven't stopped, so my mind is kind of going in so many different directions, but we'll find it again. Where's the brain? Oh, the brain's here. Okay, fantastic. Let's just quickly check donations. Oh yes! Oh my goodness! Literally in the past, there we go. In the past 30 minutes, we've got another £50. So thank you so much to those that have donated, guys. We are £30 away from the initial figure that I really wanted to get for this charity. Every penny counts. Oh my goodness, I'm getting a bit emotional anyway because I didn't even know there was going to be any donations coming in, because I know it's very tight for everyone. We're on £220. I can't believe in the past two hours we have got that figure. Absolutely sensational. I thought we were going to get that at the very end of the 14 hours when I would have lost my mind, which I'm starting to do anyway. But there we go. Everyone, we're going to momentarily take a 2-minute break, but please stay tuned via the server and on YouTube, because up next we have the sensational Fiona and Paul from Keddie-Ord. Stay tuned. Oh goodness, we're back and we're doing very well for time, which is really not like me. So I think it's probably a miracle day. Who knows? So I'm just going to quickly pour some water, and then we're going to quickly hit it. And oh my goodness, I'm excited because we're going from established industry. Oh my God, John, inspirational. Thank you. The chat has gone on fire on the server, but now we're going to other people who are absolutely just as, if not more, sensational, established top talent agents. Keddie, Scott's Fiona and Paul. They join us now. Hello.
Hello. Happy Saturday.
We got an extra few minutes, which is great, which we can add on. How are you guys doing at the moment? If it's okay, go Fiona and Paul, just so because going over audio.
Okay, well, actually had a bit of a stressful morning because we got 2 new baby little kittens yesterday, which is very exciting. And then they're 8 weeks old, and we woke up this morning and they were gone, nowhere to be seen, but we found them. But that was 4 hours of hunting this morning.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. My goodness.
Anyway, apart from that, really good now. And wearing makeup for the second time in 14 weeks.
Oh, goodness. With just quickly, with times where it has been a bit stressful, because this whole scenario has been, what do you do to really kind of just recharge, re-stick, and then go again?
Yeah, I think it's particularly hard for artists at the moment because essentially, it's immediate redundancy for now, with no control over making anything happen for the future. I mean, some people obviously are doing great online work and staying very proactive, but I think it is a good time for people to spend time taking care of themselves and kind of trying to reset and recharge. Life is always moving really quickly, so it really is, as difficult as it is, a time to really focus on an opportunity that we never usually have, where life is slower and you can just take a little bit more time with your family or your nearest and dearest, and read those books that you've never had time to read.
With immediacy, for you, because you have to work so quickly, and everything is in demand, and especially your agency. For you, just kicking it off, because I love it, because we meant to start in 2 minutes and now we've got the extra time. Woo! Starting questions a bit early is for you, what makes it, stemming from what John was talking about earlier, for an actor, what stands out for you creative? Why you're just like, is there something you look specific for in someone when you try to get people on your books?
I'll let Paul follow on from this in a sec, because there's not really any one thing. It's everybody's completely unique. So, a plethora of talent with different skills and ages and backgrounds and experiences, and different strengths and weaknesses, and different personalities. So it's not really something that you can put your finger on. It's just a case-by-case basis. And then, slowly over time, building an artist list that is completely diverse. Every single client is very, very different to the next. And that's sort of particularly exciting for us. So we would never really consider someone who's applying to the agency whereby we have someone similar to them, because that wouldn't be in anybody's best interest.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Completely agree with you, and I think it's just I think it's me and Fiona are very like we like people just with very good energy, so they bring kind of good energy to the room or whatever. But as Fee says, we don't. There's no point in us having any clashes at all, because then basically you're competing within your own book, which you don't want to be doing at all. And then it's not fair in the artists that you look after or bringing someone else they want to be competing within that way. But but I just think good energy and just bringing yourself, being who you are, is like what we love as an agency. And that's what we kind of love.
Yeah. There's a certain kind of charisma that we tend to kind of gravitate towards. But not something that you can describe or put in a recipe, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, after being successful in obtaining an agent, how does the actor know when and kind of not to call, like approach the agency? Because it is quite difficult in that sense.
Yeah, that is something that is asked quite regularly, I have to say, whenever I do any Q&As. But actually, I would hope that when you're in a good situation with your representation, that there actually is just a really solid trust there. And that if you do feel a burning desire to ask questions or to approach or connect with your agent, if you haven't had an opportunity to speak for a little while for whatever reason, that it should be easy and straightforward to just pick up the phone and have a chat. Or drop an email, whatever your preferred means of communication is. But generally, we do have regular communication with our clients anyway, because you're regularly talking about projects or auditions for projects or tapes. So there's always that back and forth. But yeah, if someone takes maybe a little bit of time out and then they want to have a catch up, we will usually have a face-to-face meeting. Not at the moment, but a Zoom meeting maybe. Maybe we chat to our clients quite regularly. I would just say that that it shouldn't be complicated. You talk to your agent.
Communication wise, is there anything? What should actors kind of be maybe aware of in terms of malpractice of how an agent might perhaps exploit you when they are being approached?
Well, you definitely, obviously, I think I say obviously, it's, you know, possibly it wouldn't be obvious at the time, but you have to definitely check the legitimacy of that agency, that the person who's contacting you is the person they say they are. You know, there's vulnerability out there for online exploitation, and people who are trying to make a career in acting, you know, is a strong and burning desire, and so there's a big desire to be represented. A big desire to connect with casting directors. So that would leave someone vulnerable to being contacted by someone who is claiming to be an agent or a casting director, and it's very important that you always double check that source and make sure you are speaking to the person that they say they are.
Yeah, we speak to drama school students, like we always, that's a question we get asked all the time. And you know, the reason how, you know, agents and actors make money is because we're working together as a team, and like you should never be subscribing to an agency or, you know, paying money to be part of an agency. That's, you know, that's the relationship that we have, and that's how we all make our money and work together. So a lot of drama students ask that question, so it's a good one to know that you just shouldn't be paying, you know, subscribing to an agency, you know, because there was a big scam, I think it was like maybe 10 years ago, and like you said, oh, you could come join an agency, and you sent a click out, and you gave the check, and then you sent it, and then they passed it, and then they went away. So you know, that just shouldn't be happening. So
yeah. On that, whilst we're on that, with regards to communication, how long do you typically follow an actor, communicate with them before making an offer, and also how long is the actor allowed to have to consider that offer?
Oh, good questions, Billy. Okay. How long do we follow an actor? Gosh, we sound like stalkers. I suppose we are a little bit. So yeah, sometimes it is over maybe the course of a year or more. If they're in drama school, then sometimes you will see them in production quite early in their course, when they're not ready for graduation and they're not going to be signing for representation until the end of that course. So you may just follow their work. You might have spotted them early, maybe midway through second year, for example, and there's a year and a half to go. So you might go to quite a few of their productions and get a really good breadth of knowledge of that actor playing, you know, contrasting roles. If it's someone that's writing to you, then you may be asking for further footage, and then the next step is going to be a meeting to see if you connect and get on well together. At the point at which we make an offer, we try to stick to a policy of, you know, there's a week. You have a week to make that decision of accepting or turning down the representation offer. It's actually basically because if it drags on for an awful long time, then you can, you know, I think the momentum can start to go. But also, if there is a gap on our book and we are actually trying to fill that gap with a skill set or kind of a type, and we've made that offer to you, then we don't want to lose maybe someone else who might be able to step into those shoes because you're taking maybe a few weeks to make a decision. However, that said, it's never really based on, there's never a pressure-based situation. So if someone says, I really need extra time because I've got a few more meetings, but those meetings are here, so I'd be able to respond to you at this point, then usually, you know, we're able to say, yeah, that's fine, you know, take your meetings and then we'll talk again after. So it's sort of not usually a prescribed amount of time, but we don't like to be left hanging for weeks, and certainly not months.
Yeah. This kind of like two kind of questions is, what's the number one reason for getting someone on the books? And then also, what would you ever drop somebody from your books, and if so, why?
That's a question.
Number one reason for getting someone onto our books is really simple. We're just extremely excited about their talent, and it's really as simple as that. You know, when you see someone's talent, and you can't stop thinking, I have to represent that person. And that's the best. It's the best feeling, and then it's great when that person joins your agency as well, and it's really exciting. However, of course, sometimes not all relationships work out, and that's the same for agents and clients. And sometimes it's the client that will make the break, and sometimes it's the agent that will make the break. I have to say, we're pretty, we will really spend a long time trying before we would ever, sever a relationship with a client. It's a horrible thing, and we hate it. But sometimes, if you really have been trying together for years, sometimes you have to be the person to do that, because then that client will be free to go and find new representation that works better, the chemistry is better. But if you don't make that move, then that person may just stay with you for years and potentially tread water. Sometimes it does just take a change to kickstart things into gear. So yeah, they just don't always work out.
Yes, it is like a relationship, isn't it? It's like a relationship. It's like a relationship.
Yeah, and you don't always know why it doesn't work out. Just sometimes it doesn't. And it's sad.
Yeah, falling into place for you guys, going to your journeys now. All these actors, all these people. Yeah, bugger off now, because it's down to you guys. When did for you, why did you decide that this is the career path, this is the choice, that this is the decision that I wanted to make, to really feel like I've got a platform and I can really do good with this?
So we were both actors before, and loved that. Really enjoyed the acting career. But as I went further into the agenting world, I don't know, it's going to sound really cheesy, but I just really felt like I'd found myself properly. I'd always thought that was acting, and then I realized there was something that I liked even more, and it was presenting forward and pushing and promoting someone else's talents, not mine. So it was a pretty instinctive thing. But also on a technical side, I really enjoyed the management side of things, the organization of it, the strategizing, planning with people, working as a team. I could never be a salesperson, but I guess our business is people. The thing that we're selling is people, and that's a whole different thing, a whole different kind of promotion. There's so much involved; it's really complex, and so I think I just really loved it. Really loved every aspect of it. And so as soon as I started to get quite deep into the agenting world, I was definitely saying goodbye to the acting world for good, happily, very happily. And I think you're quite similar, aren't you?
Yeah, it's just because me and Fiona have known each other, God, 23 years, or for so long, and we're both actors. We just got to a certain point, and I remember being on stage, and we were working on the agency, trying to build it up and everything, and then it just got to a point, and I just remember going I want to see my clients up here. I want to see them doing well. I want them to succeed. I want them to be amazing. So yeah, it was a kind of natural progression. Fiona kind of stepped away from acting before me, and then I kind of followed, and it just felt like the most natural thing to, we love actors. Fiona and I love acting, and all our agents and they love actors, and that's why we love what we do. And we want to promote them, and we want to be amazing, and we want to support them. So yeah, so it's it's the best job on the planet. From someone that's from being an actor that wants to get mixed up with management and responsibility, and if that makes sense. But yeah.
It actually, so much so that, we're really used to being in the background and not being seen or being heard, publicly. So actually doing things like this can sometimes be quite strange. Yeah. Because it's sort of, you don't just look at our actors and clients. We don't, no, it's not about us. It's about them.
100%.
With everything that you know now, if you were going to revisit the actor selves again, going back to strategy and progression, what would you say to yourself to give yourself a bit more of perhaps a step up with regards to the acting? Because it is sometimes the unknown. People are a bit unsure of what direction they should take themselves in to be seen, to be represented, to be heard.
I would say my thing is like, and again, that does sound a bit cheesy, but just always listen to your gut. Always listen to your gut, where your gut's telling you that. Follow through from that 100%. Listen to your gut, and then that will help you. And and just be happy. Like, surround yourself with like positive people, positive times, positive energy, and everything will kind of fall suit.
Yeah, on like technical sides of it, making it, what moves can you make when you're approaching an audition or a script? What I've actually learned more from just watching as an agent is the actors that make really bold choices. Make really bold choices, then give really, really exciting auditions and really exciting tapes. So that would be my biggest tip if you're trying to find what that little extra X factor thing is. I think, I don't want to put words in mouths, and I'm certainly not a director myself, but I think that's what directors do like to see, is an interpretation of the script that's your own, and you interpret it and you make that choice and you stick with it, and you give over your interpretation of that script. I find it really interesting when I see 2 or 3 people do the same piece of text and to give it 3 completely different meanings because of how that read inside of their own heads. I think it's really fascinating.
Yeah. Bold choices is what a lot of our casting director friends say. Like, that's what they love, and just like bring yourself to it, and like, yeah, definitely, totally agree with you.
And setting up, making the transition from actor to agent, setting it up for those who do want to be, the next big agency. Where on earth can people start? Because from an outsider, for me, I'm thinking, how on earth can you just make something so quickly, get that momentum going? Because it seems madness.
Well, the key word that you used there was quickly. It's not quick. It takes years, and there's no shortcut to that. It's there's no shortcut. It takes years, because if you're setting up your own agency, it takes years and years and years just to really reach the contacts, and you never stop. You never stop reaching out to new contacts, or contacts that are less familiar with you, or new businesses and producers and casting directors that are setting up too. So it's a constant moving beast. But at the beginning, it's very hard. It's very tricky, and it's a long, slow slog. A good one, but you just have to be really comfortable with that idea. Otherwise, if you're not actually starting your own agency, but you're looking to become a great agent, is to look at the agencies that you really admire and try and get a job there.
With differences in agencies, this is a question that was just sent in. What's the difference between UK agencies and USA agencies, if anything, the international agencies versus the?
Well, for Fiona and I, we kind of head up the whole kind of New York, LA side of things, but we've been very educated over the last couple of years because we work in a certain way, and over there, like, they have like agents and managers. As in the UK, we kind of like, especially being like, we are like managers that working like together. So it is different, but we finally kind of haven't we got our head around like the differences of it.
Yeah, I think so. It's quite confusing to begin with, but the managers in the US, the managers handle the clients photographs, approaches to auditions, maybe working on scripts, finding really great coaches to work with, great studios to do their tapes in. It's all the care side of it. It's with the managers, and the agents are out, you know, pitching and subbing and reaching to the jobs. They're quite aggressive in that way in the US, and not aggressive in a bad way. That sounds like a negative comment. I mean aggressive as in kind of furious, lots of energy, chasing on the phone, and then the agents also negotiate the contracts. They'll quite often work with a lawyer as well. So there's kind of a team, an entourage, as far as I can see in the US. Whereas in the UK, we tend to be agents and personal managers. We sort of do the whole thing. We box it all up. And we might consult outside of that, but we mostly do the whole thing. So it is quite different. We do work quite differently.
No, sorry, just another question coming in. They're starting to come in. I'll have to be careful, guys. I won't be able to say all of them just because of time. But this one that just came in from Jamie, thank you, Jamie, is if we write alongside our chosen profession, would you recommend getting just an acting agent or an acting and writing agent, like United do, for example?
Sorry, I didn't quite get the question there. If we sorry?
Jamie said, it says, if we write alongside our chosen profession, would you recommend getting just an acting agent or an acting and writing agent?
Well, I mean, I guess ideally you would get an acting and writing, well, or an agent that covers both things if they cover them both well. But it's more likely that you're going to have an agent that focuses on each.
Yeah.
Especially if it's writing. I mean, you'll more often find agencies that do look after actors and certain types of creatives like directors and choreographers. But writing, literary agenting is quite different. So it's more likely that you would have a separate agent, I would have thought.
Yeah, I agree.
And with agents, going back to the relationship of it, how can people start to build a good relationship with the favoured agents before even thinking of being considered, etc., etc.?
I'd say the relationship is after signing. It starts with the meeting. It starts with the agent exploring the talent and seeing the different sides of that talent and being really drawn and excited by the talent. And then the meeting. And the meeting is where, you know, you really get an idea on whether you're excited to work together and that there's good chemistry there and a good relationship is going to start and bloom. And then it's through the representation. I'm not sure there's not that many opportunities to start garnering a relationship with an agent before representation, unless you mean kind of slowly over a passage of time, if an agent's maybe shown a bit of interest in your work and that you're continuing a dialogue and keeping them up to date with your work, then maybe a relationship might slowly build. I mean, I say that I have got a couple of clients that I knew for years and years before I eventually represented them, but I guess we kind of kept meeting under different circumstances through friends of friends, and they became really good friends whose talents I've always championed. And so eventually, hurrah, they asked for representation and it was an easy yes. But I would say, you know, mostly the relationship begins when the representation begins.
And where's it gone? There it is. The type of work. What type of work, like even just now during lockdown as such, what is the stuff that you really like to watch? What stylistically, genre-wise, etc., etc.?
Something fun.
Yeah.
Like there's so many things that, you know, we watch. There's so much drama and so many tears, but something fun, make us laugh. Like just now, that's the way I feel anyway. And again, everything we say is our own personal choice as agents, but make us laugh. Let's have fun. Do you know what I mean? And something just fun. Yeah.
I'm watching a cross section of things. I'm turning to comedy when I'm, you know, we're all having those days every now and again at the moment with lockdown. It's a weird sort of emotional roller coaster lockdown, and we're all having those days where we just kind of wake up and go, I feel rubbish today. And so I'm trying to accommodate to kind of try and keep things light. So I completely absorbed Schitt's Creek, which was just sensational. But I also like watching things that are character driven, especially if they have a lot of heart and they give you a lot of faith in the human nature. So shows like This Is Us, I love. And then also a bit of dark comedy is fun as well, like Dead to Me. I'm watching that at the moment. But then I just watched something earlier today, actually, on BBC iPlayer called Make Me Famous. It was I don't know whether it's what they would call it, a film or just a one-part drama, but it's really good. It's really a really good observation of how things work, especially here in the UK, and how we're very social media driven and how that can be quite dangerous, quite poisonous. And the instant fame situation that we have with reality TV, and again, how that can be really dangerous, and the social media off the back of that. It was really a really fascinating script, I thought, and it was really well played by the actors in it. So have a little look at that if you get a chance.
Well, Fiona, Paul, thank you so much for coming to visit and pop in today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Likewise, thanks for having us.
Enjoy the programs. Send the love to the kittens. See you soon.
Thanks. Bye.
Oh my goodness, absolutely loving this. Thank you to Fiona and Paul, Keddie Scott. Right, everyone, we're going to have a momentary 2-minute break, but up next, Paul was talking about having fun, sensation, being great. Up next, our next guest is just that, Grace Taylor. Stay tuned, because up next is Grace. Right, we're back. Change the scenery a little bit. I know a lot of people are tuning in audio-wise. Thank you for those that are tuning in. I know people are coming in and out on the YouTube. But the light, it's gone really, really sunny, and it's been a bit weird in this studio. But anyway, oh my goodness, thank you to everyone that is donating, to everyone that's been on the show thus far. The donations coming in, so it's been absolutely sensational. We're £10 already, £10 off the mark in which we've already set. We've nearly raised £250 for the Dash charity, supporting victims of domestic abuse to allow families to move on in the future. So thank you so much. Link again, I'm just going to quickly put here. Guys, yet again, just before I quickly ran to the toilet and quickly got some water and talked about Grace Taylor. She's on the show now. She's sensational. Oh my goodness, doesn't need any introduction. She joins us now. Hello, Grace.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you? Thank you so much. It's great.
So it's my pleasure. I did the Zoom wave thing, you know, like we've all started waving on the internet because that's, you know, the norm now. So hi.
Hey, Grace, before we go on, do you know Gemma Maddock by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, she just told me, she just messaged me just saying to say hello and everything. But yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah.
Oh, give her my love. I love Gemma.
Yeah, I will most definitely. But yeah, actually, whilst we're on that, because we've been throughout this morning, there's been a lot of conversation about collaboration, and obviously, knowing Gemma, you know Gemma, for people that you work with on the sensational productions that you have worked on. For you, when what collaboration wise, what do you want to see in new collaborators? What's it about them that you're like, oh yeah, I really like them. They're all right.
So my general thing is, do we click as people? Like, can I go to the pub and have a drink with them? Love a drink at the pub. Do I want to hang out with them? And are they yes people? So are they going to listen to an idea, say yes, run with it, and then suggest more ideas and all that kind of stuff? So yeah, I mean, it's really, there's no formula for collaboration. It's just clicking and being open and accepting and happy. Happy people are great.
And happy. Got to talk about Six. We've got a lot of Six coming our way today, kicking off.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for you being the associate director on it. Obviously, it's such a feel-good show, and everything has to be so tight-knit. For you with your role, what's the first thing with a show like this, which is so fun factor, which sometimes could maybe perhaps it's great, but with any given show, sometimes it can be a bit too much. How are you able to get that fine line and really and get the best out of people, but without, you know, it being a bit sickly, as it were?
Yeah, great. Well, I'm one of two of the UK associate directors, so you're going to be talking to Franny later on, I believe.
I am.
She's the other UK associate director. We take our lead from the directors who have done a really amazing, so Lucy Moss and Jamie Armitage, who have done an amazing job at talking about truth. So looking at a pop concert and the way that pop stars communicate is really truthful, it's really honest, it's really from their own personality, and so it's about bringing out all of those wonderful, incredible acting choices that you would see in a straight play or in a, you know, any other musical, and turning them into pop. So that's the biggest thing. You know, there is text work that is done in the show, in the rehearsal process. We also ask the queens to bring their personalities. And that's so much a part of it. We talk a lot about the fact that, you know, when you watch a pop concert, say you're watching Adele is still Adele on the stage. She's still herself. She doesn't put on, you know, she doesn't play anyone else. She plays Adele. She just is a bigger version of herself.
Yeah. And like with the Six product, obviously taking lead from the original directors, obviously there's that product, you have to meet the beats, as it were, and you're talking about the queens bringing their own flavor to it. But how can you find that that real sense of individuality, you know, because you're talking about Adele just then, but it is quite hard to stick to the product and make people be like, that's that character,
I think it's about letting the actor hit the emotional beats and the script beats in a way that makes them feel like it's theirs. So and what I mean by that is talking through the text with the actors and helping them to understand it and where they come from. And then when we're hitting a similar intention, that they are interpreting it the way that they interpret it, if that makes sense. So super simply, super basic version of it is that my version of anger looks really different from anyone else's. And so playing the intention of anger, which is a very basic thing, which we don't usually ask. It's a lot more complex than that. But, playing anger on me looks different from you or anyone else. So it's about allowing the actor to find that intention and find their way of interpreting it.
Approaching the text, do you go from the internal to the external, or do you start with the external and then go into the internal with the cast?
We talk a lot about historical context. We talk a lot about we do acting exercises and so on, which are all kind of the directors have put that structure in place that we play within, and it's about, so those kinds of acting exercises are about them unlocking their queen, finding out how they would feel in a certain situation and in certain moments. So without giving too much away, we allow. One of the things that I'm incredibly proud of being involved in the show is that that wasn't a sentence. One of the reasons I'm really proud of being involved in this show is that there is the room in the rehearsal process for creativity and play.
And the audition process, or getting those people, unlocking the queen, as it were, like approaching any project that you've taken on and directed. What do you? This is going back to the room. What do you want to see? Because earlier John Strickland, like on the film perspective side of things, was talking about he just wants something happens, it's interesting, it changes his whole belief of the character. What quality do you see in those actresses when they do come in?
You don't know. I heard a little bit of what John said as well, is that there's a lot of stuff that it's not a reflection of talent in an audition room. I agree with that, but I also think that there is talent is incredibly important. It's one of those things that when you see it, it's a click, it's play, it's good personality, it's all of that stuff. That it's really super vague, and I think that that's really important both in my own directing work and for my work in Six. Is it's about how much the performer brings into the room that can be like, this is what I can do, these are the things, and then if you go, well, that fits with the project, then we're good to go.
Obviously, knowing this is me, these are my tools, toolkits. Obviously, you've had training in Melbourne and also at GSA. What did you already have initially an idea of the path that you wanted to take, or did it invariably change bit by bit? What's your story?
Oh yeah, my story. So I'm from a little town called Melbourne. It's quite a small theatre industry. It's opening up a lot more now, but I have had quite a lot of time spent in the UK. I have family who live here, so I'm very lucky. And I'd come over quite a lot and seen the work that was being made here, and just loved the idea that there were musicals that were being created about people in the UK, about British people, for British people. And I was noticing at the time that there wasn't a lot of that kind of nurturing of new musical theatre happening in Australia. Again, I do believe quite strongly that it's changing, but 6 years ago when I moved over here, it felt impossible for me to be directing new work. So I came over and worked on a musical theatre creation, did a musical theatre creation masters. So the idea was to collaborate with MDs, choreographers, composers, writers, and create work. And yeah, just really love the idea that there can be shows that are for a specific moment and they can be musicals as well. And I think I was seeing a lot in Australia that the play world was being really nurtured, especially, you know, women writers and all of that. And I just wasn't seeing it reflected in musical theatre, whereas here I'm seeing it a lot more. Obviously, we'll see what happens post-COVID. But yeah, there's just like there's a love for British work here that isn't reflected in the same way in Australia. Again, changing a lot, I think.
Grabbing moments, jumping on the opportunities, creating, looking to new work, wise. Do you feel like just because you have got a lot of experience under your belt, is it just taking every opportunity that has been offered and then doing it, or have you been quite selective to really carve out a particular road, as it were, to get to the point that you've got to?
I think that I used to be, in my naivety, quite happy to just do a thing because it was new and it got stuff on. But I have started to be a little bit more selective, just time-wise, really. Like it's, I am working on 6 and that takes my time. And so the work that I do has to be important and it has to be something that I love, that can fit into my existing job. I also feel like I invest my time in people rather than the specific work. So a good collaboration, as we talked about at the start, I love to collaborate. And so if I feel like I really gel with the person creating the work, then I will want to help them. I will want to stick my neck out and work on their show. And I think also collaborating with new writers is great because if they're collaborative and friendly, they will allow my voice to be heard as well and hear my suggestions, which are always suggestions, not definite changes.
Just came in from Samantha. Thank you, Samantha. Just stemming from a question she gave, is associate director. Okay, just for some of the listeners, can we quickly break that down of what that means? So when the Queens are out there performing, for example, what else is going on?
Yes. So there's kind of 2 main roles for us, and so there's the first part, which is maintenance, which is basically we check in on the show once a week, make sure that that we think it's working in the right way. So, you know, giving notes to the Queens, talking to the crew, all that kind of stuff. Oh, there's kind of 3 bits. Sorry, 3. Auditions. So we work on, in the audition process, we start right at the start and then take it to kind of finals where the directors and the writers get to make the final decision. But we kind of take it right up to the end of the process. And we also do setups of new productions now. So we will, again, take it almost up to the end, and then the directors will come in and make sure that they're happy with the product before it goes out. And so basically we represent the directors at all times. We are able to, basically at any moment we represent them and make sure that their vision and their thoughts are being upheld within the production.
Nice. Yeah, thank you for that. And as well, sorry, I'm just sourcing through these questions. They've just come through, and I feel like I did promise I need to source through the questions to be fair. So I was just shifting through these questions. Okay, right. Okay, this is from James.
Hi, James.
So James said, so this is actually going back to priority. James has beat me to it. But prioritizing, taking passion and channeling it into a discipline whereby you make results. How do you really be efficient in that sense?
I In what sense? As in, like, how do I turn my passion for my work into a viable job?
Yeah.
Or
I think what he's taking from there is oh god, you can tell it's been a few hours. Oh my god, my brain.
It's okay. No stress.
I think what they're saying is I think it's going back to that thing of time that you're talking about, only looking at 6. How are you able to really be efficient in the room? I think if you're on YouTube on the thing, being efficient in that sense, prioritizing.
Oh, in the room, in the rehearsal room, or in terms of the projects that I choose?
The projects that you choose, just taking it in. I think that's what he means. I hope. I'm sorry if not, but we'll go with that. Let's go with that, Grace.
I think the biggest thing to remember when you're taking on a project is that there is literally no guarantees that it's going to be successful or not successful. And, you know, there's all factors. You know, you can look at something and go, oh, it's got this producer, well, therefore it'll be marketed really well and it will go places. Or I'm doing it off my own back, so therefore it will be seen by the 300 people that turn up that day. So I think that's the biggest thing, is that you can't know. And again, I'm doing vague answers here. I apologize, but it's about what, for me, it's about what makes me tick. And so I did a project in October, November last year, which was just a really small project called the Ceiling Project, where we selected 15-minute musicals written by women or people who identify as women or non-binary, and performed them with one cast, one director, one choreographer, one MD. And it was hard. It was so hard. And it was also wonderful. But, you know, it was seen by 80 people. But I prioritized that because it made me happy, and it was the work that I wanted to be creating. And I also kind of started the project. So, you know, once you've committed, but it was fulfilling in a way that made me excited to be working in the industry. So I think that, like, there isn't a way to prioritize unless you kind of go, this is what makes me happy. This is the work that I want to be making. Yeah. Vague. Also, you have to be so sorry. There is also a point of being like, well, I'm able to do an unpaid project because I've got another job, which I'm very lucky to have. And so there are also factors like that. You know, perhaps you look at a job and you go, well, that's going to pay my rent this month. And that's also a really valid reason for choosing a project, because, you know, we have to live, we have to eat, we have to make it our jobs.
Yeah, with projects, with challenges, what's been the biggest challenge that you've faced thus far in your career, and with that, how have you been able to overcome it?
It's funny because it's one of the things that I keep finding myself up against is that, like, I didn't grow up here, and so that doesn't seem like a huge problem, but the first 24 years of my life is got no context when you talk to British people, and including the experience I had, the university I went to, all of that kind of stuff. And so I found I kind of had to start again when I got here. And there's also like a whole lot of inherent knowledge that I just didn't have. And I've had to spend a lot of time educating myself on, you know, right down to rehearsal room practices. Or the word for what you call a get in and a get out is a bump in or a bump out in Australia. You know, it's like tiny little things, but you have to learn how that works. And the industries are really different in Australia and in the UK. So that's been kind of a big thing for me. And I don't think it's just stuff that you don't know. And you'd think, oh, you know, we all speak the same language, so it must be, you know, exactly the same, and it's just not. And it's tiny little things. You know, I say project differently from you.
With language communication with a show, obviously you talking about intentions earlier. For you, when you're working on a project, or you're seeing something, or something that you're that you've seen and you want to get involved in, etc. What's the key thing of communication that you're looking at on stage, apart from the words, maybe the non-verbal, like what for you really gets the gears going with a story?
It's that little bit extra that makes you feel like someone is telling you and you alone. Like, and I know that you can feel it when you're in a theatre and it feels like the actor is speaking to you directly, like to you. And I don't know how to describe it. And I think it's something that is not something that you can learn in like a traditional sense. You can't sit and study it or whatever, but it's that like that seeing, telling you the story, and it makes you feel so special, and it makes you feel included in the character's journey. But yeah, I would say that that's like that just little special X factor.
Inclusion wise, Stephen Moffat in a recent interview here at Drinking the Ink was talking about, so just telling it a story to a mate. Obviously you have to have some skills behind you, but is that how you really see it, and then put that cherry on the cake, the X factor?
Yeah, I'm working at the moment a lot with people on Zoom for acting through song, and so it's this kind of communication, and so we talk a lot about bringing it right down to the realism of a conversation before magnifying it back out into the stadium version, the big theatre version. And that's, I think that's really cool, is that you can in theatre have a really intimate conversation with someone who's at the back of the theatre. And a really good example of it is a student of mine told me about, there's a comparison with Fleabag, with her Soho theatre show that's been recently streamed through the theatre, and the television show. And the words are almost exactly the same. It's exactly the same content and the same person acting it. But in one, she amplifies everything out so that it can be heard and it feels intimate even to the person in the back row. And in the television show, obviously the shot's just there. So like you feel inside her brain, but she does that in a theatre as well. And if you watch that Soho theatre production, she doesn't move either. It's incredible. Yeah. I love it.
With stillness, going just quickly picking up on what you're talking about, vocal hygiene. What can people really do, especially during this moment? Because going back to the sense of some of us are being a bit rusty, some of us, getting a bit out of practice, and that's understandable. Due to everything, but what can people do to really look after themselves in that sense?
So I'm not a vocal technician, so my comments come with that disclaimer. I think the biggest thing is practice. If you were someone who was working really hard before lockdown and then have kind of gotten a bit rusty, it's like anything. You've got to ease yourself back into it, and you've got to practice, but also be kind to yourself. We've had a really rough couple of months. Everyone has had a really rough, and some more than others, and just stress and fatigue and all of that stuff play into it. So, just don't push yourself. Don't feel like you have to, be amazing and have achieved 400 things by the end of lockdown. Just be kind. Be aware of your capabilities and practice in your own way, and so that you feel happy and comfortable.
And acting through song, with that, making it a conversation, a big thing. And this going back to for some of the listeners, it's finding your own voice, like you're saying earlier. Be the Adele, be a bigger Adele. Really, how can people find? Going back to being the queens, find their own voice to really say something, because they listen to cast recordings or there's something and they're like, oh, I must just do it like that way. Oh, I must do it this way. Yeah.
I think the easiest thing to do is practice things in. So I'm going to start again. practice, and all of this stuff takes practice. It's not something that you can just click on. I can't, and a lot of performers are very just used to being a character. The second thing is find a pop song. Pop songs are really good because they don't have a character attached to them. A pop song is, you know, when you listen to Beyonce, she sings as Beyonce. If you listen to Ariana, she sings as Ariana. So find a pop song that you like. Start with something that you like and sing it as if it is your song that you wrote. And that's a little bit of a kind of click your brain in, but, you know, it can be as technical as in your own accent. It can be as broad as creating, well, like likening it to your own experiences and feeling like it's your story that you're telling. And just practice that. And often if it's something that you like, if it's a song that you like, you'll find that a lot easier. And it's just about kind of understanding how to listen to the song, learn it as a vocalist, and not pretend. We guess we do pretend, but like, but understand it as your own and think of those words as your own.
And with individuality and understanding, rounding it up, and thank you, it's been absolutely sensational, is what like a piece of advice or like inspiration that you've really found that's helped you and might help others during these circumstances?
Patience and kindness, I think, are the two things that I've taken out of this situation. We can't change lockdown. It's beyond our control. So we just have to let it, we have to be patient, and we have to be kind to each other and kind to ourselves.
Well, Grace, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Soon. Looking forward to extending the conversation that we've had with Fran later on.
Yeah.
Have a lovely day. See ya.
Bye. See you later.
Bye. Everyone, that was the sensational theatre director, that is Grace Taylor. Right, oh my goodness, very quickly, let's do this again, because let's see where we are with donations. I'm really happy with how they're coming in at the moment. Everyone's being so generous, so thank you. Let's quickly refresh this. Have we met the two? Oh, we have not. Tis £10 off, £10 off until we hit our dream £250 mark. Every pet, seriously, I nearly burst into tears when I realised that in 2 hours we raised that amount of money. I really hope. Do you know what? I'm a bit greedy. I'm a bit cheeky. So if we could maybe get it to 300. I really like the number 300. It's my favourite number. If we could get there, that would be sensational to support the victims of domestic abuse, to allow families to move on in the future. But yes, everyone, where are we at the moment? Nearly lost the plot about 45 minutes ago, but we're still going strong. We've got 10 hours to go, and actually, I don't know if there's going to be. I think there will be more because there's a bonus one. A bonus hour, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But yes, Monica Gaga is up now, and oh my goodness, am I excited! There we go. I'm excited. Needs no introductions. I feel like we should just kick it off, say hello, and find out a little bit about her. So, hello.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I bet it's all mushed in for you, Bailey.
It's mushing in, but we're absolutely fine. Thank you so much for joining us on Drink the Ink. How's everything going at the moment?
Do you know what? Today is a good day. I had a good lie-in, had a shower, got ready to have a little chat with you. So I'm looking forward to it. And I did spend a little bit of my morning getting parts of the show as well, which is nice. It's like radio. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, just when I did research into you, I was completely amazed because I knew certain stuff that you did, but everything that you do, the improvising, the hosting, etc., you do so much. How on earth are you able to have that all going on? Seriously.
Yeah, improv has got this concept of yes and, where you accept things and build on it. I sometimes take that to the extreme. The guest performer was talking about looking after yourself. I've got to take a little break sometimes and go, do you know what? Like, you got to look after yourself, because when you turn up, do you want to be Monica Gaga, or do you want to be a former shadow of yourself? Schedules, keeping a diary, and also just, it's going to sound corny, absolutely being obsessed with performance and improv. So like, even if I'm a little bit tired, as long as I've got good enough rest to be like healthy, I'm just like, I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, it's. Have you enjoyed? Yeah, like, obviously keep busy. You love just having that energy, keep on going, keep the ball rolling. But during these circumstances now, how have you been? Have you taken pleasure out of it, just to really just be like, and I can breathe.
That's a really good question. You're like, you're really busy. What are you hiding from? Can you handle the break? I leaned into it, Bailey. I usually have got a really busy schedule, and you're having to go from, well, for me anyway, location to location. And obviously, like, this enforced staycation / pandemic has forced me to just take some pause. At the beginning of lockdown, I unapologetically didn't reply to emails as quickly as I used to. I was not on social media. I was not posting things. I was not checking in on people. I was just looking after myself. I was just kind of just like easing into, oh, okay, this is, and I don't like to say the new normal. I was just like, oh, let me just take a break. And then whenever everything goes back to normal, guess what? Life doesn't stop. Like, it doesn't stop. So I kept going, okay, we'll take a break, and then whenever it goes back to normal, no. And also, do I want things to go back to normal? Let's just use this enforced time to have like a refresh and really have a look at ourselves and be like, do you know what, are you okay, hun? The answer is no, so let's change.
with realization, having that check-in just now to see how things are, and obviously everything is changing, undeniably. You pathway, like career-wise, obviously you we're a bit spoilt for choice by you, but with many respects of when we do come out of lockdown, or even like right now, like is your approach to this industry going to be a bit more different? Because the whole palette, the whole game is going to be, even though it adapts, it's going to be drastically, completely, away, refresh, restart, relaunch, everything.
Yeah. Or in some cases, and I think it's good to be aware of it, gone. And I think giving ourselves that mourning period as well, of just like, oh, actually, things aren't going to be the same. So I'm changing how my approach to performance and the arts already. And then when we go back, or when we're allowed out a little bit more, and people are comfortable with being out, that's another thing. Because the government can definitely say, right, you're allowed to go out now. But are the audience members, are the performers, are all the team that supports us to go forward, are they ready? And can they, looking after themselves and looking after the people that they are providing arts for? So definitely going to change art. People are happy to go online. People are happy for, in the most part, to be forgiving of like maybe some tech issues, because like a lot of, I think I heard one of your other guests saying, do you know what, get some stuff out there, make some things. Like, you don't have to have the best of everything, and especially if you don't, like, just get up there and get started. And the small silver lining, one of the small silver linings of the situation we're in, is people have gone, yeah, let me take my thing. Like, I've taught my first improv lesson online with having no feedback. I'll like the initial thought, I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. And I thought, no, you're an improviser. That's why you put improv in your life. So you can roll with it. And I had a great time. Like, I adapted. Like, we are going to adapt. We are going to survive, and also push to actually strive as well. Not just surviving, like striving.
And the digital age of having that, and having that great experience of doing that improv experience online. Do you think, even when we do come out of it and we are comfortable and we go back to a sense of normality, do you still think there will be now a more presence of the digital online forums?
I hope so. I really, really hope so, because connection, face on face, and touch is so important for us to progress as human beings, healthy human beings. But well, I'm based in London, but if you actually know where I live, I'm based just outside of London. But I'm going to say I live in London. I'm based in London, and we're not the centre of the world. Like, there's other people that want to like play with us, want to be involved, want to contribute, but like they can't afford the train fare because it might be a bit too expensive for them, or for whatever circumstances they can't leave their house because it's illegal to just leave a baby in the house and things like that. Like they wanna like get out there and do stuff, and I'm able to connect with people that are like I wouldn't usually connect with, and that's what I loved about improv. I'd definitely be playing with people that I'd never even probably speak to, and now it goes even further, and I've kind of like burst my bubble of just like, oh, the people around me. No, like let's look at things like on like the major scale and all the people we can connect and create with.
With improv, have you got like a particular moment that springs to mind and where you're like, oh come on, that was a raucous, that was a party, that was just hilarious, oh my goodness, brilliant?
I think I'm a little bit addicted to introducing people to improv, because I do feel like it's like a secret that we, like, the improv community doesn't want to keep. And once people get into it and they love it, they're like, what? And that high. So in one of the improv groups, companies I'm with, called Do the Right Scene, we're an all black improv team. We do a night where we invite people who've either never done improv before or only done a little tiny bit of it to do a workshop and then come and join us on stage in our show. And the energy of just like before and then doing the workshop, enjoying it, and then deciding, yes, I am going to go on to do the show in front of people, especially if you've never done improv before. That after, when everyone is just like so high, just so like on top of the world, like that is just like, it's like a drug. I feel like it's like a massive party, and then I've got to travel 2 hours home, but still I'm just like, woo!
Just very quickly, just because of Hoopla improv, do you know Susan Harrison by any chance?
I do know Susan Harrison by some chance, and I'm so glad that I do. What a talented performer. If you don't know her, like, don't Google me. Google Susan Harrison and find out about the awesome characters and things she creates. How do you know Susan?
Because I, obviously Showstoppers and stuff. I know a few people from that, but ages and ages ago, I did a bit of improv. She led a little bit of improv with me, and then I was going to go to Hoopla, and then that's how I remember, obviously your name and things like that. And it just came to mind. I went, hang on. It's just clicked. Something's just clicked. So I just had to quickly ask. But there we go.
No, yeah. I feel like the improv world is a small world that we're trying to make bigger. So yeah, there'll be the case where you'll be like, I know that person. They're fun.
See the improv on was it on Britain's Got Talent or something? America's. Did you see any of that? I know they're kind of present.
I didn't. That is obviously a massive show, The Noise Next Door. But I was doing another smaller show live, so unfortunately I couldn't watch them. But it literally, like, I get drunk on the fact that I love it when we're bringing improv into the mainstream. So like more people are just like aware of it as an art form. Like, I love that Showstoppers are in the West End.
It's becoming really cool.
Yes, like it always was cool, Bailey, but like people just waking up.
Catching me up. Like a lot having an appreciation, let's put it that way, yeah. I play. No, yeah, definitely. And I'm just so glad for it, because yeah, and I love the fact, and it is with most arts, not all of them, but some you start off with like doing improv, like going to a class, doing improv in a pub or a room or like someone's front room, and then you go from that to going on to like national TV or going on to the West End stage. It's just like, well, actually, if we support our community, like you're able to do it. Like, it's definitely doable. You can see that person went from here to there with a lot of hard work in the middle, but like it's doable. Supporting, finding a community, finding yourself. Is it okay if we can rewind and see where this all began?
Yeah, so I was young. I was what I thought was like weird, but really I just hadn't found my people just yet. It was the summer of going into secondary school. Well, that's the UK education system anyway. So I was probably about 10 or 11, and my grandmother signed me up to a drama, I think a 1 week or 2 week drama summer scheme. I was mortified because I was just like, why have you done this to me? I don't want to go. And I went there, and then she dared to speak to another like young person and like, oh, this is my granddaughter. Do you want to be her friend? I was even more mortified. After the be a week, 2 week, I was just like, this is amazing. And I didn't know it then, but a lot of the work that we did, and a lot of the work that you might do if you're going to a year theatre or just starting out drama is improv. You're just like, you're playing games, you've got maybe a little bit of a structure, but you're just going like with intuitive play, which as like children we have a lot of, and as we get older it kind of gets conditioned out of us. But improv is kind of champion against that, trying to champion against it. And so yeah, so I went to this summer scheme. I was like, ugh, I don't want to go. Why you forced me to go here, grandmother? And I had a great time. And then there I was, time went on, going to youth theatre, doing lots of improv. Wasn't even really aware 100% it was improv. Like as I got a little bit older, I was just like, oh, okay, there's some names for this. Went to drama school, no improv really at that time. We did a bit of playback theatre, which I think definitely has its roots from improvisation, but not really that much improv. Finished drama school, was doing a kids show. A gentleman I was doing the kids show with goes, do you know what? I'm part of this improv group. Do you want to like come play with us? And I went, you know, when you have a flashback of just like, what? I used to love something so much. Like, who is that? Where is that chick now? Like, why did I stop doing that? It might be something in people's lives. Like, why did I stop doing that? And there was no reason really. I suppose it wasn't just in the forefront. And then I joined that improv group, and then like time went on. I was playing. Other people were like getting married, having babies, deciding to go to a different career path. But really, just improv for me kept going. And now here I am. And I probably say improv, the most minimum is once a day, but I must say at least 5 times a day. Just the words.
Yeah. Boom, boom. With drama school, it was East 15, was it?
Yeah.
15. Just going to looking at that training, because a lot of people that do tune in. Yeah, I know I do repeat myself, guys, but I need to do it so I know where my brain is at. A lot of people that are applying for the drama schools or in drama school, graduates, etc. For you, how was your whole experience? And if you were to do it again, would you do anything differently? What would you say to yourself?
I definitely would do some things differently. First, I probably wouldn't go straight from secondary school, high school, again, the UK system of education, to drama school, because I definitely got an experience, but I hadn't even grown up yet. I literally was just like leaning into like who I was as a person. And I spent a lot of time not taking as leaning into all the greatness and information that was coming into me, because I was hungover all the time, which I know is a part of growing up. But so I think maybe I'll take a year out. I think I'll do a foundation course. I think I would just go out and take in as many like if whatever my means could allow me to do like loads of different workshops and speak to other people in the industry. I'll do that. So take a pause before going in. And I think all of that would help me with everything else, because I would have known myself a little bit more. So when I went to drama school, and for example, I went to drama school fresh out of secondary school, had an audition for something at the time what was called Baggy Trousers, which turned out to be The In-Betweeners. I went on my first day to the orientation. We was all sitting in the theatre. You get to hear everyone's names. It's very exciting. And you're like, oh, that person's name, that sounds really cool. And I went to the course lead, and I was just like, oh, hey, director of the school, I know we've got to be dedicated, but I've got this job, so I'll just have to have like a couple of days off, and then I'm 100% in. They said to me, pick that job or pick school. I've definitely been in the education system for a really long time, so I was like, well, education. Like, you need to stick to school. I feel like if I'd have grown up a little bit, one, I would have had time to like maybe take down that avenue. Two, I'd have gone, well, actually, you've got to have dedication, but really, like, I'm looking to go into the arts. Taking 2 days off would have been okay, and you've got to balance things out. But again, I think I was very young, and then I think growing up a little bit would have helped me, and also just like the emotional support that sometimes we need when we're going into theatre and the arts, because, and this is just my opinion, we're 100% hungry for it, and you throw yourself in. That's why you go to all those auditions. But then you put yourself really into characters. But where's that self-care? Because if you're, as a pretty much a child, you're 18 years old, going into characters that may have experienced different traumas that are different to your own, where's the self-care after that? Where is the, like, knowing the line between definitely investing into a character and also looking after you as an actor as well? So I think for me, if I had that bit of time before I went into my drama school experience, I'd have been able to be like, oh, actually, I know who I am, and I'm going to take what I need from this experience and leave what I need as well. Because yeah, there were definitely some things that I probably should just have left.
Putting things into perspective, for you, finding inspirations when things get hard, what do you look to? What do you do to really just take that step back and have that breather when chaos is coming into the world?
What I tend to do, I've noticed that I internalize it a lot, and the more stressed I am, the more kind of just like switched on I'll be and be like, oh, let me do lots of different projects. But I found what really helps me is just naming it, saying it out loud, of like, I'm experiencing this or I'm feeling this, because, and saying it in a way that you're not like, oh, it's not like you're posting on social media, like when you say it, well, it's going to be there for quite a while, even if you change your viewpoints. And there's always an opportunity to change your viewpoints. But like, just say out loud, be like, do you know what? I'm really sad that I didn't get that audition. Like, and, or like, oh, I wish, I don't know. I feel like I've worked really hard for this. And obviously you can't always get everything, but just naming it and just kind of leaning into like, it's okay to not be okay. Because then once you just put like a label, for me anyway, I put a label on it, go like, I'm really busy, I'm really tired, or I've really got to take a break. I get to the point of, I do need to take a break. I do need to go, actually, let's look at the bigger picture, because you're going to go to lots of auditions. You're going to have shows that aren't the best shows, but like, you can't learn without having those, I suppose, failures. So really for me, it's just like, I've just got to force myself to just be honest to yourself. If you're honest to no one else, like whatever, but like be honest to yourself, it's just going to help you. Because like putting on a show, like being outside and then inside emotionally, is like, it's not going to be healthy.
Honesty, truth, putting on a show, the roots of improv. Do you find yourself like maybe sometimes having moments of deja vu, but like you might be telling similar stories, or you put yourself in a minefield in where you're like, oh, this is kind of the similar kind of maybe genre or something that I always fall into?
Oh my gosh, yeah, definitely. And also, if I'm with a certain people, I know like there's certain stories that I'm going to go down. And I suppose it's like being with different groups of friends, or being with colleagues as opposed to family, or family as opposed to friends. That like there's different topics that will come up. But I'll lean into it, because there are like so many stories that have been told, but happy to be told again, or told from a different point of view. And because it's improv, and because you're with somebody else, and each experience is completely unique, even if you try your hardest to do the same show that killed it last night, you can't, because somebody else is going to take it down a different avenue, and you just got to go like, well, actually, I've just got to relax into the moment and be like, well, I'm not going to be thinking ahead. I'm going to think about, oh, what would my character do in this moment, and then move forward with it. But definitely, certain friends, certain improvisers, we do certain things together. But I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah, is that Harry's just sent in a message just now. Thank you, Harry. And just drawing up, maybe summing up what you just said, is how can you, when you are in that environment, what can you do I'm trying to translate it. Sorry. What can you do to read the temperature of the room?
I think for me, and I say this a lot in all of like my foundation to advance sessions that I do with improv, is like trust yourself that you're a good person, and trust yourself that you're open to change, because you're not always going to get it right. But if you're like truly listening and not just thinking about, oh, I'm nervous, or thinking about like, oh, like what's going to be next in the scene, if you're truly in the moment, you'll be able to read the room of just like, that's not for them now. And I think also it's really important putting yourself in a group of improvisers, or with a company that's supporting you, like with your improv education, that they've got a good like foundation of just like looking after people and looking after the audience. It doesn't mean like censoring yourself left, right, and center. It's just about, oh, actually think about the impact of what you're going to do. Like we shouldn't just really just put ourselves, say whatever, because then like that's how people go, oh, I just tell the truth. Like, yeah, you can tell the truth, but also you need to think, oh, there's a different ways of speaking to different people. So I think definitely, one, be with like healthy people who've got healthy views, different diverse people as well is really important, because then you can take your story in the right way and you feel a little bit safe. Also, be open to go, do you know what? I shouldn't have said that. Like the way that, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. And then in your next show or in the next scene, you can be aware of it. But one practical thing I love doing in a scene is, I'm sorry if there's a massive noise outside. One practical thing I love doing in a scene is naming it. I love naming it. I'll say something and I go, whoa, that's something someone who is sexist would say, but not me. Moving on. or just be going like, oh wow, okay, and just say those thoughts, because the audience are going like, maybe with their sphincter, like, oh, did they just say that? But then you're just like, I'm acknowledging it, and this is where I'm coming from as well.
The chat is going off on here at the moment on the server. What is it? They're saying, have you got a favourite role that you have played when it's just sparks out of just sheer imagination, spontaneity?
I really enjoy Southern female characters, like leaning into that, just the sound of the accent of someone from the South. So I feel like fun just comes from that as well, and I sometimes feel like for me power comes from that. So if I ever bring out a fan and I could bring out like a Southern accent, I feel like, oh, I love doing that. I also just love just like being like gross and being like the anti-cool of just like, let's do that with our faces and bodies, and like let people see that like I feel comfortable enough moving and doing this and taking up space, because then hopefully when they go on stage they go, oh, okay, like doing improv, doing a show is not always necessarily about being like the quickest and like having this great quip. It's also about just really embodying that character and being like, hey, like I'm going to jiggle because this character's jiggling and I'm just going to enjoy that. So yeah, if I'm jiggling or I've got what I perceive as a Southern accent, Southern American accent, then yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I love it. I love it. With the other roles, the amazing stuff that you also do that we keep going back to, and juggling those balls, keeping them in the air. Do you have a preference of with what the content that you do and you do put out there and you do perform and present? I love presenting, and I didn't know I loved hosting until Hoopla Impro saw me improvising, and then they went, do you know what? Like, how would you like to host a show? And I was just like, okay. And like literally learning on the job, them seeing something in me that I didn't even know. I love hosting a show. I love hosting a show with a diverse cast, or hosting or performing a show with just like what I'd be like the diversities that we don't see so much of in improv. So I'll go to a jam and they'll be like, maybe there won't be that much representation. Yeah, I'll have a great time, but then I'll love it if I go to
or go to or be part of like an all-female show, and I didn't realize how much I needed it and loved it until I went, and I was like, this is different, this is electric, and I need this. Or a show that's just got people of color, I'm just like, oh, okay, yes, I do sense myself in certain ways because I feel like I might make a certain type of person uncomfortable, and like here I'm like given the space to be like, oh, have a different type of freedom.
Yeah. With just because I'm just looking at the time and I'm like, no, for God's sake, it's like give half an hour. Like it was great because we started before as well, but yes, maybe just summing it up. I really hope that we can have you back again sometime soon.
I love talking about improv, so try and stop me.
Brilliant, amazing, it's happening. It's going to happen. Just summing everything up then, I guess, of what has been discussed, or something that we haven't discussed, just something that might inspire those that are a bit unsettled at the moment, just to give them a little bit more confidence, a little bit more understanding that, you know, there is hope.
I feel like in the improv community and people that are entering the improv community, firstly go and do improv, because the people that are like who are not looking after the community, they're being outed and they're going, or they're changing, which I'm really happy for. I feel like the improv community definitely was just open to like change, how can we be better, and now in the current climate they're just like, oh, okay, we knew we had to do better, but now like we're just going to be even more on it. And what I'm hoping to see is that people are seeing it definitely not as a sprint, they're seeing it as a marathon, as a way of just saying, no matter where you come from, and I'm not just talking, well, I can only speak as a black queer female because that's how I identify, but in the improv community, we're looking for it to be improv actually for everyone. It's not about demonizing a certain group or being like, oh, we always see them. No, we really want everyone. So I say, come join us, and come call us on our shizzle as well. Like if you see something that doesn't fly, we're looking to build a community where people can go to whoever's organizing that event and going, oh, I don't feel so comfortable with this, and then those people taking a look at it and going, oh, cool, how can we change this in a way that's accessible for as many people as possible? So come, we're ready, a community that goes, you know what, yes, and let's try and include as many people as possible, and we're ready for a change. We are so ready for a change, and it's happening, like it or not.
Well, Monica, thank you so much. I can't wait to resume the conversation sometime soon.
Yay!
And yeah, have a lovely day. Enjoy the sunshine.
Thank you very much. Stay sane and keep hydrated. Okay.
Thank
Bye.
You. A brownie. Right. I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Whew. Okay. Wasn't that lovely? Lovely. That was Monica Gaga, everyone. And thank you everyone who's popping in the messages as well. I'm sorry that I can't say everyone's questions, but something pops on the screen and then I just say it. Yes, please stay tuned. I'm just going to quickly try and demolish a brownie and quickly run to the toilet in the spare minutes that we do have. I'm so glad we started a little early, so we have some leeway. But yes, please stay tuned, because up next, back again, is Lee Knight. Hello, we're back, we're live, we're streaming, servers going off the charts today. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated also. Again, I'm going to be cheeky and put this link here, £10 off our aimed mark of £250. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated thus far. What a show we've had. John Strickland, I'm losing my mind, so I can't list everyone off right now, but I'll do that at the very end when I have the running order back and running. But yes, I announced that Lee Knight is back, and he's going to join us right now. So hello, Lee.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very good. It's sunny. It's beautiful. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I'm enjoying this. It's going all right. There, touch wood, there has not been any problems using this new technology.
That's amazing. I mean, I'm surprised I was even able to log in because I'm not very technical, but I did it. I'm here.
But yes, right. Quickly, just jumping into the thick of it. Just resuming our chat from the other week. Last time we talked about different experiences you've had in this industry. One being at Trafalgar Studios, going through the different stages of grief, and that was took a toll on you.
Yeah.
For you, when looking at a script of whatever quality, what do you do? What would you do to help you flesh out the internal and external life of a character?
It's tricky. I think that first of all, it sort of depends on the writing, really. If it's written by someone like Kevin Elliott, which the play I did at the Trafalgar was, who's just incredible. He's just an incredible writer. So he kind of gives you everything in a sense. You know, he gives you it's all there. Even stage directions, it's kind of just there, and all you need to do is kind of just let it run through you. And if it doesn't, if you find there's sort of challenges, I think that's when you need to really dig a little bit deeper and start to kind of like look at the history of these. You know, these characters were it's based in the 80s in Coming Clean, the play I did. So we had a lot of research to do based on those times, and that was really important because it was just extremely different periods. So I went back and kind of looked at the 80s and how people were living, and that helped massively.
Yeah, director John Strickland earlier talked about like sometimes within the scene it's a car crash of emotions. Sometimes, and for you, when you have to deal with those emotions, and I know we talked about it lightly last time with our chat, but how can you make those choices so clear and so evident and so apparent for an audience that they just receive it straight away?
God, you ask good questions, don't you?
I'm loving it. Everyone's saying it so far. I don't know if it's a simple thing about losing my mind or whatever, but yeah, cheers.
I think it's difficult because you've got the two things. You've got the text, and you've got these characters, and they're going through incredibly traumatic experiences, and it's a question of how you deliver that truthfully. But at the same time, how you kind of deliver it for an audience. So, that's when your technique comes in, because you have to protect yourself as an actor. So if a character's, having a breakdown on stage, and you're having to do that every night, you need to do it as truthfully as you can for an audience in a small space, but you need to protect yourself as well. So you need to have ways of kind of turning it on and then basically putting a lid on it afterwards, so you can go home at night and not.
Lee? No! What's happened, Lee? Let me quickly message you. Oh, we were doing so well. I had to say it, didn't I? Oh, for God's sake. Oh, it's a nice pose. He's looking quite dashing. Where? Okay, right. Let's just see if we can refresh this. Oh, God, I had to really shoot myself in the foot there, didn't I? Where? Let's quickly message him. Oh, guys, well, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Is he back? No, he's not live again. Oh, he's gone. He's not even in the waiting room anymore. Let's see if he comes back within 5 minutes. I had some really nice questions that I was just writing down. It's quite sad. No. Not going to stop. I'll just talk to myself. I'll sound crazy, but I'm just going to keep going. Up next as well is Steph Parry, and we're going to have an absolute laugh. So do not worry. I can see her in the waiting room. Hello, Steph. Hello. Let's quit. Okay. Wait, let's get. Okay, where is his message? Right. Let's just quickly check the donations as well. Here's just the link as well, guys, for the donations. We're getting so close to the 250. And again, supporting victims of domestic abuse to allow families to move on in the future. So please do, if you can, donate. No, Lee, what are you doing? Where? Right, do you know what I'm going to do? We're gonna wait on Lee, see if we can slot him in a little bit later because a slot has just become available because someone's not feeling well. So I feel like we should go to Steph Parry, everyone. And oh my God, she's back again. So I hope she's not sick of me. Well, she's here anyway. A favourite, a laugh, a joy. Hello, Steph.
Hello. Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. See, look, as usual, I'm there waiting in the wings, and then you needed me, and I'm here.
Boom, exactly. The Steph story. How's everything been going down your end at the moment? What's been happening?
Do you know, probably one of the main things that's been happening for me, which has been really great, was, I don't know if you've seen it, is In the Wings.
That's getting a really big buzz at the moment, isn't it?
I mean, I think because I feel like it all came out of the blue, and it happened. I just got a message on a Sunday, and then on the Friday we were filming at the Union Theatre, and I just feel like it gives you this little bit of hope. I think it was so weird, like being back in a theatre, even though it was so odd because we couldn't touch each other, and there was like lines on the floor of like, you know, how we had to be far away from each other and all that kind of stuff, and all the performers, we weren't there at the same time. We had to film it all separately, but I'm thrilled with the result. So I'm like, oh, this is so cool, and the fact that the composers and the people who've created these shows, that, you know, they suddenly went from that's it, the show's, you know, cancelled or whatever, and they're getting to tell their stories, and that's so cool. So yeah.
And talking about like telling stories, like you're even, I can see even more, even people that I'm interviewing, you're just getting involved with even more initiatives and help support programs, etc. Oh my goodness, I don't know how you do it. What were you doing to really just look after yourself when you're doing a lot of these kind of
yeah. I think, do you know what, I'm not gonna lie, like there's been moments throughout this whole period where I've had like, oh wow, and I've kind of caught myself and been like, you know, had that fear and that worry for the future and all that kind of stuff. But I'm very lucky that I've got a really great support network, and I have a wonderful acting coach who's you know, so great and is there for me. You know, I have people who are there for me, which makes me feel like I can be there for other people. So I think probably from a mental health perspective in this time, I've been quite positive, so that's quite good. And I think a lot of that has come from like feeling, you know, giving back. I think that's something that really inspires me. So yeah, it's so selfishly, I really enjoy doing it, and I get a lot out of it as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and like ideas of obviously going back to this morning, we were talking a lot about like how the audience's palette's going to change, of kind of the types of shows that they want to see. It won't be no problem for Mamma Mia the party, because everyone wants to have a party anyway when we go back, I'm sure. But for you, with the shows that we will be brought, you know, towards, or the new shows, what do you think we might be seeing more of? Will it be the more immersive, well, not straight away, but
yeah,
you know, the parties and stuff like that?
Well, potentially, because I feel like that's, you know, it's what it is. But I wonder if we'll come back and we'll start off. I wonder if shows will be smaller. I wonder if, you know, things like Songs for a New World, where there's only 4 people, that kind of thing. I wonder if that's how things will start up again. I have no idea. But I do know that, you know, we've gone through this period of you know, absolute change, and you know, and we'll come out of it. And there will be the people who are scared, and they'll be like, I'm not ready to go back out there and do it. And there'll be like the people who are like, right, what's the most fun that I can possibly have? What show should I go and watch? I just want to go and lose myself for a few hours. And so yeah, I'm sure that those up-tempo fun musicals and shows will be wanted and needed. Yeah, I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah, no, it did. Thank you, Steph. Is it okay? Lee's just come back into the waiting room.
I'll go backstage, and then I'll come back.
And then, is it okay? Because I see Linda's joined as well, and Linda Slott's coming shortly. Is it okay if we can do something? Talk to Lee, quickly finish the conversation there, bring you and Linda together, have a bit of a chat, a little bit of a, and then we go to Linda. Is that all right?
Yes, I'd love that.
Amazing, awesome. Catch you in a bit, Steph and Linda. I'll see you later. Right, Lee. Hello.
I love how you said, when you said there's been no problem so far, that's what did it.
I know, I completely just jinxed us up. Anyways, come on, where were we? Reconfigure the brain.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it was so funny. It was a very flattering frozen image though. So you but yeah, I guess before we kind of round up, as it were, like key pieces of advice, summing up again what we've said before, but to more people now live, of what people can do or look to really find those moments of inspiration, because you know they've seen you in a lot of things. So how can people really direct their own pathway, carve it out to try and not replicate, but find a manner of success that you found in this industry?
I think it's ongoing. I think you've just, you know, it's the cliche thing of you've got to put the work in, but really you do, and you really have to not get knocked back. You will get knocked back. It's a job where you'll get rejection all the time, and it's bizarre because how do you continue to keep going and feel passionate in an industry that is going to reject you? You get rejected from, you know, not getting into drama school and fighting your way to a place. Eventually, it could take years. But what has to keep you going, and the reason why you can't ever give up, is that passion and that love for it. And to keep inspired, you just have to get out there and do the work in some way, and don't let anyone stop you. And no matter what people say, and you're not this and you're not, you know, it's just endless. You've just got to keep finding work, creating work for yourself. Write to people, write stories you want to tell. You just have to kind of keep going, and that it will come back to you eventually. It will. That's my advice. It will come back to you.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Lee. Just very quickly before we go back to Steph and then say hello to Linda, have you got any nice plans coming in the next few days?
Work-wise or normal?
Just normal. Just, you know.
I'm down on the coast at the moment, and I've got some friends coming to visit next week during the heatwave for the first time. It will be my first social thing. We're going to have a garden and beach day. And they're all actors, so.
Oh, there we go. Even better. Well, I'll catch you soon. I'm sure. And yes, enjoy.
Thank you so much. Pleasure. See you soon.
Bye-bye. Right. Oh my goodness, that was Lee Knight, everyone. And now we're going back to another party. By the way, I'm so sorry for the next bit. I haven't had any breakfast today and stuff. So I'm just gonna. At one point, I will be eating a sandwich. Thank you, Mum, for dropping this by. But we're going to now to say hello back to Steph, and then say hello to Linda. And we got a bit of a Mamma Mia party reunion going on here.
Hello.
Oh, I miss this lady.
Oh, I miss you too, darling.
Oh.
You guys have been doing little Mamma Mia the party reunions every week or every other week, haven't you? How's that been?
Have we?
I haven't. But,
No, that's wrong. Oh, I'm losing my mind.
I've done a couple of quizzes, but we started off doing some quizzes, and then I think that that kind of phased out. I think everybody got a bit bored of quizzes.
Yeah. We're out of the quizzes. Oh goodness. How is it like? You guys have got a really, really good relationship. I've seen it on stage. I've seen it backstage.
oh, I love this woman.
Yeah. What's it like working with each other and being a bit,
Awful.
on stage?
Absolutely dreadful.
I mean, you can see how much energy LJP has. Like, it's just this like beacon of light that like in that building just.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like it's who you feed off of. Do you know what I mean? It's like who you vibe with, who you kind of like connect with, and that says a lot about a person's character, a person's personality, and the genuineness of the individual. And if I don't feel that with certain people, then they're dead to me.
I love it.
Oh yeah.
Whatever you do with Linda.
This is cracking me up.
Well, Linda,
Yes.
if I'm right, are you going to be able to share something with us today?
Share something. What is it? A song?
Yeah, a song.
Yeah. But you're interviewing Steph, no?
Yeah, but I was thinking of doing a song, and then could we possibly, I'm being cheeky and on the spot right now, do like a little Mamma Mia thing, or no?
Oh my goodness me, Steph, what do you reckon?
What, together?
Yeah. What do we do to? Oh God.
I don't think it will work. I think if you sing on these platforms,
there's a bit of a delay, isn't there?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right.
I think if we had a go, it might be the biggest car crash ever. I've actually used this platform before where I tried to do a duet with somebody.
Yeah.
So out of time, and it was like,
God.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I as much as I'm like.
There we have it. Well, I'm very cheeky and greedy, as everyone knows. But is it all right if we say goodbye just for now, Linda? And we'll say hello back again in a second.
Absolutely.
All right, catch you in a bit. Bye. Oh, I can take my chances, can't I, Steph? I just thought.
You know what? I totally have just been like, yeah, let's do it. But I just know what will happen.
Yeah, no, exactly. But anyways, all right. For everything that's going on, and I literally absolutely adore having you on this show.
Thank you. I just would like to say to Lucy Horton, thanks, Lucy. She's just said I love Steph Parry. I'm like, thanks.
Boom! There we go. Let's put it up on there.
There we go. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy. So Steph, just summing everything up then.
Yeah.
Oh my, we've got to do it. But maybe I don't know. We'll just have to do a live stream another time, trying to get Mamma Mia back or something. But whilst we're here and in the present moment, just again another a golden nugget of giving some advice, if possible, please, of just giving people just a little bit more of a boost right now.
I really loved what Lee was just saying there. It's like, it's so true. I really love you. Lucy loves me and Linda. Thanks, Lucy. And she will sing. We love hearing Linda sing. Yeah, I think it's that having that belief in yourself, like to keep pushing when there is like when you're facing rejection and it's like having that drive to keep pushing forward no matter what. And it's remembering that like this too shall pass and this will end and we will get back. Like I think we won't get back to normal. I don't think, you know, whatever that means. I think a massive change is coming, and I think it's a change for the better. And I'm excited to see how we kind of, you know, we kind of flourish. I think after the, you know, the rain, there is a rainbow, and I honestly am like, I'm excited to see how we come out of this and how, you know, how we grow. So that was kind of quite deep. I don't really know what I was saying, but I think what I'm trying to say is that, you know, we're just waiting for this storm to pass, and then it's I'm excited to see what's to come for everybody and this business and this industry, because I'm hopeful for the future.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Steph. It's always a pleasure. Again, I'll catch you soon. We're going to go back to your naughty friend now.
Yay!
I'll see you soon, Steph. Look after yourself.
Bye.
Bye. Right. Okay. Back to the person whose name I absolutely envy, because, oh my God, it's a cracker. Hello, Linda.
Hello.
Hello,
Thank you,
Linda.
Lucy. Thank you. Oh, we love Lucy.
Get these on here. Boom, boom.
Oh, love you too, darling.
Comments coming on the server as well. But yeah, Linda, how's everything doing at the moment?
Oh, bless you. Well, firstly, thank you so much for inviting me to, you know, to be doing this session with you. And kudos to you, Bailey, for organising it all. It's just incredible. So, you know, huge round of applause to you, and thank you for inviting me. I feel very honoured and very blessed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, hopefully, you know, like, I could only take my chance of trying to get you and Seth to sing at the same time. And then we will be hopefully singing in a wee while, and hopefully, I think because we've nearly hit our budget, we've nearly hit our dream goal of finance at the moment. So, and it's already, and we raised in just under 3 hours, £240. Can we maybe get another tenner from someone, please, or £1 from each person, or whatever, 50 pence? Come on, Linda's going to we've got to get some money. Come on. Anyway, Linda, like you're a powerhouse. You're a delight. You know, even like seeing there with the great relationship that you have with Steph and so many.
Yeah, love her.
For you, when you do collaborate and going back to that and that family orientation, back to interviews that we've had before, what is it about it? What's it about the ensemble, the people that you work with, the people that you talk with, the people that you click with, that you're just really like, yeah, these are the people that I want to jam with. I just want to have a party. I want to have a party, man. Come on.
Well, I think basically the good thing is that the show encourages people to have a great time, to just forget about what's going on in the outside world. And you do, when you come and see the show, when people do come and see the show, they enjoy themselves so much that it brings back memories for them. That it brings back memories for when they actually saw the original ABBA group in concerts and things like that. So working with a group of people, firstly, we're all professionals. We're all contracted to do a job, and we're all been put in this position because the directors and casting team thought that we were a great fit for each role. So in a sense, we've all been put together for a reason, to fulfill a job professionally and to do it to the best of our ability. So if you make friends throughout a contract, then that's a bonus, that's a blessing. But if not, then they will probably be your associate, professional associate, because we all know that we've got a goal to reach, and we've also got to work professionally together to deliver a first class show to the general public. Like I said, I've been working with some incredible people, and how can I put this? Yeah, there's just some people that I gel with and I get on with, and that is a bonus. However, when you are in a situation when you're working with people, it is primarily a contract, and you're contracted to do the job as an individual, because the team thought you would be great at doing it.
Yeah, and like being great, looking at memories, going to that sense of memories that you were talking about earlier. Have you got anything that has been that you hold really close to your heart to help you in moments of hardship to really get that delivery out no matter what?
Well, there's been moments where I've been quite ill, and during the show, and because we've been through certain situations, I've had to just plow through. We've all had to plow through when we've been feeling ill, when we've not been well, when we couldn't go on holiday because we needed to fulfill our roles in the show. And I think the reason why I plow through is because I absolutely love what I do. And as was that young guy's name who you were talking to just a minute ago? Was it Lee?
Oh yeah, Lee.
Yeah, what he was sort of saying was, you know, resonated with me, is that it's our passion, it's our lifeblood, and when it's your lifeblood, you go out there and you just you push on through no matter what, regardless, because it's what you feel like. For me, I don't want to speak as the third person, but you feel as if you were born to do this. And I don't want to make it sound cheesy or cliche in any way, but I used to be a secretary, a PA for about 20 years, and I absolutely hated it. And until I got depression, and I had to leave the job and fulfill my dream, my goals, my life passion, to become to go into the industry and follow my dreams. And I literally did that, and I haven't actually looked back since.
Yeah, and now look at you, complete and utter power. So much fun, laughter, joy. What? Oh, goodness, such an infectious laugh. What have you got in store for us for today?
Well, I was actually sort of thinking about, because obviously we did the Stand By Me challenge, and we did Stand By Me. I put it on my Instagram, and it just went completely viral, and everyone just, you know, from celebrities kind of like contacted me and said how much they enjoyed the whole Stand By Me sort of thing, you know, when we all had to sort of like, all black artists had to, but we wanted to sing a part of Stand By Me. So today, I don't know why I chose it, but it might resonate with a few people, it might not, but it's just a song by Bill Withers called Lean On Me. I'm sure you know it.
But whenever you're ready, take it away.
Okay. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow, for no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody. I said I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Linda Jean-Pierre, everyone. Come on. Yes, Linda. Oh, yes. Come on. Sensational. Thank you. Yes, Linda. Epic. Come on.
Oh my God, thank you, my darling. Thank you.
God, thank you so much for that. I was like that. Quickly just eating a bit, jamming through it. Try not to choke on the sandwich because I was loving it so much. Oh my God. Love you. Thank you.
Love you too, my darling.
I shall see you soon.
Yes,
Take
indeed.
care.
Lots of love and well done.
Lots of love. Oh my God, Linda Jean-Pierre, everyone. Absolutely sensational. Oh my God. Love it. Love her. Yes. Right. Okay. I just looked at the time and I've been quite bad because I haven't looked at the time so far. And we're doing really, really well for time. Just running 1 minute over. But let me shut up and carry on because up next is Jackie Kabuka. And oh my goodness. Right. Let's just jump to it. Sensational. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How's it going?
Oh, it's going really, really well. It's really nice to see people come, with the viewers coming in and out on the YouTube. The server is going great. A lot of people are listening to it via audio. It's absolutely great. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited.
So, just jumping into the thick of it then. Obviously, you're so busy at the moment. Like, I think everyone is busier than usual.
Yeah, definitely.
What have you taken most pleasure out of it all thus far? What's been like a real good highlight during these strange times?
You know what? I've really enjoyed teaching and just been able to give and just understanding the power of community. So even when I'm teaching classes or just hearing the feedback and just being able to spread joy to people, it's made me feel really grateful and just actually enjoy teaching and sharing and just actually contacting and connecting with so many different people as well.
And it's making people's networks grow really, really quickly and find those like-minded people quicker than people would normally do.
Yeah, no, definitely, because we're out of our little bubble, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. And going back to the teaching, you're very, very versatile with the way. Sorry, seeing is there any feedback? No, there's no feedback. I get paranoid with that. Sorry. And yeah, with the different styles that you do teach. Come on, do you have a favourite? Do you have a favourite?
Oh yeah, of course. Within the street dance styles, my favorite is lock-in. So it's one of the recent classes I taught for the collective initiative, and yeah, it's just funky, it's just fun, and yeah, it's just me. I love it.
And with the movements, with the way you teach stuff, how obviously dance is a universal language, but how do you experiment? I don't know what I'm doing because I can't dance. I'm not even doing that. But finding those beats, finding those moments, what do you how are you able to translate it into something that people automatically get you? I get you. I know what you're saying right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think what you got to always remember is the music comes first. It's you're responding. So a lot of the time, I freestyle, which I always recommend, which everybody does, whether you're a little kid, dancing in your room, you hear the music, you respond to it. Or in a lot of the time as well with street dance styles, it was done in a outside in a social setting. So whether you're in the club, and that's how it was birthed. So it's all a response. So, whether you hear strings or whether you hear a drum beat, you kind of respond to that. And the more you listen to music, you can just experiment with different parts of your body, really.
And it just came into my mind with like music is quite cinematic, and talking to film director earlier and talking to more later in the show, for you, like making that movie, making that scene, making that drama, the monologue through the body, what's like, oh God, I know what I'm trying to say, but I'm really, well, sorry, my dance terminology is quite limited, but like like when you look at a movie, when you look at classes, when you look at people on stage, like you've done extraordinary things. Oh my God, I had the best time in, researching you. I must. I was just like, oh my God, okay, this and then this and then this. And but how you like? Obviously, going back to, sorry, I'm not making that much sense. I've hit that stage and now I'm going completely. But the sense in the universal language, when you're trying to make it like a movie, like a spectacle, what, without pushing the boundaries too much to be like overbearing, what do you do to keep everything contained but get those locking and those?
Yeah. It is really hard, and I think, you know, as a mover, like we do too much, like, and that's one thing I've learned. So when it comes to like movies or even staging, you have to look at the bigger picture. So it's like literally stepping out and thinking, okay, how is that actually going to look, and how is it going to read? So even though something may feel good in the body, you got to think, okay, no, but how, you got to put yourself in the audience seat. Okay, how's that actually going to read? And always like being able to step out. And it's hard because you always have that conflicting interest, and you have to really like put your pride and your ego aside and be like, okay, as much as I love that, this is what's going to look good for the whole picture. So yeah, you just kind of make it fit. And I think because music involves and music influences like dance, and as well as like even movies and the culture, you can always like bring it in and just kind of let it evolve, really.
How do you visualize like all the steps and have the right vocabulary for the steps? Because like, do you look yourself away and be like, oh, I'm doing this, or do you have to watch the road of structure then take you through? What's your way of working?
Yeah, it's really hard, but this is where you're training. So I know for me, like one thing that, like even simple things like reversing it. So I think I've got quite a photographic memory, which I'm really grateful for. So when I see things, I can be like, okay, cool. But also as when you're learning dance, you've got counts or sounds, and you use that helps you with the rhythm. But then just literally when you're training, like learning to do things both sides and giving yourself a task and always changing it up, and that helps you be adaptable. And we believe in muscle memory, and also like same with like singing. So the more you do it and do it to like your full extent of your energy, it's just in your body that you just go on autopilot. So even sometimes your mind might be going blank. You're like, no, I still remember this. I'm still doing this. And it's, yeah, just like the more you practice and like literally put 110% into it, it always pays off like later on.
And like, obviously you're great at doing what you're doing, and showing yourself as an artist, being a teacher also. But what's something you like to go and see? What you know, to try and maybe change it up, or you know, educate yourself even more with it?
You know what? It's singing. I really want to sing, like do more of that, and I like to do it, but not in the sense of actually taking it, because I feel like in terms of dance and acting, I know how to do that, but actually how do I train my voice and adding that on top of my artistry? And I think it's something that I've actually been quite scared about. I've done a few singing lessons, but yeah, just doing more of that and actually taking it seriously, really.
And just a final few words, as it were, of just, obviously you're doing these CPI classes at the moment, but God, I hate it. Why do you only have this amount of time? For God's sake, I'll definitely have you back if you
yeah, definitely
you come back. But just one sentence or two sentences, just to get everyone up and dancing and have a bit have a bit of fun.
Life's too short, so you better just live it and enjoy it while you still have it.
Well, Jackie, thank you so much. It's been absolutely brilliant. Please look after yourself. See you very, very soon, Jackie.
See you later. Good luck.
Right. That was Jackie Kabuka, everyone. Right, I'm just checking, seeing who is in the waiting room. Nathaniel, are you there just very, very quickly before we introduce? I know the waiting room can be funny, and I know you're watching it on YouTube at the moment. So we're going to give it 2 ticks, and then afterwards, well, me being greedy as always, I can see Vicky Manser in the waiting room at the moment. I'm greedy, and she's going to come back and she's going to be doing more songs for us, and I cannot wait. But let's just quickly see if Nathaniel can join us right this second. I'm going to quickly check the Just Giving page at the moment. Guys, again, we're being spoiled at the moment. We're £10 off. Come on, £10 off from our target for the Dash charity supporting victims of domestic abuse. So please, if you can donate, please do. Link right here showing it by my ugly mug at the moment. We've got such a lineup. We've had a killer lineup so far. Come on, we in total we're going to have the best of the West End, Broadway. We're going to have people from the USA come in. We've got the directors from the Sherlocks. We've got the Peaky Blinders, the Mr. Selfridges, the Endeavours, the oh my goodness, Line of Duties. And that's just on the top of my head. The resumes are absolutely second to none. We've got more 6 coming our way. We've got like a whole 6 army in today. But enough about me and my rambling and my chats. Nathaniel Morrison is here. And oh my goodness, I'm so glad that he is back, because last time I think we felt robbed because our conversation was cut short. But today is not the case. He's here. He's back. Nathaniel Morrison. Hello.
Hello. I'm here.
Hello. Great to see you.
I'm so sorry. I've absolutely stressed you out, like freaking out, because I'm from the Stone Age, really, I think. So like all this modern technology is a whole conundrum to me. I'm like, stream who?
Look, I feel you on that. I'm the guy who's trying to run the technology.
I don't know how you're doing it. You're incredible. I absolutely adore you. I think you're amazing. The fact that have you even been for a toilet break?
I ran. I had to be. My mum's great as well. We've got the army of siblings, and they dropped a sandwich. So now and again, I'm eating a sandwich. We started 5 minutes early, so I'm a bit cheeky. I haven't stopped for the past couple of hours, but I had to quickly go. Oh, we got these spare 5 minutes. Might as well use them. Toilet. So
that was a wise choice. That was a wise choice. It's so good to go. Thank you so much for having me. Blimey, the amount of talent and amazing people that have been on, it's been absolutely amazing.
It's been extraordinary. And
taking it all in.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming as well. What's been happening down your end at the moment?
Oh my gosh, like I thought that like just working in the normal world was busy, but I feel like my world's even busier in lockdown. I don't know that anyone else out there feels the same way.
Yeah,
it's just been quite busy. And I'm very grateful for it.
Do you think, like with everything that is going on, that they will have to find a balance, find a medium of getting this digital world with, like, in supplement with when we go back to sense of normality with the face-to-face contact? There must be, it must be a thing, shouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've discovered that there are so many great mediums that we have at our fingertips and at our disposal, such as this one. And I do think, in a way, when we do go back to a sense of normality, it would be great to get to see people face to face again, but there's so much more that we can do in the way of technology as well as when we get back out there. So I just feel like the whole world kind of shifted up a notch in the way of capability, perhaps. I know I have.
Exactly, and you've got, like, everyone's had more of a presence as well, and especially you. People are looking to you more for inspiration. For you, with inspiration, trying to find inspiration, what do you look to really keep yourself having strength?
Well, I'm grateful to have a Christian faith that I really do get a lot from. Just like being in prayer and like looking at and discovering the most positive scriptures that there are in the Bible that's kept me through these times. But not only that, having really good dialogue with friends and family. I really feel like as if, even though it's not the best time, I've had some great moments of being able to learn from other people, you know, having some great important conversations that needed to be had. And in the working world, which we've just come out of, I don't think I'd get to have that opportunity as much. So I've taken a lot from all of the opportunities that I've had to just speak to people, to encourage people, obviously, to someone said to pour into other people. I've been doing the same thing, but I'm also making sure that I get poured into, because I think that's equally important.
Exactly, amazing. Well, Nathaniel, just quickly, I can't remember what you discussed. Are we able to hear you share a little song or something today?
Yeah, if you want.
Amazing. Yes, yes, please. Is it okay if we jump to the song then?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I was going to do a song with a backing track, but then Linda came on and just mashed up the place with Stand By Me. And she just kind of encouraged me and encouraged my spirit to sing a song that I sing when the chips are a bit down or when it's a special moment. And I think that is now. So I'm going to just share this song with you a cappella.
Amazing. Well, whenever you're ready, take it away.
And it's called I'm Telling You Now. Here we go. So much has went unspoken along the way. Hearts have healed and hearts have broken in the pain of yesterday. Gone are the shadows, they vanished in the light. Let your heart surrender and your soul take flight, and let bygones be bygones and trouble be long gone. And if I never told you how I feel about you, I'm telling you now. We gather here together with all of our friends in a world full of love and laughter. The healing begins. And if this was my last moment, my last breath, I'd wanna be surrounded with joy and happiness, and let bygones be bygones and trouble be long gone. And if I never told you how I feel about you, I'm telling you now. And if I never told you how I feel about you, I'm telling you now. And if I never told you how I feel about you, I'm telling you now. I love y'all.
Wow. Oh my God. That was like, I don't know. I just thought about like silk. It was so nice. It was like, Sarah, it was just, oh my God, it was amazing. Thank you so, so much for that, Nathaniel. I'm so glad that you've been able to sing here as well.
It was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to share that love and that moment with you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for coming on. It's been so, so special. I hope to see you again soon.
Yeah,
okay.
I love what you're doing, by the way. I think this is absolutely incredible, and it's for such a great worthy cause. So, big love to you for that.
Thank you so, so much. All right, I'll catch you soon. Take care, Nathaniel.
Bye. Take care. Bye. Bye,
Right.
everyone.
That was Nathaniel Morrison, everyone. Oh my God, what a treat. Woo! Killer vocals. Come on. Right, well, going from killer vocals to another killer vocals, Vicky Manser is up next. And okay, if you haven't listened to her new #1 country music chart-topping debut single, Pick Me Up, listen to it and stream it after this chat, please, after this chat, because she's going to be on live here in a second. And yeah, I was really cheeky last time saying it earlier, and I'll keep on saying it, because I wanted more songs from Vicky. And we have just that this time round. Other songs coming our way. Vicky is here. Hello. Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, there we go. She's
Yeah,
back.
how you doing?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm going all right. I'm starting to get a bit more sanity. Maybe not right now, but we're getting there slowly but surely. But great to see you again. I'm loving the live.
You and you.
Yeah.
You've been going for a long time now, haven't you?
Yeah, it's 5 hours and 21 minutes now so far.
Legend.
So yeah, it's going all right. It's going all right. And yeah, anyways, enough about that. I'm going to end up going on a tangent in my mind and not speaking. But yeah, loving the lives at the moment because I dropped into one the other day.
Yes, yeah, literally yesterday. I saw you pop up when I was singing. You little yeah, that was just a bit of an impromptu little live. I planned to go on and do a little acoustic version of Pick Me Up and then tease another song. And I ended up staying on there for half an hour just doing it all.
Yeah. But the success of this song, Pick Me Up, so it's been crazy, hasn't it? Is it just like you just having that passion, leaving it, singing or whatever, or is it something that you've written where like this can be a hit song?
I can't believe how well it's gone. I'm just overwhelmed. So the song was actually written by Tim Protty Jones, Demi Marina, and Dan Weller, and they gave me the song to sing. And when I heard it, I thought, oh my god, this is so beautiful. But not being from the music industry per se, it didn't clock with me that when I released it, charts would kind of come into play and all that kind of stuff. That just didn't occur to me in the slightest. So when I got to number 1 on the UK country charts, I was just like mind blown.
Come on, in your face, come on!
What the hell is happening here?
God. It's just incredible, and like after having that that debut single, like there must be more coming the way. There must be already talks going in. Must have already.
Yeah, hopefully there will be another single at least, and hopefully maybe an EP by the end of the year or something like that. I don't know. I'd love there to be more, but we'll just have to see how it goes. Take each day.
There's got to be an EP. Come on, Vicky. But is it okay if we hit a song right now?
Absolutely. So right, I've got a song to play you, which hasn't been. Well, I've never played it publicly before, and I wrote it like 3 years ago now. And I was like going through some old stuff and stuff that I'm just sort of writing now to see if there's anything that I should like re-pick up or whatever. And I played this one and I was like, oh, actually, I do really quite like it. But I think the lyrics need some work. So anyway, we'll see how it goes. It's called Dreamland. Sucked into dreamland, parallel universe made up of just you and me. I was pulled into dreamland, parallel universe. I guess only I could see. You gave me your heart, I gave you mine too. I was left questioning all that I knew, and you took yours back and gave it away. And now I'm in dreamland without you. La 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 la. Now I'm in dreamland without you. La 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 la. I stared into your eyes and felt a connection deeper than I've ever been. I stared into your eyes and felt a connection so real. No, I didn't mean to fall like I did, so hard and so strong. That's how your heart breaks, and I wasn't wrong. But I had no right to feel that for you, 'cause I had someone all along. La 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 la. with someone all alone. La 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 la. Thought I was happy before, and you showed me more. Unlocked the door to a world we created, but you got lost on your way as your heart went astray, and I'm left with these feelings I can't do in dreamland without you. But I will move on without you. Now you are with her, and he is with me, and our dreamland is only a dream.
Oi, Vicky, the first time you played this publicly.
Yes!
Oh my God, amazing. Well, after that song, oh my God, thank you so, so much. We've gone past the allocated, well, not the allocated, whatever, the dream number of money. You know what I'm trying to say. £300, everyone, and it's amazing. So thank you for that. That was absolutely brilliant. Amazing. Before, can I just be really cheeky? Because I know I am really, really greedy. Is there another song on the cards before we?
There might be. I might have just prepared a little one for you.
Oh, yes, come on.
I've just got to put my, hang on, drop down my E. 1 second. Okay, so this song is actually it's really new. I wrote it, was it last week or the week before maybe, with my friend Adam Gillian, who I did Beautiful with the tour. We got together, we did a little Zoom chat, and we did some writing, and we wrote this song called Angel from Hell. And basically I had an idea in my head after watching Tiger King, and one of the people in it said the phrase Angel from Hell, and I was like, that's the song. So this is the Angel from Hell song that me and Adam wrote last week. I hope you like it. See you standing across the bar. We're both coke and whiskey deep. Pull me out from the shadows. You're my one and only, but you're only my one for the night. See you closer through the crowd as the world just falls away. I stare deep into your eyes, and we know no words spoken. Take my hand and I'll lead you into the night. 'Cause baby, one night of fun is all I really need. It's a strange kind of self-serve philosophy. Don't need to love all your paradise. The wings on my back ain't all that nice. When the night is done, I wish you well. But right now, baby, I'm your angel from hell. See your name light up my phone. Another love that I decline. Your addiction's getting boring, and I don't know how else to make this clear, but I don't need another night. 'Cause baby, one night of fun is all I really need. It's a strange kind of self-serve philosophy. Don't need to love all your paradise. The wings on your back ain't all that nice. When the night is done, I truly means to be free. Baby, one night of fun is all I really need. It's a strange kind of self-philosophy. Don't need your love or your paradise. The wings on my back ain't all that nice. When the night is done, I wish you well. But right now, baby, I'm your angel from hell. Your angel from hell. Your angel from hell.
Yes, come on, Vicky Manster. Yes, get in there. 2 songs. Next time we're gonna get the whole set. Come on, let's do it. Oh my God, Vicky, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Obviously on YouTube going off, the whole server was going off as well. Thank you so much. Gotta see you soon. Take care, all right?
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Right, everyone, that was Vicky Manser, and please check out her music via Spotify. Her debut single, Pick Me Up, is #1 on the country music charts. She's sensational. Check her out. Right, everyone. Oh my goodness, after that sensational performance, we now go to a sensational chat within this industry. It is Jonathan O'Boyle. Hello. Oh, on the mute. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hi, how are you? Hello.
Yeah. Oh, I love the facial hair.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. How are you? Yeah, it's getting a bit long now.
Getting a bit long. Yeah. How's everything going down your end at the moment? Because there's a lot of change with freelancers at the moment. At the moment, isn't there? And you've joined the new no-show campaign, Freelancers Make.
Yeah. Yeah. There seems to be quite a good bit of energy behind it. There's sort of a surge in support for that Freelancers Make Theatre Work movement. And when Cameron McIntosh announced that he wasn't bringing his shows back until next year, I think it really made government sort of listen. So there's been quite a lot of change, or hopeful change this week, which is great. And hopefully we'll get some sort of information next week about how we can start to make work across the industry. Fingers crossed, but it's a difficult time still.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Do you, with your mind, where's your mind with all of this? Where's it at the moment?
Do you know what? It's okay. I mean, I'm still taking it. Last time we chatted, that was quite a while ago now. We're into the long slog, I think, in terms of how long it's going to take us to get back. So I think, like many people, just taking it one day at a time, trying to keep mental health active and alive, reading, exercising. But also, now I think now is sort of a bit of hope of things starting to pick up again. Hopefully trying to keep talking to people and chatting about new ideas about how we make theatre on a different scale, in different ways, with maybe smaller casts or different venues. So yeah, it is an exciting time, but also it's sort of not tested at all. It's sort of a tricky period for us to be going through.
Do you think, like McIntosh, there needs to be big statements in order for change to happen and quite quickly as well? And do you think that's what we'll need when we?
I think it helps. I think it takes people that have a lot of influence at the top, either in commercial sector with like Cam McIntosh or Andrew Lloyd Webber or Sonia Friedman, or regional theatres and national theatres that have much more of a voice than sort of people like a smaller image of freelancers. So yeah, absolutely, those people that make a noise at the top, government cannot ignore them. So that's good.
And making noise influences, obviously, in a chat that we've had outside of the interviewing setting, talking about like inspirations, similar-esque kind of directing styles like Jamie Lloyd. For you, is your palette starting to change to everything that's going on at the moment? Do you think you'll have to change your setup of the way you'll be directing, the way you'll be presenting theatre when we go back to a sense of normality, as everyone,
I don't think so. I think once we recover, I think theatre will continue as it always has. But I think the difference is, I think there's got to be a sort of change in how different parts of the industry are represented. I think there's a lot of shift in that about underrepresented voices in the industry, and I hope that theatres don't just now rely on big revivals, big plays that are done over and over again, that they still invest in new artists and new writers and people that are responding to the world around them. So I hope that doesn't get lost. I know that for me, either whether it's musicals or plays, I'm definitely absolutely going to be wanting to keep doing new work and trying new things and looking at new ways of telling stories. But I think in terms of practice, I just can't wait to get back in a theatre and do a show again. So hopefully we won't be doing things online, even though it's great that there's been a stopgap in terms of how we access theatre online at the moment. I think it's good that hopefully that will make more people go to the theatre when we can reopen, to say, look, actually these people like Matt Smith and Claire Foy at the Old Vic, they're actors from the stage that then go on to do The Crown for Netflix. So actually the theatre is where everything in the industry is rooted.
Yeah, and obviously I've ranted and raved about your scene changes and how everything looks aesthetically on stage with your productions, but do you think that the digital forum will probably be incorporated, especially maybe at the beginning of this getting back together? Do you think that might be a way of transforming perspective and audiences?
Absolutely, yeah. I think what it's shown us is that actually the industry is quite fragile, and that the margins for error financially are really tight. So I think now that it's important that we film all our work to a good quality standard, whether that's live streaming our work or recording it for a good archive, so that there is a blend between live art and an online presence. Because like NT Live is an amazing outlet for theatre, and it goes around the world. It sort of celebrates British theatre and international theatre around the world, but also people that can't get to London. It sort of makes theatre accessible. So I think that is absolutely where we should be going. We should be, because obviously theatre is the art form, it's the form. We have to be in a room together and watch it. That's the whole point of it, that we're in a collective environment working together with a live audience. But there's no way we won't be blending that with an online presence. Absolutely.
Yeah, and just summing it up, as it were, just quickly, is there a favourite play that you have, like that you read or you love to keep cherished in your heart, that you always go back to, you always maybe revisit and read? Is there something that you could just quickly, maybe the listeners can maybe check out?
Well, I love any Arthur Miller. So if ever Arthur Miller's on, or I want to read a good play that I know is good, like View from the Bridge or Death of a Salesman, or those amazing plays. I think those American great writers are playwrights that absolutely I would go back to. But also I love, I worked on a play called Bull by Mike Bartlett at the Young Vic, and that's a 55-minute play. The writing is exquisite, and it's acerbic, it's lean, it's neat, it's deadly. So that sort of play I would love to read. It's really quick, you can sort of inspire yourself. But yeah, sort of the American classics as well.
Well, Jonathan, thank you so much. It's so brilliant. I absolutely love you and adore you. Thank you for coming.
Bless you. Thank you
to the show, and please do look after yourself and be in touch.
You too. Good luck rest of the day. Hope it goes all right. Nice to see you.
Bye. Oh my goodness, that was the lovely Jonathan O'Boyle, everyone. Righty, let's do a quick checkup, everyone. We're doing amazingly well with donations at the moment. Thank you. It's all a bit overwhelming. I'm probably going to end up crying, but right now I can't do it on air, so there we go, because I'll look even more ugly. But yeah, we're at the £300 mark. Oh my goodness, how amazing. And we're not even halfway through. And I'm losing my mind. But anyways, enough about that. I'll just quickly put the link here again if you'd like to donate. I put it in the server as well, Just Giving. And yes, any donation is amazing. If not, don't worry. Even just being here, tuning in, it's extraordinary how many people are tuning into the server. It's great having people coming in and out on the YouTube. Thank you so much. Right. Up next, we have Joshua St. Clair. And Joshua, last time he was here, he killed us with his absolutely phenomenal, see, I'm losing the mind. I can't even speak. Explosive vocals. Last time he was here. Hopefully we maybe get a flavour again. But let's grab a chat with him. He's here now. Hello, Joshua.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Hi. Yeah, I'm not bad, thank you. I'm pretty good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm phase. I'll get out the phase soon, I'm sure. But yeah, everything down your end. Like, it's been a wee while since we last spoke and heard you. Oh my God, kill it! We were replaying it in the house. Let's put it that way.
Thanks, man.
Just being cheeky, because I know that we didn't talk about having a song or no. Is there any way that we could maybe get a song today? If not, don't worry.
Yeah, sure. I came prepared.
Yes, come on! Oh my God, because I didn't actually ask Joshua, but that's brilliant. Okay, amazing. Well, just very quickly, what will we be hearing a little later on?
I was going to do a last 5 years number.
Amazing. Amazing. That's really fitting, because we had Jonathan just on there who directed it earlier this year. But let me just get my thoughts. I'm so sorry. It's been nearly 6 hours, and I'm losing my mind. Recalibrate. So that's what we were talking about. There's been a lot of change since we last spoke, and we last had you at Take It to the Lounge. How have you been able to, like, it's always constantly adapting, but where are you really sitting with everything that's going on at the moment?
I guess I just try and take it day by day. I think every day is a new chance to, try something different, or try. Do you know what I mean? But I think the idea is like trying to build structure in your like lifestyle. So whether that's trying like a new exercise class, trying like a different walk, trying like a new sport, watching a new TV program. Like, I'm all about, trying to keep my mind, I guess, kind of rolling. I never want to kind of get into a slump. I think it's so easy in these kind of situations to, rightly so, kind of think woe with me and kind of go into a bit of a potentially negative mindset. And not that that's a bad thing. I think sometimes you just have to give into that, but I try my best to stay on top of my mental health, of my physical health. I think they're really connected as two things anyway. And obviously, I guess what's quite different at the moment is, it's not just theatre that's kind of been at the forefront of our industry. It's been some, other political issues and some, very important civil rights issues as well that have kind of taken precedence over get theatre back, if you know what I mean. And I actually think that's been quite refreshing in a way as well, and obviously very, very important.
Yeah, and being connected, going to that, like, everything's interconnected. Just thinking about breath, and obviously we talked lightly before, like, about centering the core, but breath power. Obviously, I was talking last time we were talking about the amazing productions you have been involved in. Oh my God, I'm so jealous. Like having that, the breath power, but also the control and sustaining it, and having those moments of lightness and showing that vulnerability through song. What do you really do when you get that song and try and find the ease with it, but still tell the story of a roller coaster?
Yeah, that's a massive question, isn't it? I think I'm still learning how to do that, to be honest. Like, I would never try and oversell myself as an incredible actor through song. I still think my career, in terms of where I am, like, I'm young and I'm still learning that myself. Like, I still watch performances of other people and go, that's what it is. That's what I want to achieve. But in terms of breath, it's about finding that balance. It's that balance of singing the song well, because you don't want to sound like a pile of cack, but also being able to connect to whatever the story is, whatever the drive of the specific piece that you might be singing. I think they have to go hand in hand, and I actually think when both are working, but basically one can't work without the other. I don't think you can tell the story by just being a fabulous vocalist, but I also don't think I'm trying to word it right. And basically, what I think, they go hand in hand. It's a good vocalist and a good actor is kind of the perfect thing, I guess, for an acting through song. But I was always taught that the acting takes center stage. Do you know what I mean? The acting is the important thing. If you crack, if you miss a note, if you're connected to the story and you're delivering the message, it doesn't really matter. But incorporating breath and technique and stuff is what helps you to achieve those heights of incredible acting through song while simultaneously singing a song brilliantly.
Amazing. Well, is it okay if we can see you do that very thing right now?
We'll try it. Yeah, it's not. It feels like it's early, but it's not early. So I just need to just man up and just get on with it. Here we go. My internet's been a bit dodgy, by the way. So if the backing track suddenly cuts out, I will just keep singing.
Okay, amazing. Take it away whenever you're ready.
And just like that, it doesn't want to do anything. That's very frustrating. Sorry, one sec, mate.
No worries. We've been having, I think I might have cursed the whole thing earlier, talking to Lee Knight, and I said, haven't had any technical difficulties, and then literally he froze. It was so funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it's just like,
yeah, I feel like I've got a dodgy remote at the moment. I mean, I can give you a bit of a cappella if you prefer. I can play it. You know what? I'll try to play it through my phone, and hopefully the speaker quality won't be so terrible, and hopefully I'll be able to hear it.
Okay.
In fact, can you still see me? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can still see me, right? If I go through this.
Yeah, I can still see you. I can still see
I'm going to just play it through my computer and just see what happens. If the balance is terrible, give me a thumbs down and I'll stop the track. But at this point, we're going to be going over anyway, so sorry about that. When I get going, maybe give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down just in terms of balance, if that's okay. Cool.
Within
And that's an advert.
I'm in the game. I'm ready to play.
Turn it down slightly, if possible, please.
Yeah, cool. Here we go. For goodness sake. Sometimes YouTube can be an absolute pain, can't it? Right, here we go. Did I just hear an alarm start ringing? Did I see sirens go flying past? Though I don't know what tomorrow's bringing, I got a singular impression things are moving too fast. I'm gliding smooth like a figure skater. I'm riding high as a rocket blast. I just expected it 10 years later. I got a singular impression things are moving too fast. You say, oh no, step on the brakes, do whatever it takes to stop this train. Slow, slow, the lights turning red. I say no, no, whatever I do, I barrel on through and I don't complain. No matter what I try, I'm flying full speed ahead. I'm never worried to walk the wire. I won't do anything that's just half-assed. But with the stakes getting somewhat higher, I got a singular impression that things are moving too fast. I found a woman I love, and I got an agent who loves me. Things might get bumpy, but some people analyze every detail. Some people stall when they can't see the trail. Some people freeze out of fear that they'll fail. But I keep rolling on. Some people can't find success with their art. Some people never feel love in their hearts. Some people can't tell the two things apart. But I keep rolling on. And
I can follow through. But what else am I supposed to do? I've dreamed of riding like the high and mighty. Now I'm the subject of a bidding war. I've met my personal Aphrodite. I'm doing things I've never dreamed of before. We start to take the next step together. Found an apartment on 73rd. The Atlantic Monthly's printing my first chapter. 2,000 bucks without rewriting one word. I left Columbia and I don't regret it. I wrote a book and somebody made a Reddit. My heart's been stolen, my ego's swollen. I just keep rolling along. Whoa, yeah. Then I think, whoa, what else is in store about all this and more? Before 24, it's hard not to be sure. I'm spinning out of control. Out of control. I'm feeling panicked and rushed and hurried. I'm feeling outmaneuvered and outclassed. But I'm so happy I can't get worried about a singular impression. I got a singular impression. Things are moving too fast.
Way! Thanks for that, Joshua. Yes.
No worries.
Oh, brilliant. Well, thank you. It was a pleasure to see you again. And please
See you
take care
again.
of yourself. And I'm sure we will see you again very, very soon.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Bye.
Right. Okay. Up next, we have Sarah Marie Maxwell. And whilst we wait for her, please remember when we hit the 3 o'clock mark, Cole McCarthy will be joining us. And oh my goodness, I can already tell that the figures are going from 6,000 climbing continuously right now because they know what's going to happen. How sensational has it been? Joshua St. Clair just then, and the people that we've had before. Sarah Marie Maxwell is joining just now, and oh my goodness, do I love this woman. She's been here from the very start of the Tk2 Lounge series. It would not be the same if this talented bean wasn't here. If you haven't heard already, Lindsay Atherton's and Alex Christian's magnetic movement has now become reborn, reconfigured into magnetic studios. Sarah Marie Maxwell is part of the heart of it, the blood flow of it all. Here's Sarah now to talk more on this very exciting program. Hello.
Oh, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. Been having a few technical issues trying to get into this, but I'm fine. I'm fine now.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a bit of a minefield. Apologies.
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. How's it been today?
It's been extraordinary. Loads of people have tuned into the server. People are coming in and out on this, and it's great on this live visual. And yeah, it's been really, really well. But anyways, time is of the essence. So quickly talking about magnetic studios before we hear you kill it with your talent again. How is that? Because it's now become something even bigger, and the reception for it is massive.
Yeah, it's been quite overwhelming. Obviously, week to week in quarantine and lockdown, it's been exciting to kind of feel like you're slightly helping people get into like dancing again and keep moving just to get through that horrible 13 weeks that we had. But bless Lindsay and Alex, they've created something that's absolutely fantastic. And they developed it into the website to keep it going further, and obviously to try and help the industry going forward, and the people that were teaching the classes to be able to actually kind of start earning a living again. It's amazing. So fingers crossed. I think today, as of today, I think there's over 1,000 people that have joined and signed up, and that's just day 2. So hopefully it's going to take off from there, and it'll be amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with the masses that have already tuned in and classes. Yeah, it's going to be something truly special. But Sarah, you're so generous. But what are you doing today for you?
I am going to sing a little bit from my absolute favourite show that I used to work front of house at before the lockdown came into play. I'm going to sing from Waitress. I'm going to sing Used to Be Mine from Waitress.
Amazing.
Used to Be Mine. If I can get my phone to work, that would be amazing. Right, 2 seconds.
I'm going to have a quick swig of the Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I do apologise. Here we go.
Ah.
It's not simple to say that most days I don't recognize me. That these shoes and this apron, the place and its patrons take more than I gave them. It's not easy to know I'm not anything like I used to be, although it's true I was never attention sweet center. I still remember that girl. She's imperfect, but she tries. She is good, but she lies. She is hard on herself. She is broken, but won't ask for help. She is messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She is all of this mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She is gone, but she used to be mine. It's not what I asked for. Sometimes life just slips in through a back door and carves out the person and makes you believe it's all true. And now I've got you. You're not what I asked for. If I'm honest, I know I would give it all back for a chance to start over and rewrite an ending or two. For the girl that I knew, be reckless just enough, who gets hurt, but who learns how to tough it up when she's bruised and gets used by a man who can't love. Then she'll get stuck and be scared of life that's inside her, getting stronger each day, till it finally reminds her to fight just a little, to bring back the life that's been gone, but it used to be mine. It used to be mine. She is messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She is all of this mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She's gone, but she used to be mine.
Sarah Marie Maxwell, everyone. Absolutely sensational. Thank you. Absolutely stunning. Honestly,
Thank you.
people cry on the YouTube. People who are listening to it via audio, absolutely loving it. You're a dream. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for inviting me onto this again. It's always so lovely to kind of lock in and say hello and have a sing. So thank you.
You're part of the Tk2 Lounge DNA. Thank you so much. See you soon. Have a cracking time at Magnetic Studios. I'll catch you soon.
Thank
All right.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. West End star Sarah Marie Maxwell, everyone. How amazing was that? Right, I'm just looking at everything, and yep, it's true. They're all queuing up at the moment. I can already see in my inbox and private messages that people are queuing up to see our next guest. Here, our next guest, Colm McCarthy. How lucky are we? Let's just jump into the thick of it, as we only have an hour. So, Colm, hiya, you all right?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Not bad at all. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Pleasure.
How's it
going out? So,
pardon?
I said my pleasure. I wasn't going out, so yeah.
Well, how like with that, how have you been dealing with the lockdown at the moment? Because it is a massive difference.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually due to be on a plane to South Africa to shoot a movie on the Monday, and on the Sunday the travel ban came into effect, so didn't go. And so it's been quite weird. It's been very strange, kind of going from a place where I was due to be in production into kind of trying to kind of find ways of both keeping that project going and kind of making sure that we're able to kind of move when things come back together, and figuring out how production works in a post-COVID environment, which is something that like everybody in the industry all around the world have been talking about and trying to figure out, because the illness is going to be with us probably till, at the best case scenario, next year sometime. And the industry will be in a lot of trouble if we can't get back before that. So try to figure out what the best route to production is and stuff. And then I've been working on a lot of development stuff. On a personal level, I'm lucky that I have a family that are super cool people that I love hanging out with, and we have a lot of the same interests, and so we've been watching stuff and listening to music and gaming and having fun together, which has been good. I'm keen to kind of see what the route is back to some sort of semblance of reality, but it feels like we're a year out from that, and it's just going to be different levels of strange in the meantime. It's a very odd time in the world. There's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Yeah, exactly. Like rerouting, looking at your journey. If it's okay, before we properly just jump into it, can you just say how did this all start with you getting involved in the industry of content?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I had a really weird intro to the industry. I basically was a bit of a mess, a little bit confused about what I wanted to do, and had all sorts of different kind of issues with engaging with reality and stuff until I was in my late 20s. And I sort of, when I was about 26, I got myself together enough and was looking about and thinking about what I wanted to do with my life. I hadn't been to uni. I dropped out of school early, and I was in a period where I for the first time in my life, I'd stopped drinking and doing drugs, which had been a big part of my life up until then. And I was sitting chatting to a friend of mine who was similarly in recovery, and we're in a cafe having a cup of coffee, and he was like, "What are you going to do?" And I was like, "I don't know, but I want to do something." And he was driving. He said, "What did you want to do when you were a kid? What was like your childhood dream job?" And I was like, "Film director," because when I'd been, when I was young, I'd gone to see Star Wars and the Raiders films, and like a lot of people my age, they'd been real sort of intros to the magical world of storytelling on screen for me, and that had elevated me outside of my own life and into a different kind of place. And I loved movies, and I'd become quite obsessed with films when I was a kid. And I found this So You Want to Be a Director book that I had when I was 10 that I'd written Colin McCarthy, director, inside the cover of. And I'd forgotten about that for all sorts of reasons to do with my personal life and stuff over the intervening period. But that was like my kind of astronaut or pilot dream job when I was that age. And he said, well, I work in films, I'll help you get into it. And I was like, you're a truck driver. And he was like, yeah, but I drive a prop truck. So he took me down to a set and introduced me to a load of people. And, I found out about the union. I was living in Dublin at the time, and the Irish film industry was very unionized. So I kind of figured out a little bit about how one joined the union. And I became a trainee assistant director in the union, which took about a year. And about 6 months after that, I got my first job running on a job. And I did that for about a year. And by the end of that year, I was also reading tons and tons of books about how one goes about directing, and talking interviews with directors and about film theory and editing and screen development and stuff, and kind of autodidactically trying to kind of like educate myself about filmmaking. And at the end of that year, I borrowed a bunch of equipment and I made my first short film. And then I had about 3 years, two and a half, 3 years where I was just making music videos, short films, self-generated material. And this was a long time. Digital cameras were just starting to come out. So the technology wasn't really so readily in the hands of everybody as it is right now. I was doing a lot of borrowing equipment and making friends who were like wanting to be cinematographers or wanting to be sound recordists, and who were getting going with that kind of stuff similarly, and got a lot of favors. And eventually had a couple of short films accepted onto various funded short film schemes. So I got some money to make stuff, mostly to feed people that were working on them and things like that. And a couple of them won awards. And then I think a key thing for me was another director, a woman called Dervla Walsh, had seen one of my shorts and loved it, and she got me my first job directing a television drama. So that was actually about 17 years ago, and since then I've directed a lot of television drama and a couple of movies, and I've been lucky enough that the jobs I've worked on have gotten bigger and more interesting and cool. Not necessarily cooler, because some of the ones back then were very cool, but in their own ways. But maybe a little bit more profile or whatever. And that's kind of, my career's developed. Once you get a foot in the door, if you're able to do stuff well, it's a bit of a meritocracy. The tricky bit for a lot of people is getting that first foot in the door. So that's quite a long-winded response. How much of the hour have we up there? 8 minutes. So
that is fine. Keep rolling into the next segment, because we've got how many hours on our hands? Surely we can have an extra couple of minutes. But for like picking up on that, like getting your foot in the door, just whilst we're on that. Obviously, it is really strange times at the moment, really affected the industry. But for those that right now or just before lockdown had the idea of going, I want to be the next budding director, I can do it, or the upcoming directors, what would you do if you were at that stage again when you were just starting out? What would you do right now to really help your chances and keep the ball rolling, as it were?
Well, the lockdown's tricky, but I mean, the bottom line is with opportunities, the industry has traditionally been very skewed, like it's skewed towards people that are privileged in a number of different ways. I'm like a white dude, so I've got like a bunch of the privilege cards already in my hand. But it's also, there's no secret that in the UK, the majority of directors that are my age are also from quite financially privileged backgrounds, because normally what happens is you have to make short films, you have to make work. Directing isn't really like, assistant directing isn't really training to be a director. And, for sure, there are college courses and things, but the only way that somebody's going to trust you to direct something for money is if you can show them already with a piece of work that you can direct. And so the tricky thing is putting together that piece of work, because to make a low budget feature film or an hour of, you know, primetime drama costs about £1 million. So even doing things on the cheap is really difficult, and it's a really hard thing to get into for people. And I think for some people, film schools are great because they give you access to those resources. But I would also say that now it's never more true than ever before that the means of production are more accessible to more people. You know, like people can get cameras, you know, really, really cheaply. You can shoot a movie on your iPhone. People have done it, you know, or you know, your Galaxy or whatever, you know. You can do that, and you can certainly edit it on a laptop and that kind of thing. I remember hearing the first Streets album and then hearing about how Mike Skinner had put that together, and the whole thing of, you know, making an album on a laptop and then, you know, only really needing to engage with the expensive bit of the process being about mastering it. And similarly, that's possible with film. But the bit that really is really difficult to get right is first script, you know, and like you don't get the opportunity to direct a short that has a lot of that costs money without having a good script. And so I think a lot of writers are really struggling, like everyone else in the lockdown, with, you know, lack of stimulation and human contact and all that other stuff. But you're not being deprived of the basic means of production. You know, like if you can sit down and write, you can write something. So the bottom line is to get something good made as a director. Like I don't write now. I haven't written for years, but I did write almost all of the shorts that I made, and I certainly wrote treatments and story ideas for music videos that I made and stuff. And I wrote my first feature script with my brother. And learning about development and writing is really, really key. And that's something that you can do at home right now if you want. I don't know how many great lockdown films or short films there are going to be. Really, to be honest, I think, you know, it's as boring as it is for all of us to be stuck at home, you know, and it's quite hard to find a spin on that to make really good dramas. But I think thinking about what you're going to do at the end of it. So the bottom line is, if you want to direct, you have to direct stuff. You have to kind of show people by making things and going, look, here's something I made, and it's like interesting, compelling, beautiful, whatever, you know, like there's a reason why it should be seen as special. And you know, that's the kind of bottom line with it. In terms of making something good, spending time putting together a script and really, really, you know, finessing material. So I do a little bit of mentoring. I work with some people who are kind of getting at various stages of early on in their career, from never made anything, but want to do it, to you know, have made short films that are knocking on the door trying to get in, you know. And the thing that's really, really key is, for a director, is you don't have like any other calling card than your work. You have to make things.
Yeah, like making things, working with like the development, the journey, getting the foot in the door, and then tackling giants like Peaky Blinders, for example. When you're working with big actors, earlier John Strickland talked about Line of Duty, and about within a scene there's a car crash of emotions, and dealing with that. For you, when you're communicating with actors and trying to get let whatever's going on in a scene receive to the audience, how do you work with them so quickly so you're able to get that out of them, big or small actors?
Well, I think it's working with actors is very, very different depending on who you're working with. And in a way, with Peaky Blinders, working with the actors was a lot easier than a lot of other stuff I've done, because the actors were like, you know, like if you start listing them, you have to keep going because they're all equally brilliant. There's so many, you know. I mean, obviously Killian's amazing. We had Tom Hardy in that series, Helen McCrory, Paul Anderson, Joe Cole, but also like Sophie Rundle, Amy Fiona Edwards. I'm going to miss people because there's literally over 15, 20 amazing actors in that show. And so then your job isn't about like trying to help people to act good, because like they can all do that. It's it's kind of twofold. One is trying to kind of keep people between the ditches. So because some of those actors work in very different ways to one another, and some of them are quite explosive talents, it's helping them to kind of stay on target in terms of the script, which is brilliant, you know, because Steve Knight's a great writer, and trying to kind of stay in the flow of what they're doing. But also it's about creating an atmosphere. That's probably the most important bit on a show like Peaky Blinders, is creating an atmosphere and an environment for the actors that allows them to express themselves in a way that's interesting. So, for instance, I would really encourage the actors on that show to talk to me about what they were thinking, what they wanted to do, about their ideas, and then I would try and on set allow them to feel in control in the rehearsals, and I would kind of suggest and guide and prompt, but not try and be overly specific. That's not really necessary in order to create something that feels really real and interesting, but I would be more kind of suggesting, like, and the actors would have, I remember Helen McCrory, there's a great scene where Helen McCrory's, her character's been abused, raped by Campbell, and the character that Sam Neill, I didn't even mention Sam Neill in that list, how stupid is that? Anyway, but like who's like inspiring, amazing person. But anyway, you know, she comes home and it was scripted that she kind of arrived through the door drunk from having gone to the pub afterwards. And she was like, I think it would be more interesting if we found me at the start of this scene already in the bath, and I've gone straight home and I've gotten drunk in the bath because the first thing I want to do is wash. And I was like, that's really cool instinct. So, you know, she'd suggested this to me at 6 p.m. the night before, and it was the first scene we were shooting the next day. And I remember phoning Grant Montgomery, the tempestuous production designer on that show, and being like, any chance we can get like a brass bath before tomorrow morning to sit in front of the fire? But it was and he did it, which was amazing, and we figured it out and we made it work, and the scene was great for it. And actually all of the dialogue is Steve's dialogue, but her having that one simple idea and us being able to react to her idea was what made that work. I think, you know, and I remember, you know, like the thing with Killian was just always just trying to give him space to kind of find it, you know, and being there ready to capture it. And, you know, it's very easy to get wound up on television schedules with time, because that's the real big difference between working on like a high-end TV drama and a big movie, is the bit that gets collapsed is time. And so I worked with a brilliant DP who was able to be, Simon Dennis, who was able to be really reactive and supportive. But we would start with a rehearsal, and sometimes we would rehearse a scene for an hour and a half, and it would leave us only an hour to shoot the scene. But it would mean that we'd really, really like found what the actors wanted to do with it. And yes, the filming would be somewhat like compacted in time, but we still always seem to find ways of making it kind of cinematically interesting or whatever. It was a great process.
Avenues of exploration, and I have to ask this question again, because I know that the listeners will kill me if I don't, especially with you. In an audition room scenario, for you, obviously you'll have an eye of who's got the talent, but what do you want to see when people are in the room? In many respects, what do you want them to offer you? When you're looking at it?
It's really, you know, auditioning is really difficult, because on the one hand I love it because I love actors, I love meeting actors, you know, and I enjoy the company of people who have chosen to take such like I always say, when people like mates kids or like younger people that are thinking about it talk to me about acting, or when you're working with kids that are non-actors, you know, that are thinking about getting into it or whatever, I always say it's like the best job in the world, and it's like absolutely the worst career. You know, my dad was a dramatist who also acted for a while, and so I knew a lot of actors. Although the professional part of his life that was given over to acting was actually wound up being quite a relatively small part of it. You know, it was a thing that he returned to. And so I knew a lot of actors and stuff growing up, and I'm very sympathetic towards it. But ultimately, acting involves 90% of equity are unemployed at any one time. And I carry that kind of in my head every time we audition, because I also know that, like, you know, if I say to the casting director, I'd like to see a lot of different types of people for this role. Maybe the part's a bit flat on the page and I'm looking for, you know, somebody who's going to come in and do something to make it their own. Or maybe I have a very specific thought about it that's interpretable a number of different ways. And the casting director will bring in a lot of different people. And there's straight away, there is absolutely not a thing that someone who isn't somebody else can do that's going to get them the part rather than that somebody else. I actually think it's a part of the process that the actors who are best at managing it are kind of champions of the Serenity Prayer. You know the Serenity Prayer?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so like I'm not like a big God botherer. I'm very agnostic, but I do think it's a really good tool for living your life, because the truth is there's a whole load of stuff in that situation that you don't have any control over, you know, and it's really not about like, it's very easy to take it personally when you're not like chosen for a part, but like I'm at a stage where like I've been doing casting this year for a feature film. The film is like a good script. It's greenlit with a studio, so it's a very viable project. And I've got a really good casting director on it, which means that he will bring in brilliant people for the parts. Now, some of the parts we might see 30 people for the part, and the thing that will allow you to choose one person is not down to something that somebody else hasn't done. Do you see what I mean? It's like they've done something that's interesting, or you're like, oh, I can see how that would work with that energy. But I would say also that I have definitely met people in audition environments who I've then gone, I really want to work with that person. And I've actually had situations a couple of times over the years where I've met people in a casting situation and a part's come up and I've gone, ding, 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 they'd be brilliant for that part. And we just offered it to them. And maybe the casting director's gone, well, let me bring in a couple of people to show you. And I'm always a little bit like, well, I'd like to meet them, but I really want to cast this person. And that's definitely happened a few times that I've cast parts based on knowing people, not through anything else other than having met them and maybe knowing their work a little bit or whatever. So it's a very what's great in a casting process is when somebody comes in and they don't say things like, I really, really want this part, because that's like, you know, it's really difficult because like there's nobody more sympathetic to being an out of work actor than me, or to that thing of like seeing something and going, I know I could do this brilliantly, but you're knowing that you could do it brilliantly in the version of it that you have in your head, and maybe that's different to what someone else. Like I've had the thing of going up for directing gigs. I've been pretty lucky about what I've gotten, but there's definitely been one or two things where I've not gotten the job, and then I've watched, or I've not done it maybe for another reason, and then I've watched the thing and been like, that's not what I would have done with it, you know, and that doesn't make it any less valid or right, you know, or whatever. And sometimes people will do something amazing with it that's different to what you would have done.
Because you have that mindset, do you find yourself when you're just involved in this industry, the way you watch things and everything kind of changes so are you always in that mindset of watching it and being like, oh no, I wouldn't do it like that, or oh, that's quite interesting? Do you pick certain styles, whatever, or do you just really stick to
when things are done really well? You tend to think that less, you know. I mean, I've definitely seen things where I've gone, wow, I would have no idea how to do that. I mean, a very interesting experience for me was doing Black Mirror. So I was a massive fan of Black Mirror from the first series, and I really, really wanted on the show. And they actually talked to me about a series earlier than the one that I did, and I couldn't do it because I was doing something else in the end. It was really annoying because I love the show. I love Charlie's writing. I love the world of that, and it's you know, especially, you know, it's just very interesting culturally and stuff. And also there's a lot of space for a director in it, you know, in terms of, you know, building visuals, building kind of an audio environment, and really filmmaking, you know, which doesn't always exist in television in the same kind of way, because often you're within the confines of a series. But anyway, I did in the end the Black Museum episode, but I originally read for that series the script that was shot immediately before that, which was Metalhead, which is the one that David Slade directed. And I read that script and I loved it as well. And I went in and talked to them about it. And, you know, obviously they were talking to a couple of people, and there was something else that I was doing that I wasn't sure whether it was going to go or not. And so I sort of stepped back from doing the Metalhead one and then became available and did the other one. Anyway, I saw what David Slade did with it. And obviously David's like a really great director. And it was so different the way he handled it. In my head, it was all going to be like a kind of, it spoke to me about the very British dystopian TV drama of the 70s and 80s, which I know Charlie Brooker's obsessed with, and I know was part of the thing for him, but like that sort of Day of the Triffids and, you know, those kind of very kind of British, British sci-fi that's always super muddy. And I just think of like muddy Range Rovers, and I kind of thought of it in a kind of very gritty, grainy, filmic way with a lot of brown and stuff. And that was the version of it that was in my head. There was a lot of other stuff about it. But then to see David make it into this kind of very operatic piece of storytelling that was black and white, and with this like really aggressive photographic approach. And it was really inspiring and cool to see it, because I'm pretty sure that my version would have been good as well. But his was amazing, and it was like, wow, you can actually take a script, and directing has a really big effect on it. Because a lot of the time in film, people think directors do everything, and in television, they think writers do everything. And the truth is, like they both have to be good for anything to be any good, you know. And you know, it was certainly kind of very true on that show. And so go on, sorry.
Just with like the imagination sense of like picturing stuff, how you're going to do the shots, etc. Do you just let your imagination run wild, or do you pause and be like, okay, I need to think about a different shot or a different moment to roll into that, or do you like what's your process in that regard in initially kickstarting?
You know, I've done things where I've storyboarded the whole film, and I've kind of like, I certainly did that with a lot of my shorts when I was starting out. The Peaky Blinders process was quite interesting because, as I described earlier, it was so actor-centric. You know, it was so based on what the actors were doing that a lot of the time I wouldn't have that sort of shot flow. Often I would have like a plan for how to shoot the scene. I remember my kind of mantra became on that. I'd always have a plan for how to shoot the scene in my back pocket, and then hopefully I wouldn't shoot the plan because something more interesting would happen on set, and we would pursue that idea. And it's very, for me, like everybody's different. And I guess this is like, I'm not a massive, I think a lot of stuff can be learned. I don't necessarily believe there's an innate thing, but some people understand certain ideas. For me, the idea of the line and the kind of principle of how you shoot coverage and how you cover a scene was something that within a month of being on a film set for the first time and kind of taking the experience of seeing what people were doing and then watching films in an analytical way, I was like, I just understood it. So that was very simple. So I'm quite capable of like being in a room with a bunch of actors, plotting out a scene and figuring out how to shoot the scene based on what the actors do. So I don't necessarily have storyboards in that kind of way, but I do have a thing that when I read a script, whether it's key images or whether it's more kind of world building thing, or if it's a general approach to the photographic style of it, that when I get interested in something, you know, like, I mean, I'm lucky enough now that I get sent scripts and I go, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's amazing. I'd love to do it, you know? And so when I read things, I want to do them partly based on whether I have the experience of seeing it somewhat in my head, which does not necessarily mean literally seeing shot by shot exactly what's happening in the scene, but it means seeing a kind of like a painting of it or whatever, you know, as I'm reading it. I'm kind of like, you know, an example would be with Black Mirror. I knew that like it became very Steadicam focused in terms of the shooting thing, that Rollo's on a journey, and so the Rollo storytelling part of it became something that as soon as I read it, I read that as something that was in motion, and there's a real tick to it, you know, and it goes through to the score and everything. There's something about like this kind of ambitious desire and kind of drive that the character had that is kind of part of what the thing speaks to in terms of like the sickness of the character and stuff, and so that was very clear to me, and I saw the stuff in the Black Museum as being very densely black with kind of floating objects, and saw the faces and the shadows in that, and that was something that kind of definitely, reading the script, I saw very clearly. But I also saw the kind of the flashback elements, i.e. the stories told within it, particularly the kind of Dr. Payne story kind of really felt to me like a sort of 90s Hollywood genre film. You know, like there was that kind of period of kind of classy genre films when they made stuff like Fatal Attraction and things. And I definitely had a thing in my head that of like the way that it's shot, just in terms of the size of close-ups and stuff like that, being kind of on the edge of, you know, like when Cronenberg became mainstream and stuff as well, that sort of period of genre studio filmmaking was something that kind of like was in my head a bit reading it. So you start off with that kind of collection, which could feel like a bit of a collage of stuff in your head going into something. And as you work your way through it, it becomes more or less kind of tacked down. I guess that's the sort of, in terms of kind of reading and a starting place, that's kind of how it works for me.
And Conrad, picking up on that, is it true that you play, what was it, is it 8 instruments or something?
I mean, I love music. I'm terrible at it. Like my thing with music is, you know, to get good with any kind of art form requires dedication, and there's that 10,000 hours of mastery thing. And I like instant gratification. I know like a bunch of chords, so I've got like, yeah, there's musical instruments around me, you know, like I like picking up musical instruments and playing them, but I don't like sitting and doing scales for 2 hours. You can't get really good, I don't think, at like playing music without doing that. So I would say, yeah, I play 8 instruments all absolutely terribly. You know, that's kind of my music. I played in a lot of bands when I was a teenager and stuff, and I love music. You know, music's my favorite art form, and I'm a big arty wanker. I love them all. You know, apart from opera, I love every other kind of medium of art, I think. You know, but music has a way of touching people directly emotionally, and part of the magic of screen storytelling is about how you use music, or, you know, the music that works within what you're doing. Yeah.
The score, like with that music, whatever ability it is at, with you, like with the score, because I was going to touch on that anyways, like getting that cinematic feel. Do you feel like learning the instruments, you've been able to perhaps maybe break down and have that more of a communication with the composers as such?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, the composers that I've worked with have enjoyed the collaboration, and I can be quite on occasion relentless about like notes and kind of, you know, continuing to refine with music. I think I'm sure that's sometimes a bit frustrating, and about placement of music and stuff like that. But I think also what composers do appreciate is that I do have something of a language about it. I do have some kind of input of like I'm able to express myself when I'm talking about what they've done. If I'm going to give a note, at least they don't have to kind of then translate my note into musical terms, because I have enough of an understanding of the terminology to be able to give them an in. And the two things are so inextricably linked, you know, music. And it's interesting. I always think it's really interesting that before films had sound, they didn't have actors in the room saying the words on the screen. They let you just read that, but they did have somebody there playing music to go along with it, because you need that to kind of make it's like, you know, you need a tea bag and hot water, you know, you need music there somewhat, I think, to help kind of complete the magic trick. And some people can get bound up in the idea that, like, you know, they don't like it when music's overly manipulative in a film or a TV show. But often what I think they're reporting in that instance is that the music is not working because they're conscious of it, and it's like, you know, in terms of how it's mixed or how it's placed, or whether it's too overtly stating its case, you know, that it's not working for those reasons. But yeah, I mean, I love. I love musicians, and I really enjoy the magic, because the thing about music that's different is you're creating pure emotion. The thing about that music does is it communicates to you on a purely emotional level. Like I've never had anyone able to explain to me why a minor chord is sad and a major chord is not. You know, that it's like there's a really mysterious, purely emotive element to it.
And connecting to pieces, you've been talking about the scripts, quality scripts, good, bad, being selective with it. Earlier, John Strickland talked about like saying the script is the first and foremost thing that he picks, then it goes the actors, then it goes whatever. For you, what's your selection of really taking on a project? What motivates you to get involved?
Well, all sorts of different things, but I mean, John's absolutely right that everything starts with the script. I mean, my process is a bit different now. So I made a film called The Girl with All the Gifts. It did moderately well in the UK, but it did quite well in a couple of other territories, in like weirdly Russia and Mexico, where they love zombies. And so off the back of that, the BFI are very supportive, and they have a scheme that helps support people who've made films, that if they recoup their money at all, they put some of that recoupment aside for future development with people that have been involved in the project. So myself and the producer and the writer of that film all had some development kitty because of the success of the film, which would be less likely to happen in a purely commercial environment, which was good. So I've actually got a number of projects in development. Also, what happens is when you get to a certain stage, people decide when a script is director ready, and that's usually a step before it being cast ready. So a producer might have an idea for a script, and they might talk to a writer about it. They might even get to a first draft level, and sometimes the director gets involved at that stage. Sometimes you get a situation where I've got a project in development with 21 Laps, the people that made Arrival and Stranger Things, and they sent me a newspaper article that was about a particular topic, a kind of a world, a setting, a flotation of like an idea of character, and got me to help kind of talk to the writers initially and stuff about it. So I've been involved in all sorts of stages of projects. I've less frequently recently gotten involved with projects that already have cast attached, but that does still sometimes come my way. But the thing that would make me want to do something, so when I did Peaky Blinders obviously already had loads of cast attached, and it had a first series that had been filmed. And my reason for wanting to do that, because I'd done a couple of things that were kind of new shows at that stage. I'd done like Endeavour was originally done as like a standalone movie, the thing that I did for Endeavour, and now it's referred to as the pilot and stuff, and it went on to become like a successful TV show off the bat. But it was a start again. It was a fresh start, world building sort of thing. But the reason for looking at Peaky and doing it was definitely a combination of factors, where Steve's an amazing writer, not just in Peaky Blinders, but like films like Eastern Promises and stuff. I think he's just really interesting writer, and I love I love, as I've already said, the cast that were on that. You know, Tom wasn't attached, and there were a lot. We were lucky to get more involved people, but also I felt like what Otto and Tom had done, the two directors that worked on the first series, was like really, really interesting, and it was very new and very fresh. But also because of that, it was like a bit like the first series of Breaking Bad. It's like really exciting and interesting, but you also feel like it's exciting partly because somebody's you know, pulling in all these disparate elements that they've then put together, and the craft of it, in a way, I felt like there was room to go further with that. So like my favorite series of The Wire is season 3. I also really like season 4. That's season 3 or 4. And like the same on Breaking Bad. My favorite series is I love 3 and 4 on that as well. Actually, 5's amazing too. But like it gets better and better is the point I'm making. And I was like, it's quite rare when you get that in a show, because a lot of shows, you know, they run out of steam after the first series. But I was like I really felt like that was something where it was possible to dig into what Otto and Tom had already done. For instance, with music on that show, Otto had done this thing of like really interestingly using a lot of contemporary music. He shot it like a Western. It's set in Birmingham in the 20s, and then he used contemporary rock music for the score, and it had a very beautiful for tracks, but then it had this very beautiful score also by Martin Phipps. But they were quite separate elements because of the nature of the process of discovering that really exciting, cool, creative thing. And so I was like straight away, well, there's something you can do with that to take that a step further. So we involved PJ Harvey. I knew that I wanted to use some PJ Harvey songs, and so it started with that. I was like, the ideal thing would be to find a way to kind of use those songs in the actual score of the thing. And so we involved Flood, who was like the engineer, producer who'd worked with Polly a lot. And he's a friend of Killian's, and I'd spoken to Killian about it, and he was like, maybe I can help. And Flood got us an intro to Polly, and then he partnered up with a guy called Paul Hartnell, who used to be in Orbital. And they kind of, we had this really amazing process where we knew we were going to use, for instance, Down by the Water by PJ Harvey. We stripped apart, well, I sat there like a fanboy, and they did this. They stripped apart the multi-track sessions from Down by the Water and took elements from it and then used them like samples within a score that Paul wrote. But it meant that all of the music then became, I felt, like really cohesive as a result of that process, which was totally taking an idea that was Otto's in the first series. But I guess what I'm saying is there was room to do really exciting creative work with that and take it a step further. And that was like a lot of fun.
You're tailoring to like the brand, but how much leeway did you have to have your essence, to have your Cole McCarthy imprint on the show?
You know, I'm really wary of that as a way of talking about things, because I often think that, you know, for sure, I love Spielberg, and you can tell the early films of Spielberg, they very much got like his voice and all of that, but they've also got the voice of the actor. One of the things I love about directing is I'm not in front of the camera, and actually I quite like about directing in TV that it's very flattering to get asked to do things like this, but you're relatively anonymous. You know, like I've been lucky, I've directed quite a lot of like the biggest TV shows in the UK. Nobody has any idea who I am. I'm not in the slightest bit famous. I mean, I hope somebody's watching this or is interested, but I'm not famous, and I don't want to be. And I know famous actors because I work with them, and I see, you know, like when I did Sherlock, I remember on the way to the read through, a bus went past with like a giant. It was the Hobbit had just come out, and I'm like, oh right, cool. There's just this huge Martin Freeman head on the side of this bus, and it revealed the bus stop. And at the bus stop was a huge poster for the new Star Trek film that was just coming out, and it's just Benedict with his back to the camera. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And then like 2 weeks later, we were filming on Gower Street, which is where Baker Street is filmed. And there were 6,000 fans on the street that were like there for Martin and Benedict. And like, they were all like, a lot of teenage Far Asian girls, but just, almost all female. 6,000 people all shouting their names, but very good, well behaved and stuff, and they brought cakes, and it was like Beatlemania or something, and I was like, God. And the letters they get and the pressure that's on them constantly out of that, I'm very happy not to have that. But I also think, like, as in terms of your job as a director, people don't turn on a thing to watch the new Colin McCarthy. You mean maybe Jordan Peele or Spielberg, but there's probably like 3 or 4 directors in the world that people actually watch, unless they're complete film nerds like I am, that they watch for the director. You know, they watch because of what they hear about it, because of the trailer, because of the actors first and foremost. And I'm really happy with that. And I think your job as a director is not to make people go, oh, look how Colin McCarthy that is. It's to go, look how Peaky Blinders that is. And, you know, if that's something new that you're making, then you get like a big say in the kind of world building aspect of it. But your role is just as important if it's something continuing. And really, I make the choices based on how cool I think shit is going to be. That's the bottom line. I'm like, is that going to be like really cool? Then yes, I want to be involved in making it. And it'll be really rewarding getting to be the, you know, in France, they call directors réalisateur. You know, you're the realizer of the script. You know, you take this blank page and you get to make it into a hopefully immersive storytelling reality for people. That's like a lot of fun.
And having that, when things do get a bit overwhelming or there are challenges, what do you do to kind of take a step back and do breathe? Because you do have so many deadlines to meet. You do have to work with these big names and deliver. So what do you do just to take a step back and breathe? If you do.
Well, I have hobbies and interests and stuff. Like I game a lot. I'm really into games. I do play computer games and stuff like that. And I play board games and even role-playing games. I love all sorts of games. I'm very interested in gaming. But I'll be honest, I don't know how much of a step back of that is. Like, I think I've had to really learn to wind in certain aspects of my behavior that are useful in work, that are not so good socially around my gaming, because like I'm competitive and analytical and I like stress testing systems, and that's a big part of what makes me good at my job. But it's not so much fun to play Monopoly with. So I have to watch that. But to be honest, I often think that in terms of like how stressful work is and stuff, I often say jokingly that the reason why I write and I don't direct so much is because I have a different set of personality flaws. That like the personality flaws that make you good at writing, i.e. sitting in a room on your own talking to yourself, are different to the ones that make you good at directing, which is finding it comfortable when everything's on fire around you. And there's an element of that to directing. I mean, I remember really clearly the very first short film I made, we suddenly realized that we only had enough film to shoot close-ups for the most important scene, 2 takes maximum with any of the actors. And the Jenny caught fire and we were doing a night shoot, and I had like, you know, such a short period of time left to shoot the thing. And I remember like having a moment of wanting the ground to just open up and swallow me. And there is a lot of that type of pressure about the job, but I actually enjoy that. I feel comfortable in crisis. And it's to do with, you know, a load of stuff about how I grew up and things. But I see it in other directors too, that they get, you know, I love the thing of, somebody said to me about Otto again, who directed the first of Peaky. They were talking about being in a situation where there was like 5 minutes left in the day and they were like rushing to shoot this last close-up, and Otto was lying on the floor with his monitor over his head going, wow, that's really cool. Can you just go and breathe in a little? And that's the thing is you either it's because you ignore it or because you kind of get like a buzz off it. Like the last thing I shot was Curfew for Sky, and I remember at one point we had 36 cars, all of which had precision drivers, all of which had or action vehicle drivers, and all of which had stunt drivers, and then they all had performers, actors or extras to be in them. And we had 16 principal cast out for the start of the race. I'm talking about now, the sequence that was the start of the race at the top of the show. We had 150 extras. It was all at night. It was a through the night shoot. And the beast from the east, remember that big storm like last January? That hit us the week that we were shooting all of that stuff. Fuck. At one point we had 7 hours where we just couldn't shoot on set. And you could freak out about that, or lose your head, or you just go, okay, well, then can we shoot something else? And what we're going to do, because ultimately those really big problems, you have to serenity prayer that stuff. You know, you have to figure out, what can I do about it? Can I do anything about it? If I can't do anything about it, I have to be chill about it and do something else. What can I do? And do that, you know? And so that's kind of how you get, I mean, shooting the last scene of the Peaky Blinders that I did, it's like still one of my favorite scenes I've ever shot. It's the scene where Tommy, it's not the very last scene of the episode, but it's close to the end, where Tommy's at his own graveside and he thinks he's going to get shot. And we went to shoot that scene at the start of the day. We had a crane. I had this idea in my head about doing a big shot of the open fields and there being something Somme-like about it. And we got into, myself and Grant Montgomery, the designer, and Simon Dennis, the DP, got into this idea about it being like, it's somehow reflecting the First World War experience of his. And we talked about the war graves, and Grant was running about with poppies, sticking them in the bog. And the crane that we got out to shoot this shot sank. It sank in the bog in the morning. It was like the first thing that happened that day. And I remember just turning to the producer and saying, I'm not going to compromise on this scene. We have to shoot it right. I'm not going to shoot. We were meant to move at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon and go and shoot another scene. I was like, we're not going to shoot that scene today because I have to shoot this right. I said it to him at some point mid-morning as we were finding out what to do about it. And you know, just saying, I'm going to not let that crane thing become my energy for the day. I'm going to let, you know, Killian putting his head back and feeling the sun on his face, thinking he's about to die, you know, and finding a moment of calm in that. That was like the heart of that scene. It's like the pivotal moment in that scene. And I was like, that's where I live today. And I'm just going to shoot what I can shoot and get through it. And, you know, actually it was a huge lesson to me because I obviously started out shooting the kind of TV where the schedule is like punishing and demanding, and you make your career partly on your ability to get through a day successfully when all those things are going wrong. But at some points you have to also do the thing of saying, well, part of how I'm going to get through successfully is by making a problem that we're going to have to sort out later on, because this is too important to compromise on creatively.
Yeah.
Is that an answer? I don't know.
That was a brilliant answer, thank you. I'm just being wary of the time. God damn it, it's nearly been an hour. Hopefully we can do a podcast or something after all of this, after I'm not in so much delirium after 7 hours of just sitting in this chair. But just to sum it up, as it were, and thank you so much, I must say, for being here. Everyone on the server, I know people are coming in and aren't here, but I really appreciate it, especially those that are in drama schools at the moment, so thank you. But just summing it up, for those, when the industry does relaunch, restart again, what can you say to those upcoming creatives, just to give them a bit more confidence or a bit more of an understanding of what is to come or what they can do?
Yeah, I mean, you know, one thing I would say is there's a lot of doomsaying going on at the moment, and there's some really tough things that are happening, you know, particularly around theatres. There's so many artistic venues under threat and all of that. But storytelling is primal, you know, it won't be quashed by this happening, you know, by COVID or anything else, you know, like we've been doing it since we were all around caves or in campfires together, and we'll continue doing it. And if it's what inspires you doing it, you should do it no matter what. I've worked with actors who became professional actors in their late 30s, and, you know, through Terence Harvey, who ended up joining the Royal Shakespeare Company, and he got into acting because in his 30s he was an accountant. In his 30s he started doing Amdram stuff and discovered Shakespeare kind of through that and became inspired by it and kind of rose up. But it doesn't matter what your job is if you have a vocation. So if you're really passionate about telling stories in your life, tell them, you know. The hardest thing is feeling like you have no power over your ability to generate your own work, you know, and that is difficult. But I can say that, you know, if you really want to tell stuff, if you really want to make stuff, you know, you might make your first thing on your own or with your mates, and it might be terrible, but if you keep going, it'll get good, you know? And that's kind of, you know, a lot of the ways that the media is changing in the world right now are really interesting. And I wouldn't discourage people from, you know, getting into TikTok or what, you know, I remember reading In the Blink of an Eye, which is like my favorite book about filmmaking. It's written by Walter Murch, who was the sound editor on Apocalypse Now and who cut the conversation, and is probably one of the people who understands like the process of filmmaking better than anyone else. I can't recommend it enough as a read, but it ends with a short bit where he talks about the conversation of what next for cinema, or is a sort of, there's the potential that that's quite a flawed question, because 120 years ago, people were coming out of venues in Paris and London and wherever else saying, what's the next thing for opera? And it's like, it was like, wow, you so missed the point, you know? And there was some kid on the corner of the street with a zoetrope machine and people gathered around looking at it. And it's like, well, that's the future for storytelling, is actually over there. And he was making the point that maybe somebody coming out of a cinema saying, wow, what next for cinema now? That the kid with a Game Boy or playing you know, women are the largest market for computer games because of mobile phone games. You know, people think of gaming as a very male thing because of all the Gamergate and all that awful shit that's gone on, but around that. But actually, women playing like you know, who use mobile phone games more than anyone else. Interactive storytelling. You know, things like Black Bandersnatch. I think there's a future for storytelling that might not be, it might not be cinema, it might not be screen storytelling, or we might become a kind of heritage art form the way that theatre is, that might still have some vibrancy and power, but is not the current most contemporary, most kind of important one. Whatever your way is of telling stories and communicating with people, of being kind of creative and putting your own creativity into the world and contributing to collaborations with other people, you just got to keep doing it and kind of make stuff. And you know, I've a lot of the people I've worked with that are really, really successful actors are really ambitious, but a lot of them are really lucky too, and there's an element of that to all of that. But the people who are really good actors are people who commit fully to the acting bit of it and not to the rest of it, you know, so much the career stuff and all of that, but really kind of, you know, get into what they're doing with their acting and can fully commit to it and immerse themselves in a moment and some kind of genuine human interaction. And I think that's true for musicians and painters and people as well. You know, if you want to do something, go for it, commit fully, go all in, and anything can happen, you know.
Well, Colm, thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Please enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the sunny weather, and definitely be in touch. Thank you so much.
Listen, thanks for having me, and good luck with the rest of it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Take care. I'll pop you a line over the weekend. Thanks, man. Bye.
Yeah. No worries. Bye.
That was Colm McCarthy, everyone. What a treat that was. Right, looking at the time, we've got 2 minutes. I'm going to quickly end this broadcast here because we're recording it and it can only have a max amount of like 7-8 hours. And we'll go on, click on the next link and we'll go live again. Stay tuned because up next, it is the Vogue Master, Jason Andrew. Stay tuned.